Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, the Rag Company proudly brings to you Day 4, and the pre-show to Day 4 of the biggest Rag Company event of the year.
Unbelievable.
I am JTC. This is the Canadian Court himself, Mr. Alex Dewar. We are here. We're excited. How's it going, Dewar?
It's going absolutely fantastic. A little bit upset that it's the last day of this phenomenal event.
It's exciting. It's a bummer at the same time. But we're here for it.
That's right. But the whole crew behind the scenes has been working so hard, and this is going to be a well-deserved break once this is all over with. But if you thought yesterday was heavy, that's the lightest thing in the world compared to what we got today, Jamie.
It is tons of excitement today. Because let me tell you, we're starting off hot this morning. We'll get to that in a second. Because you know what else is exciting, Dewar?
What's that?
It's the Rag Company's 25th anniversary here.
Oh, baby.
Man, the years have flown by since 1999, Dewar.
Has been a lot of things going on.
A lot of things. Look, Jimmy's like slowly transforming into an AI human being with his gimbal rig thing. It's pretty sweet. But they got 25% off on theragcompany.com for all the Rag Company microfiber tools and accessories. Look at all this high quality microfiber, Dewar. It's looking good. It's styling. It's profiling. I went on a little bit of a shopping spree yesterday, Dewar. I got all kind of high quality microfiber and you know, premium auto detailing tools and all that good stuff.
It's got to be hard to pick because you've experienced a lot of it, but once you're under pressure, you know, it's. But you know what Jamie's picking, best of the best.
Best of the best.
It's not a bad.
Got me some Eagles.
Not a bad list to follow suit.
Ripping Rags, XL, Pearl Weave.
I think you got some lights too, maybe.
Got some lights, some scan grips. They brought the heat yesterday, dude.
They sure did.
You know who else brought the heat? IK Sprayers. Our friend of Bond.
Oh my goodness!
Broke the internet with his IK Home Pro 2E.
We apologize to everybody because we thought they were going to start with that heavy drop.
Yep. You had to wait about 40 minutes into it, but he brought the heat. He teased it up. He built it perfectly to that you know, crescendo there.
That's right.
Of that epic reveal, the prototype. You gotta wait a couple more months, you know, maybe till SEMA, till it comes out, but the wait will be worth it.
Absolutely.
Let's give them a rundown. We got TRC today actually coming on. Anthony and Levi's got a great presentation. They got all this stuff, and this is all the stuff you can get for 25% off at theragcompany.com. Look, you got the Ultra Wool Mitt. Jimmy, get on in here. You get a look at the good stuff, that premium, high-quality Ultra Wool, the Wrap and Tuck Suede Coating Applicator Kit, the Ultra USS Ultra Safe Sponge, the No-Soak Coating Applicator Kit. Yeah, 6-pack, Dewar, 3x5, No-Soak Coating Applicator Kit. Comes with pearl weave towels, Ultra Clay Scrubber 2-pack, got bug scrubber on the other side, Ultra Clay Decontamination Mitt, that's a good thing. Woo! Ultra Blasters, it's awesome.
Okay, I don't know how you have this much energy.
It's like fueled by
this is like Monday morning swamp energy, but here we are on a friggin' Thursday. I don't know how you have that, but I think you're just so jacked about everything. This is a lot of new stuff. Like, this is all new I guess 2023 and 2024.
Yeah, they have been hard at work here, pumping out the Ultra line, really
most definitely
adding to it and building it up so you can save 25% off on it. You know
that's right. It's no better time to save than right now.
You know who else has been building up? All our great friends who are presenting this morning. We got Colorlock over here. Let's slowly turn the corner here to the Colorlock booth.
So, Jamie, do you own any vehicles with leather seats?
I sure do. You know, the Telluride got that premium leather. We got KCX coming on at 9, though, Dewar, and then Colorlock's coming on to do some leather restoration at 10. Then TRC's coming on at 11. Who we got at the halftime show, Dewar?
A jam-packed morning, and then I cannot wait for us.
You see that little blur?
I don't know what that is. Who? I don't know what. It looks like he's holding up a challenge coin from a few years ago. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, you might recognize
is that Jack?
Him. But it's going to be the biggest halftime show of all time. So tune in, set your alarms. It's going to be huge. Who we got in the afternoon, Dewar?
So, afternoon, we're kicking it off with Lake Country Power Tools. I know they've done some revisions to some of their tools, so stay tuned for that. Lake Country Manufacturing, you know, if you're into that pad game.
They got that pad game
you like
strong,
wool, you like foam, you like fibers, everything.
I like it. I like that wool. Ready. Yep.
And then we got Dr. G.
Dr. G is coming on at
Optimum Polymer Technologies. They've been dropping the heat. Last year they came out with their OptiCoat.
They finally released OptiCoat to the good people.
That's right.
Finally.
And then
Road FS coming on.
Rod and Jody
coming in hot with their stuff. And then we're ending the day with some premium wheels with Konig.
See, and you know what? The Konig segment kind of scares me because Scott is the GOAT.
He's the GOAT.
If he gives away a set of wheels, I will not be surprised whatsoever. If he doesn't, I will not be surprised.
We're not promising anything, dude. Hold on now.
But, like, I don't know what's going to happen, but, I mean, they're going to end the day off hot.
Yeah, you know who is promising something? Lars with Colourlock is promising you to get in here and work on this leather seat. He's going to do some leather care magic. You know who else is promising? As we slowly drift our way to the KCX boys and our fellow Grandambassador, microfiber champion of the year 2020, the COVID year. Come here, buddy.
I think the real highlight of this year. Look at these gold sashes.
We are the 3 microfiber champions of the world. Justin, how you feeling?
No, I'm feeling really good. I am the elder here.
That's
these
right,
guys.
Yeah, you old.
So, so COVID year was my year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. But yeah, no, super excited about today.
So,
really excited.
I'm telling everybody, internet breaking segment.
Yes.
Is that right?
You know, I do believe so. It's going to shock everybody, and I think the chat's going to go crazy.
It's going to be
go insane. So we got a little teaser here with the table. We got that new blue line technology for the kind of consumer line of a Koch-Chemie ready to use. It looks tremendous. I haven't got to check out this stuff yet, but man, it looks good. We got some good stuff over here. Might give you a sneak peek of what's to come. We got some live demos planned, Justin?
Live demos, and also I'm going to get zoomed in here, Jimmy.
Oh, my. What is this? What is this?
So while supplies last, go ahead and start ordering, because every order will receive one of these keychains.
Keychain.
Right here. Here you go.
What is that? Like AWH?
The AWH. Yeah, so alkali wheel cleaner.
That alkali wheel cleaner action. That's some good stuff there,
and
Justin.
You know what, Jamie?
We used it yesterday, dude.
We did a little Hump Day Wash Wednesday. Now, the Rag Company has done Wash Wednesdays for longer than I can remember.
Yeah.
But we spiced it up a little bit.
We did spice it up a little bit. Fisher walked by, said this is probably the worst looking wash window he's ever seen.
100%. But you know what?
It's going to be good. It's going to be my channel.
That's
okay. We do it in my style.
He asked us, he's like, so you guys going to drive the car? We're like, no, it's not our car.
It's not our car.
It's brand new. We're not going to ruin it.
Yeah, Fisher, we can't get the rollers. Nice, we can't do that, you know.
Yeah,
we got to do what we can, but it's going to come out soon. It's going to be a good time.
That's right.
We use the new IK sprayer on it. Yvonne let us borrow it for a second.
Broke the internet. I absolutely love that thing. I don't know about you.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Yeah, even the prototype is like ready to go. So
and,
I'm looking forward to that.
Tread the new wheel mitt that they'll be showing off a little bit later on.
Yes, that woolly bully mitt.
The woolly mitt.
Or the ultra wool. I don't know what they call it.
But we sailed the Wash Wednesday seas with what, Jamie?
With some Absolute Rinseless Wash.
And what sponge?
Oh, that ultra soft, that USS. That's right. We took off from the port into that rinseless wash ocean, and we washed it down with that ultra safe sponge. That's a fantastic sponge. Dude.
And I will say, I've been a big fan of the UBS, as of you.
Oh, yeah.
And
it was a good sponge.
I've been using it for soap.
It had its run, doer.
But, I mean, we've actually done both. We did a soap wash with it. We did a rinseless with it.
Yep,
and
we tested it both ways. With a little frostbite.
It's nice and soft. Yes.
It is nice and soft, cushy, ergonomic.
We offer a non-biased opinion here.
That's right. We gave it the real review, people.
The pre-show. So, totally awesome little thing. And it's on sale.
It's on sale, 25% off at theragcompany.com.
So, we have a little bit of gold on us, but you can have a lot more gold on you with that new 25th anniversary shirt.
The golden anniversary. Got the Rag Company logo on the front. Got the 25 on the back. It's a good time. Head on over there. Get it for 25. Is it 25% off or is it full price? I don't know. Head on over there for some percentage off. Let's drift over this way because we're rolling into TRCMA 2024. Last day, and we're ending with a shebang, dude.
That's right. So it's a little bit sad, again, as we mentioned, but all good things come to an end. But I mean,
it must come to an end.
Personally, I'm a fan of the German cars. I mean,
what we got over here?
I love the long roof gang. You know,
long roof gang. Where you at?
Don't read too much into that, but you know, the long roof club is going to be hot.
Those wheel and tires need some alkali wheel cleaner action. So I hope we get a good demo because Jimmy, get in there. This is a dirty car. Look, you don't think we got dirty cars here at TRCMA 2024? You're wrong.
That is the dirtiest.
Look at cars. Man. This thing needs some help for sure to get all clean.
Do you think Alki can handle that?
Alki can definitely handle it. It's some strong stuff. It's really good. Gets that nice blooming action on the tires.
Yep.
Does a good job of separating that brake dust from the wheel. So.
And then you know, there's some great donut shops here. But do you think we should put some tire glaze on those afterwards?
Maybe we should put a little tire glaze on. I think they might bust out some of that hydro foam too, putting that protection on.
Oh my goodness!
What a nice trip to Foam Town, USA.
That's right.
Let's drift on over here. Because we're drifting our way out of TRCMA, but we got a full day planned for you. Another 8 hours of non-stop action.
That's
Bigger, badder, better was this year's event, and we're ending with a shebang. Like I said, internet breaking segment to kick things off.
You know what, Jamie?
What?
We washed this car yesterday. Look how good this
was.
Looks.
This is the Hump Wash Wednesday car.
A bunch of people on the internet say Dewar doesn't detail. I detailed the snot out of this thing, and I think it looks pretty darn good.
Certified right here.
Certified detailer extraordinaire.
That's right.
Now, This thing has not looked as good as this since it was put together.
Nope. Yep.
So.
They said it was the first wash, actually. So look, the alkali wheel cleaner did a great job getting the wheels and tires ready. We put some Coach FSC to finish her off. Took care of any residual stuff might be on the surface, minerals, that kind of deal. Added a little layer of protection. We did it for the boys over there hanging out.
That's right.
And let's drift into the rising sun, Jimmy, because we're on our way out. We're the pre-show. Right. We're warming you up. Tell your grandma, tell your mama, tell all your family. Send the link. Tell Facebook. Gabe's ready. He's bringing the floor cleaner action. We got 3 minutes till the biggest rag company event of the year kicks off for the final day, Dewar. I am so
thrilled that my floor cleaner is still working because yesterday we had a freak hailstorm and that thing got used.
That thing got hammered in the parking lot, as well did Dane's Miata.
Yeah, Dane's Forever car is perfectly fine. It's in good shape.
It got coated with some nano diamond technology on Monday. So
and my goodness, did it ever look good.
It got put to the test yesterday. For sure. That was tremendous. And the Coach boys are over there getting hyped. They are hype for this segment. It is jam-packed. I mean, action from beginning to end.
Right.
I don't know how they're going to fit it all in the hour.
And it's nice because at SEMA there was an acquisition between Koch and Colorlock.
So back to back, we're going from Koch-Chemie to the Colorlock team. That's a good point.
They're the best of friends. So
best of friends over there.
They like to share. If they got like you said, I don't know if the Koch thing can be contained to 60 whole hot minutes.
I don't know. They might have to get some extra minutes there. We got our new friend Diego with the Koch-Chemie team.
Yeah, Diego is super rock star.
Rock star. He's ready to go.
Yep.
Big acquisition for the team there.
Definitely.
So we got a full Koch-Chemie team here. They're all ready. Maybe some grand ambassador action in there as well with our friend the Bearded Hunter. Stay tuned. He's going to be dropping some tremendous heat. It's going to break the internet, people. I'm telling you.
One thing I want everyone to do is drop your hashtag Koch-Chemie in the comments.
Koch-Chemie in the comments. Drop it. Drop your favorite products. Drop what you're hype. Drop what you think is going to happen.
That's right. So the thing I love about Koch-Chemie is that you may not like chemistry as a kid in school, but their beautiful chart.
The beautiful chart.
Is just jam-packed with the periodic table of shine. That's what that is.
Periodic table of shine. Rebrand it. You hear this, boys? Write it down. Take some notes. The periodic table of shine. I love that. Yeah, and you can see on the car we worked on. It's all shined up from that FSC. So, it did some tremendous work. We're rolling here. We are a minute and a half away from the epicness. Man. Get ready.
Again, that hype yesterday. I thought it was enough. I thought it was gonna.
I thought that was as hype as we were getting.
Okay,
that's not as hype as we're getting. It's about to go down today.
Close.
This is the hypest day. It might be the biggest day in rag company history, TRCMA history. This is how hype this show is gonna be. It's just tremendous.
That's right. So, lots of fun stuff today.
Lots of fun stuff.
This morning, again. I've said it once.
You said it once.
I've said it twice.
Said it twice.
I'll say it again.
You're saying it again.
You're not working this afternoon, folks. You're not working this morning. You're not working at all today.
Call them right now. Stay home. Turn every screen on you got. Interaction is key, Dewar.
We'll sign your doctor's notes.
We'll sign it. Tell them to put it in the order note. We'll sign it. They'll ship it to you. That kind of deal. You can get everything. Rag Company. 25% off. TRC Ultra Woolly Mitts. Whatever else they got. Ultra Air Blasters. All the good stuff.
This is the last day of the sale.
Get your limited edition merch.
If you do miss this sale for whatever reason, I apologize if you did, but you can also sign up for the newsletter and be informed of future sales.
Bottom of the website. They don't spam you. Did they spam you, Dewar?
No, absolutely don't spam you.
They do not spam you. We got 20 seconds away, Dewar.
Unbelievable.
Here it comes. It is going to be epic.
That's right.
Internet breaking. Tell your mom about it.
Broken.
They're coming in hot. Drop the like, comment. Tell everybody how excited you are, your favorite products, all the good stuff, because here we go, people. Jimmy's going to come in with the rigs rig. It is the sale, what? Last day is tomorrow.
Thank you, Gabe. Last day is tomorrow. We're out of here.
Hey everybody, and welcome to day 4, the final day of TRCMA. If you've been watching all week, you actually made it to the very end.
You did it. Congratulations.
You can take tomorrow off.
Yeah.
So that'll be good.
A well-deserved tomorrow off, and maybe hopefully you've spent most of the money you do have on the sale at this point, so you could take tomorrow off of buying things as well.
Yes, yeah. But probably because you won't have any money because you spent it all this week, because we've got that sale, and tomorrow is the last day of the sale. We've got our 25th anniversary sale going on, 25% off all Rag Company goodies.
Yep.
And
up to 20% off everything else, or almost everything else, I should say. So if you head to the Rag Company website, you're going to find our 25th anniversary shirt, which is absolutely awesome. Something that you definitely need in your t-shirt arsenal from TRC. And then on top of that, going to our new products page, we do have several new products that we've launched this week that are on sale as well. And you're going to see a few things there that might surprise you or may tease you for the upcoming segments. So some new brushes from Detail Factory, some new products from Optimum, as well as PNS, and a
lot of good stuff.
We'll cover the rest on the main segments, but today is going to be jam-packed full of detailing information, as well as tips, tricks, and everything in between. So we really do have an amazing show. So let's go ahead and check out the schedule for today.
Well, starting us off, of course, we've got KCX in the house with some earth-shattering news.
Something, yeah.
Supposedly they said the internet's going to break.
I think they might, yeah.
I hope you guys have every single screen on available to you right now.
Yep.
Seriously. And if you don't, go do that. Now, right after that at 10 o'clock, we've got our friends from Colourlock here to show you the magic of some leather repair. And then at 11, it's Anthony and I. And we get to talk about, well, what we do best, Rag Company products. And then we're going to have our break for the afternoon, and the boys will be back to recap as well as kind of talk about and have some guests and all that good stuff that you guys love so much. And then this afternoon, we're kicking it off with Lake Country Power Tools, Lake Country Manufacturing as well. And then Dr. G will be with us virtually for OPT. And then the boys from Road FS, Rod and Jody, always put on a show.
Amazing show.
They are going to be here in studio helping out, and then we'll be closing it out with our friends from Konig Wheels. Now, we couldn't do any of this without all of our brand partners, all of you at home that have been watching every single day for the last 4 days. Brooks Running for keeping us on our feet, Pepsi for keeping everybody hydrated, and of course, Jeff and Carolyn Hennon from the Rag Company, who are allowing us to do this and bring this to you every single year. So we want to say thank you to everybody who makes this possible. And we hope you guys have enjoyed this week. And don't go anywhere, because today is the last day of TRCMA 2024. So, Anthony, what should we do next?
I think next up we should probably bring in a little bit of Koch.
Let's do it.
What do you think about this thing, man?
You know, it's definitely gonna be a work in progress.
Covered. I got it. I have what I need.
How? I don't even know what to use that thing for.
Mercedes wagon measuring stick.
Woof, dude. That was rough. That looked pretty nasty.
Seemed like a great idea when it all started.
Which product fixed the broken window?
You would be surprised.
Okay, all right. So, obviously, guys, I got Andrew here on my left. Wonderful, wonderful Andrew from KCX. Welcome to the program.
Thank you guys so much.
And
perfect, wonderful day to be here, and what an awesome show you've had so far. And
you brought the rain.
We're thrilled. No. No.
It may have something to do with that project car. Anyway, what can you tell me a little bit about that? Because I was curious.
Yeah.
Guy.
You know, look. First and foremost, we all know it's not the coolest car in the world, right? We get it, right? But it's German.
Speak for yourself.
It's German. It's a wagon. It was in the back of our old warehouse. We found it, so kind of figured out a little bit of the story, I guess. Ended up with it, and thought, you know what? What better way than to show what our products can do than to clean that thing up and bring it back to life. So
that is
that's how it started. And then it took some convincing for our German colleagues, of course. You know, a project car,
it's
I guess.
German car, so like you think they'd be a little on board.
So our some of our management though over there, they were very intrigued to drive it one day. So that's how it all happened.
Well, awesome. Well, So I mean, maybe enough from us here in the studio. We got guys out in the studio too. We better go see what
they're
ready to
rock and roll.
All right, there they are. Welcome, guys.
Hello. So we are here for the last day, introducing some products that we know are, we listen and we get excited when people ask us for stuff. We bring stuff over. The crew here, myself, Jason, KCX obviously, Justin, and the newest member of Team KCX, Diego Bressler, who's handling all of our technical training and all of those kinds of things. So yeah, how do you want to kind of run? You want to run through the products first, or you want to do the training?
Let's hear from Diego. Yeah,
let's do that.
I'd be glad to. I'm super excited to join the KCX team. I've been using KCX for a very long time, and I was just excited when I reached out and said, "Hey, man, this is the best product I've ever used. How do I get more involved into this?" And certainly we all came alive and to come up with something that was just really comprehensive for everybody. It's not the question of whether the product is good or not. It's fantastic, but how to use it and how can we use this product to make you be your absolute best. So that's kind of what we put our heads together and came up with a pathway to excellence. A brand new training program with 3 prongs, which really starts with your beginner level that lets you understand how to use it, what are the dilution ratios, all that good stuff, and then goes on to more the expert level where you're hands-on. Everything is hands-on, but you'll be on working on the paint and working on how to use that even to an even better shine. And then you got the master's class, man. Yep. The master's class is where it's at. If you already know all that, you want to go to the masters and learn how to do Colourlock, learn how to do sanding, chip repairs, all that kind of stuff to just make you the solid, awesome detailer that you've always wanted to be. Well, this is it. This is the comprehensive class to take, man.
KCX USA, as you guys know, is located in Atlanta, Georgia. We are going to work, through some other partner programs and some other distributorships and stuff like that, where we can do some trainings throughout the U.S. But obviously, the main bulk of the classes will be in Atlanta at our headquarters.
Yeah, super excited about this. We really. I mean, Diego's been great. Enjoyed to get to know him over the last few months. So, but yeah, let's dive into some products, though, Jay.
Yeah.
You want to start off with tire glaze?
Sure.
Yeah.
So tire glaze was something. So we had talked about actually all 3 of these at SEMA 2023. So tire glaze is our form of tire dressing. As you guys knew, we were using Plastar. Some guys use Motorplast, some of the products that we have for trim and exterior rubber. But tire glaze is our version of a nice longevity style tire shine. The shine on it's not that crazy gloss, wet, slick. It's a very nice shiny sheen, maybe is a good way to put it. You could do a couple swipes. It's best applied with an applicator. But a couple swipes of this, you can kind of reach maybe the gloss level you're looking for. But really excellent product for longevity. It's not something that's just going to rinse right off with one rain. So something that we were super excited about. It is actually a product over in Germany called Something Different, and brought it over here to the U.S. It's a little thicker too, so just note that. It's definitely sprayable, but like I said before, it's I think best suited in out of an applicator. So tire glaze TG, and that's available in 1 liter and 5 liter. Alkali wheel.
Alkali wheel, yeah, for sure.
So alkali wheel, this one was kind of a really exciting one for us because we have had a lot of people, you either have to go the acid route or the very middle of the road route of being super safe, especially on like carbon ceramic brakes and, sorry Jimmy, So this gives you that high alkaline clean. But what's really awesome about it is you're able to dilute this product out super far. You're able to spray it right on the tire, spray it right on the rim. You can do your wheel well. You can use it in a lot of different ways. And the product just works. I mean, there's really no other way around it for very high volume business, for a weekend warrior guy. I mean, it's awesome how it works. So we can get into the dilution maybe during the demo, or should I go over that now? You think?
Well, I think the dilution level on this is just, I run it 5-to-1 typically. I think that's a good steady dilution for it. So basically, one bottle, one 1 liter bottle is going to get you around 7 IK sprayers full of this product. So it's very, the price, is really good for it because you can dilute it down so far and you're going to get great results. And you can actually go all the way up to 10-to-1, which is, even better. You're going to go even further for your money. So it's just a really all-around great product. It's one of my favorite products right now in our line. Yep. So yeah.
Yeah, as you guys know, we're big on, we keep talking about the periodic table and all that. So the pH level of this is 14. So it starts super high, top of the alkaline spectrum, if you will. So even when you're diluting at 10-to-1, you're really only bringing that pH level down just a bit. So very, very great cleaning power out of the product too. So yeah, I'm sure during the Q&A, you guys will ask questions. We'll have tons of answers. But yeah, so Alkali will. And that is available in 1 liter, 5 liter. It will be eventually 20, and then we have 200 liter. So that's a big dealer group style product too. So big volume, big 200 liter containers. So drum roll.
Yeah, there it is.
Here's the other one. So SO3. This has been obviously talked about at SEMA. It just recently landed in the U.S., which by design sometimes bringing stuff across the lovely ocean isn't as quick as we'd like. So, but spray sealant, hydrofoam sealant, I'm sorry, SO3, it is the answer for the wet applied wax sealant that you guys were looking for. So to not go too far down the spectrum, protector wax, as we all know and love, is a polymer wax kind of base. This does have a little bit of that, but it's kind of a hybrid. So it is a little more of an SiO2 style product, a lot longer water beating, hydrophobics, gloss, right, than protector wax. The dilution's quite higher. Really, for the detail community, it's the product that you guys want. So protector wax is a car wash product.
It was really made, hydrofoam was really made for the detailer in mind.
Yep.
Exactly. So you're getting a lot of bang for your buck out of this one bottle because dilution level is a 50-to-1. But like Jason said, you're going to get better hydrophobics. It's going to longevity is longer. You're going to get a velvety smooth finish. And then you're going to get more gloss than protector wax. So
yeah, wash clay seal packages. Yeah, I mean, you're buying a bottle of this for under $40 and making thousands of dollars. So yeah. I mean, it's a win-win in whatever way you use it. Through maintenance or through your own recreation or as a business. Great easy package in that light. So
yeah, this is a fantastic product, and that's one of the things that I'd love to be teaching. How do you get faster and better with what we use with Koch and not skipping out on the excellence and result? And this is why we're here.
Yep. So blue bottle stuff real quick?
Yeah, let's run through the blue bottle real fast. Yeah.
So as you guys know, we always call it the blue bottle. So this is obviously our kind of ready to use line. The only thing obviously that isn't completely ready to use would be the shampoo. As you know, you wouldn't put the whole thing in a bucket. But everything else is ready to use. They are their own unique SKUs, so it's not something we have in just a different bottle. It's all a unique product, its own scent, its own color, so on and so forth. So it's really meant for guys to detail with our white bottle line. Our experts, our professionals, can sell and retail the product in their storefront or in their shop, on their Instagram or Shopify, whatever you name it. It's meant for that. It's priced right. It's a really great product where your end user, i.e. your customer, you're not trying to teach them how to use GSF, and be mixing it 100-to-1, 200-to-1, or putting it in an MTM foam can and they probably don't have, right? So it's a really great product line for that. And we were super excited about this. It's been out for a long time, but we brought it to the U.S. just recently. Talked a ton about it at SEMA. As you guys know, it was half of our booth in a way. So, Yeah, anything on that, Diego?
No, I just think that the simplicity of it is phenomenal. I love that. You know, as an end user, I would do a detail and go, here, this is what you want, to upkeep it till you bring it back to me the next time. That always sells itself, so it's pretty easy.
Yep. Available there is some, as you can see, some different kind of sizes, 750 ml bottle and 500 ml bottle. So those, they're all in the cases of 10, as you guys would know. If you buy stuff by the case. So these make a really easy, you know, you pick up a case of each, or we even have like a KCX kind of rack now too, that that we could ship to your shop or ship to your business, and you can set that up and put these bottles on. It really makes a nice display.
Well, I don't know about you guys, but I think it's time for a demo. So let's roll this out. Surprise, everybody. So the moment you guys have been asking about and wanting this product for, God, years now, we finally have it. This is a 18+ month, you know, revision after revision, testing after testing. We finally have what we wanted. So this is going to be completely, honestly, the cleaning power is completely different than anything else on the market. It is a polymer base with a lot of surfactants in it. So just know that it's not going to foam like a surfactant because of the care properties that it suppresses it. So with that suppression, you're not going to get the foaming, but it's going to be clean, crazy, crazy good. So we're really excited about this, and I know you guys are too. So we're going to go on over here, break down dilution levels, 256:1, just like any other rinseless out there, basically. The nice thing about it is you can still use the cap. However, the cap's only 10 milliliters. So 10 milliliters per cap. So that's basically a cap and a half per gallon. So we have 4 gallons of water here in this bucket. We're gonna go ahead and dilute this out, and 256:1, which is 6 caps. So the nice smell of this, which I'm already smelling right now, is gonna be a mandarin tea. So really nice scent, sort of a, I guess not fruity at all. I guess more of a sort of a nice masculine type scent in a way to it. The scent does stay in the water. It doesn't, you know, go away after you're using it or when you pour it in. This is going to stay into the water. So as you can see, it's a cloudy white, you know, white cloudy color. As we're mixing it up though, you're going to see that that is going to go away. So there we have that. So like I said, I mean, this has been through revision after revision and testing and testing. We just didn't want to bring something to the market that was already here on the market, or, you know, that we didn't really care for. We wanted it to be the best, and we do think that this is the best. So we're just going to fill up our IK right here. We're just going to dunk it in, fill it up. It's the easy way to do it. And I'm going to hand this over to Diego, and he's going to go through and start pre-rinsing the car down. Now, we have Hunter here, as you see. So Hunter here is going to actually start the washing process after Diego goes through and pre-rinses. So I'm going to actually hand him the bucket. We're going to need to get a USS sponge from somebody to wash this thing down with. Definitely want to get the new sponge out, right?
There you go.
And here we are, sponge. So I'm going to hand this over to Hunter. Sponge for you. So as he's pre-rinsing this, it's just going to loosen up all that dirt, grime, start taking it away as much as possible before the actual contact. Hunter, if you want to go ahead and start with the fender as Diego's running around the car here. So Hunter's actually been one of our test subjects for a while now, and so he's had quite a bit of experience with a couple of different versions of this product. And as you can see, it really just breaks it down and takes it with it as it's going along. And this is something we really do just love, the cleaning power and the aspect of that. You are going to get a slight protection, very, very slight, after the fact. You know, if you're going to be coating a car or whatnot, you easily can hit it with a panel prep spray and knock that down where you can coat. But it will leave some protection behind before. Jay, what is your opinions? What are you thinking, man?
So what's so, you know, always kind of sounds loaded. I don't know, maybe not the best term, but to say we think it's the best. You know, we know it's the best, but we really did, like Justin had said, we know what's out there, and a lot of brands have really great rinseless products. Even like our wash and finish, you know, it's a true waterless product, you know. So we actually have only had that. We haven't had a rinseless style wash with high dilution. Wash and finish, as you know, is ready to use. So I mean, it was a very exciting thing for us to run through. Like our R&D, we go real extensive. I mean, we get multiple levels of just one kind of design, you know, if you will. So we go through, you know, level 1, 2, 3, and then we go to, you know, we try another one, and so on and so forth down the line. So we like Justin said, for a long time we've just been critiquing it and, you know, putting back to the drawing board and trying to get it to do something different the next time around, and, you know, a little bit slicker, a little less slicker, a little more, you know, pull and lift and all that stuff. So yeah, we really we're really proud of this because of the amount of time and effort and work that we put in, and what our German counterparts are able to do in our Una headquarters. So we're super proud of it, and you know, I think you guys are gonna really like it, and the price point is absolutely excellent at $19.99 a bottle. I don't think we mentioned that yet, right?
Yeah, $19.99.
1 liter is $19.99.
$19.99 a bottle.
So
you know, another nice thing is it's actually available for pre-order right now on theradcompany.com, and that's pretty awesome. So you guys, if you want this, it is available right now on theradcompany.com for pre-order. Now note, this will not ship for a couple weeks due to landing and all that, you know, time frame. So it is available. It is, if you want it first, and you want to make sure it doesn't sell out, it's available right now for pre-order on the site, theradcompany.com. And it's not available for the discount, however, but you will be one of the first to have this product in hand, and you'll make sure that you're actually going to have it before it sells out. Diego, what do you think, man? I know, so easier. You know, Diego is somewhat new to the rinseless game. So, you know, this experience for him is slightly different than, you know, most people, because he's new to the rinseless game. So what do you think?
Well, you'd be surprised. There's a lot of times that you know, in the past where we have to hurry up and put through a lot of motorcycles. I do a lot of work for Harley Davidson, Panama City, shout out to them. And we do hundreds of bikes, and we need to get them out, and not everyone we can wash. So this is just going to be an easy transition to put in there and get the rinseless done, and then polish them up and get them right outside. Because
sure,
we have to burn up and get them out as soon as possible. So this is just a fantastic way to get it out there.
Yeah, 100%. So what kind of questions do we have right now, Andrew, on Rapid as we're going through this?
Well, I mean, we could start off with Eddie wanting to see in the bucket.
Yeah. We need more information.
We'll get to the questions.
We need towels.
As they're compiling some questions, They're just going to continue to wash the car. If we have time, we're actually going to try to use alkali wheel cleaner as well on these tires, because as I'm looking at them right now, they're pretty rough. So if we have time, we're going to run some alkali wheel on the wheels and tires here as well. Any questions now, guys? Any questions?
Can you hear us, Justin?
Yeah, we got to know if you can hear us first.
I can hear you.
Okay, if you can hear us, then we got questions for you. We got a boatload of them.
But
yeah,
Justin
I can't hear questions, so Jason's answering questions.
Oh, okay.
Thanks, Jason.
Justin, you have your earpiece in, buddy.
Oh, Justin, yeah. Checking on it. All right, so first of all, they wanted to see inside the bucket, because that's always a thing with rinseless.
Inside the bucket, the towel itself, let's show them what the stuff does.
So they want to see inside the bucket and the towel itself. And
I'm gonna give you guys a clear bucket too.
Okay, Gabe's getting us a clear bucket, so bear with us on that one. Okay. Let us prep for that answer, and maybe we can do another question in the meantime.
Yeah, well, I can definitely do this question. Corey H. asking, can this rinseless be diluted to waterless strength?
Can this rinseless be diluted to waterless strength?
Sure. 128 to 1, more like a detail spray type. You can go with that dilution.
And I was definitely seeing several comments from folks about high heat and like a concern about that, because with other products, soap, you don't want drying on it. But with rinseless, as we've learned over the years, depending on the makeup of the rinseless, there are quite a few that are actually safe to use in like direct sunlight and stuff like that. Obviously, it's not the best scenario to use it in, but I had Joey on here. He was saying he was using it like in hot, steaming direct sunlight, and it was fine. So we have a detailer in Arizona who was kind of wondering, would it hold up in the crazy Arizona summer?
Absolutely. Okay, so and even on the old East Coast humid side, too. We're in Georgia, and Diego's in Florida, right? So this stuff it's got to work for us, too, right? So,
I mean, you're Georgia and stuff, it gets hot. It's humid. I definitely think these guys thought about that before just going and throwing a product out there.
Well, exactly. And like they said, it took a long time to get through this. A lot of us said no many different times, even though we didn't necessarily all agree on it until this last round here. So we're excited about it. We're happy with it. You'll notice once they get the bucket too, it's a much more clear solution, if you will, when it's in the water, so you can actually see the dirt that's being removed and coming off.
And I should have gotten a better look when they were pouring it in there, but how's the viscosity? Is it
thicker, so it looks a little thicker, but that's what I'm saying. It kind of I don't want to say dissipate. It's not dissipating, but
it's not dissipating.
The water still looks like you could see through the water to see what it's actually doing.
It vanishes fairly quickly from the eye.
It's not hiding whether there's dirt or not.
Okay,
if that makes sense, I guess.
But
cleaning power was definitely the focus. So of course there's still slickness, but cleaning power was what we felt mattered the most approaching this.
Okay, so I would ask, what was like mission number one when you were first thinking about, okay, we're going to make a rinseless. There's a lot of rinseless out there. How do we stand out?
Well, almost mission number one was scent for Anthony, obviously.
Oh, well, that's fair.
We had to make sure it compatible.
Well, it can't was compatible. Because, I mean, if you're using a product and you're that close with it the whole time, it's got to smell good, or else you're just going to be sitting there going, chemicals.
User experience. But no, like I said, number one was cleaning power, for sure. Of course, we want the slickness factor. We want to have that feeling of it's slick and it's not, dragging down the side of the car, of course. But number one was absolutely doing what it's supposed to do. Clean. No. That was the focus.
It looks like it's doing its job right now. And some people were asking, why are you cleaning on a white car? Because this question always goes, why are you cleaning a clean car? Why are you using a white car to demonstrate products? It was to show the car was dirty.
Yes. And
that car does get dirty.
Sometimes cars are they're not the easiest thing to come by when you have a week full of needing cars.
That's
also,
right. You got to cycle them through. You got to keep it interesting.
And guys around here keep their cars clean. So
same one. Yeah, imagine that. It's kind of an epidemic around
But yeah, it's so you could see it. It's so you could see kind of also it's not always the best, but it's so you could see kind of how that the product shoots down and encapsulates and does the things that it's supposed to do.
Yeah.
So. Yeah, that's why, and then also, of course, it's German. It's a German car, so that was part of it too.
That probably didn't hurt either. So yeah, Eddie pointing out mango tea. That's the general scent.
Okay,
the closest
I'll take
you could probably describe it. Or Mandarin iced tea is what Joey's known out here. So if you can imagine what that smells like, you're pretty close.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yep. And let me see here. I'm going to go to the questions I was saving from earlier.
Perfect.
And then we can tackle those while the guys are working.
Yeah.
And, I mean, you can full screen the guys doing the work. They want to watch that, but they can hear us talk. That might work
perfect.
best. So let me go back here. Oh, so he saw 50-1. I believe that was in reference to the foam, was it not?
Yes, hydrofoam is 50-1.
Yes. Back to hydrofoam.
Yes,
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, sorry, not to mix up products. That one just came up there. So, yes, to clarify, that was what he said. Now, okay, we'll get Wes out there. Wes really, really loves the spray heads on your bottles.
I saw that earlier.
And he wants to know if he can just, like, get an empty bottle with the spray head. Or
I think, was he the one that was talking about the curved hats, too?
Might have been.
Like we might need to get him a curved hat and a spray bottle.
Yeah.
I think the first question is, are we talking about the black and white, or are we talking about the one that comes on the bottle, the silver? That'd be the first step.
Okay.
So if we get that answer, then I can answer it a little bit better. But right now, you know, we kind of like, we'll bring some in case something breaks or something, you know, someone needs to swap one or buy it.
Sure.
Know, but we haven't really ever done like the silver ones as a SKU.
Okay.
But it's definitely not off the table. I mean, like anything, if we get enough requests behind something,
I think there's enough people out there who just appreciate a good quality spray head. And yes, there are a lot of products we carry out there. KCX has some of our very favorite spray heads, so that's It's definitely something to point out.
Noted.
Doing a good job. Now, Andrew here, I'm going to have you talk to Andrew in the comments because he doesn't understand why rinseless washes are so popular. And I thought it's more than fair to try and address this stuff. It's not controversial to not like a rinseless or prefer foam or whatever the case may be. Just why are people interested? I think he's just asking, like, from a genuine place. Why? I don't get it.
Well, I think, you know, first you kind of look at it, and we can get into, you know, a million different ways, right? But, I mean, first you got to, in my opinion, you kind of look at the soap foam side of things, the you know, the bucket wash side of things, the waterless, the rinseless. You know, it for me, I think it comes down to what fits what you're looking for.
Well, and I also want to clarify, like, rinseless and waterless, people conflate the two a lot, but to me, waterless is essentially glorified quick detailing. We just separate that out completely. I understand there's more to it than that, but for the purposes of this conversation, we're strictly talking about rinseless, which involves adding water to product.
Waterless would be like wash and finish, which is ready to go.
It's all in the bottle.
Could you dilute it? Sure, but it's ready to go.
And you go through product way faster.
Yeah, of course.
Rinseless, the whole point is like efficiency. But to my mind, just all the experience we've got with rinseless, and got well over a decade at this point, we trust it. On delicate surfaces. You see a lot of these guys out there, I wouldn't trust that. I'd only foam or use soap. And it's like, I swear that the soap just often has like a placebo effect on people's brain. Like they think because they see bubbles, froth, all that stuff, it means I'm protected. You know, the surface is protected while I'm working on it. When really, rinseless is doing as good or oftentimes a better job.
Also, you're conditioned your entire life to be in the shower with soap and shampoo, and it foams and bubbles, and you know, I feel like that's part of it too. It's like that's equals clean. But yeah, no, I think it's a great product for when you are looking for that exact use out of it, and to add some water to it, and to go to town like these guys are doing, out of a foamer with the sponge, whatever, or not a foamer, sprayer, and with a sponge, and you know, getting the clean with a very minimal amount of effort.
Right, and I believe I heard Justin or Jason wanted to speak up about that.
Yeah, I was just for the Andrew Burke question. Another thing to think about is, you know, the sustainability factor of the amount of water we use to wash this car right now. I mean, it's only 4 gallons, and there's still a ton left. And you know, for guys that are in certain areas of the country or in the U.S. where, you know, the weather's super hot, or you know, you can't be washing a car and letting that soap and all that stuff go down the drain where you're at. I mean, you guys seen in the video before we started, Justin was in the middle of the mountains and was able to wash off some dirt on the car. So I think that's another kind of cool piece that brings, you know, an answer to Andrew's question for the why. You know, think about that factor too.
Yeah, and like I have Zerk here commenting, some people might need to understand that we don't all have a house with a hose. Maybe we live in an apartment complex. Rinseless is good for maintenance washes. And I do hear this argument come up a lot, and it's true. It's definitely a factor there. But I also don't want people to think that somehow rinseless is a terrible compromise and foam is always the default and needs to be the answer. Around here, at least where we are, with the weather we have, the temperatures we have, the general climate, we find rinseless is our go-to for regular washes. Anytime, all the time. Just because it takes a step out of the process. It's just as safe to our eyes. And I just don't see any good reason not to do it when, foam is fun. If we're shooting a video, chances are it's going to be foam because the audience at home loves that. And I get it. People watching videos are like, rinseless is boring to watch. But when you're actually washing stuff yourself, rinseless just makes sense. Anyway, you can add to that.
No,
I'm just kind of spouting here.
And I mean, GSF is our baby, right? I mean, that helped KCX get off the ground, right? And got into the hearts and homes of many.
Loves Gentle Snow.
And so it's got a special place, right? And there's a use for it. But I think it's time to talk about that bucket while they're showing that part there.
Yeah, so as you guys seen, we took the wash bucket we were using, dumped it in a clear one, so you're able to. Sorry, it took a few minutes, but for you're able to see just how much dirt was basically lifted off of that sponge.
Yeah, so I mean, it's showing good. It's not like it's black or anything. You're not getting a ton of dirt, and all the larger particles and such, are moving down to the bottom, and so it's staying cloudiness where it's cleaner on the top side. So it keeps it safe because you're taking the bigger particles, they're pulling them down. So that's why it's safe. And then another thing, like Andrew was saying with the foaming aspect of things, it's all about lubrication really. And the lubrication factor of a foam and then the rinseless. Without the lubrication, then that's going to be where it's unsafe. So, but the nice thing is that was rapidly fast, obviously. So we're done with our rinseless wash. So the nice thing now is we are going to get to show you a few more products because these wheels are so bad. So I went ahead and actually diluted alkali wheel cleaner into the IK foamer here. I didn't actually, it's like a 6-to-1, it's not a 5-to-1 because I was only using the cap. So it's about a 6-to-1 dilution in this. But Jimmy, if you want to come on over, we'll foam these wheels down. If we get the pressure washer one.
Now let's remember, this is Justin's pride and joy now. This is his baby, this product now.
He's rocking that Grand Ambassador sash,
I think he uses it every day. I'm not sure on what else it goes on in his life, but he uses it every day and talks about it every day since it's been here.
I do. All right, so I mean, these are pretty hammered. They really are. But we're just going to foam it on here.
While he's doing that, Diego, we've had quite a few comments on your apron. And needing that apron in the lives of many.
Yeah.
So Jamie, if you want to come down and get a closer look here. So we've got it immediately foaming up, obviously, and then it's taking that brown and pulling it out of the surface. Something some people say is, well, yeah, it's tire blooming or something like that, but tire blooming still causes a brown tire. Do you want a brown tire? I don't. So this is taking all the dirt and, going and pulling that off the surface first. And then when we do our initial rinse, we'll see exactly how much it actually took away prior to contact. So in my, as Andrew says, in my demoing and trying this out constantly, I find that this initial pre-foam really gets rid of most on the tire. Whenever I go to scrub, after it's gonna brown up again, and then on that last, I like hitting it two or three times technically, because that third time you can really see if there's any, browning or dirt or debris still on the tire, and see if it's took off all the silicone or previous dressings of something.
And Justin, what's the smell you're experiencing right now?
Honestly, I don't smell anything right now. So
I agree. Yeah.
So Derek was concerned.
Yeah. No, I agree. It's not like what you're.
It's not an iron.
Yeah, it's not an iron removing, a ferrous removing style wheel cleaner. It's the alkalinity is what's doing all that cleaning. Nice. So.
Now remember, this is not a 1-to-1. A lot of these type products you mix them 1-to-1 or use them straight. This is 6-to-1. So just imagine if you did use it all the way down to 1-to-1. It's crazy, crazy strong. So I would stick with that 5-to-1 is really, I think, that good spot. Diego, if you want to go ahead and rinse this initial off. and you want to really get in after the pre-foam there, as I call it. Getting in the spokes, it really knocks down everything that you're going to have to hit with contact because you're going to get rid of it. I'm actually going to let Diego clean these wheels and tires where I can talk about it because I can't do two things at once. All right, Diego, I'm going to let you hammer out. So like I said, initial foam up on this, it really breaks down everything before contact. So as Diego goes here, you're going to see it browning a lot less than it did on the first run. And then after the contact wash, when we rinse, you shouldn't see any. So Diego, if you would, just go ahead and, you can go ahead and start right now. We've already did a pre-foam, so you don't really need to let it soak or dwell any longer right now.
And for everyone asking the apron question, apparently it seems as Diego's keeping those in the technical department only.
Yeah, technical department. Yeah.
Have to attend the training to be eligible to get the apron. I think between the apron and Hunter's shorts, I think they're wondering how the apron would look with Hunter's shorts as well.
I do believe it would look very nice.
Yeah, I think so.
You were commenting down to the inseam, man. It was getting crazy. Now, I did want to throw this out there, just tying to the rinseless wash thing while you're also doing wheels and tires. Wes here, my only issue with rinseless is the wheels and tires. I feel like you at least need a hose. Now, some people already countered that in the comments saying you really don't if you pre-spray, which is generally our methodology. Yeah. You just attack it with a stronger product, and then when it's time, you go back on it with a rinseless, and you can just follow up with a brush or whatever you're comfortable with.
Yeah.
Unless I'm missing something you want to add.
No, yeah. Again, it's what you need it for and how you're using it, and yes, there's never the perfect,
sure,
one solution fits all necessarily always. So if there's something that you're more comfortable with and needing a hose for wheels, then by all means, if you have that and you're able to use that versus someone who isn't, then of course.
Well, and I definitely feel like I've been saying this all week, but usually it comes down to using common sense. Use your brain.
Yep.
If you think the rinseless is going to be somewhat short for working on a wheel or a tire, maybe something's really caked in, baked in, obviously there are products to handle that. You pre-spray, you wait a little bit, and then you go back with the rinseless to do the final clean, rinse off, you're done.
Yeah.
And I say rinseless and I say rinse off, but you understand what I mean.
Yeah.
So like in the video we played right before this, when I was up in the mountains, obviously I cleaned the wheels. The wheels were more, they weren't like caked on mud. It was more the same as like the actual paint, dusty, loose dirt, and that type of thing. Like if it's a muddy wheel, you're obviously not going to clean it with a rinseless and a sponge. And cleaning a tire with a rinseless, well, you're not going to get the greatest results. But you can, for a maintenance wash, or to keep your car clean, throughout the week. Cleaning a wheel with rinseless is perfectly fine and easily achievable to have a clean wheel.
And there we go. I was actually going to check in with you, Andrew, because Eddie was asking here about what your baseline was when originally developing the rinseless.
Yeah. So obviously, there's always a competitive landscape that you look at and approach, right? And so we bring things in to our lab and our setting over in Germany and use and talk about the things that we like and don't like in other products, right? And trying to create that silver bullet, the magic formula of being the best. You can call it or say whatever you want to about it, but we take those things and we take our favorite parts of it and we say this is what we want, and then they go to work. And it's an interesting test process too, because we've got obviously water in Germany and water in the U.S. and likes in Germany and likes in the U.S. and it's very different. So you kind of go through that process, and there was times where they were experiencing things that we weren't, or vice versa. So we had to kind of come together on what made the most sense on a global scale. But obviously, we had a lot of pull because we were the driving force behind the product. But obviously, there's popular products out there that people like and reasons they like them. So we went after the best parts of those and tried to bring together and put under the same roof in ours. So
no, excellent. And then I've got. Oh, go ahead.
Real quick, Dane. So basically, I just wanted to show. So this is obviously the third foam of this tire, but I just want to show the effect of now it's no longer pulling from the tire because the tire is clean. So now it's just foam. So, you've done a great job. You've cleaned the tire to its best look there. So we're going to rinse that off, though.
Wes with a good one there. Justin, you'll like this one, and I think you'll agree.
Yeah. Now, Wes here wanted to know, Dane, can you ask them what product is in the bug cleaner in the blue line? Because that cleans tires amazing.
So it does. It really does. And people, if you notice in the blue line, there's no actual product for on the diagram for tires, but it is the insect and dirt remover.
It removes tires too, huh?
It is a completely different product than anything else we have. So it has a citrus base to it as well. But it is a great product. Actually, it's another one of my favorites.
You tried to change the name.
I try to change the name of everything, but no, I'm just kidding. No, like I use this quite often now. Like this is really took the place of a lot of product in my line, or in the KCX line. That's a really good all-around, bugs, tires. It just does so much. So I really do like that product. Well, we did the tires and wheels. We did a rinseless on it. To be honest, we still have, I honestly think that we might be able to show off some hydrofoam action real fast.
Yeah?
I had some requests for that in the comments, so if you guys are good, they want a demo.
Okay, let's do it real fast.
While they do that, want to just keep the questions rolling?
Yeah, absolutely.
Do my best to answer them, maybe?
Here, so yeah, help me out on these. We've got... Okay,
yes,
so we've
Ryan.
gone over the hate for rinseless and the love for rinseless all over the map.
Of course.
But they wanted to see that bucket and see if the dirt made its way to the bottom, because that's a thing for the rinseless bros out there.
Yep, it's got to pull it down.
So if we can get a closer look at the bucket for the folks at home, they might want to see that while I pull up this next question.
And
go ahead.
I was going to say, and look, we brought you more than rinseless, okay?
Yes,
it wasn't just one big rinseless reveal. We brought you more. We brought other options,
for those
including
of us who
SO3.
want it, it's awesome. And we
didn't come empty-handed or just with one handful. We came with multiple products for you guys.
Something for
We're excited. We came with the Project X wagon, with the destroyed Mercedes wagon we're fixing, and so we brought more than just rinseless.
Absolutely.
So let's remember that too.
Corey Mack here asking, is the Christmas snow foam coming back? That smell is off the charts.
100%. And we brought way too little of it
they were fans?
last year.
All right.
So yes, we hope to fulfill those needs even further this year. Yes.
All right, excellent. And Jason, this is a good question for KCX. When will it be available in Europe? I think this is in reference to any of these new products.
That is a tough one, I think, for us to answer, just because we don't.
Right. Yeah. Because
I know like rinseless. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Jay and Justin may be able to answer too. I think that's a little delayed, if at all. But I don't quote me on that. We fight, and I don't mean that we don't care about the rest of the world. Of course we do, but we fight to get the products that we want to see here in the U.S. Here in the U.S. and Canada, Mexico, and then the rest of the globe is up to other people in our organization to get the products there.
So that's a question reserved for those guys.
Yeah.
So I'm not just on my phone right now. I'm actually on a dilution calculator, Omni calculator that helps me with my dilution ratio. So.
Awesome, Grandpa Ambassador.
He's like busy making a post.
I'm posting over here, okay?
Agreed on the wagons, and more importantly,
I was going to say, Neil,
go Braves.
You're thanking TRC, which I love, because I definitely am a voice for hatchbacks and wagons and long roofs around here. But credit goes to Andrew and the guys over there, because X-Wagon is definitely cool too. I want to throw that out there. We need more love for the estates, wagons, hatchbacks, all that.
And again, go Braves.
Yeah.
So,
Go Braves. Diego's going to actually go ahead and show you the properties that's on the vehicle right now. So he's going to do a rinse down on the hood. So if you want to just go ahead and rinse the hood down, that way we can see the actual water behavior currently.
And I know
Rick's got the right attitude.
There we go. I love it.
I don't stop buying products. I keep buying more garage cabinets.
I guess I'll start. We need to start carrying cabinets too then.
Well, yeah, I mean,
KCX cabinets.
If one feeds the other.
So what you're seeing right now is basically the hydrophobics that you're going to get from the rinseless. Now, like I said, this is very light, so it's It's very lightly on the hood. You know, it's going to give you just a little bit of protection, easily, you know, doable to get it off with a panel prep or whatnot. But as you see how it is right now, then we're going to hit it with hydrofoam right now, and I'll show you how much different this looks.
And while they're hitting that, I don't know where it was, but I did see a question about training in Atlanta.
Yeah,
that will be starting up.
Could get some
so it'll be at Dawsonville at Atlanta Motorsports Park, the racetrack.
Okay.
And that'll start up soon. So keep an eye on our social media for those comments and dates that are coming out. And yes, there will be classes, you know, for the public. There will be classes for professionals. It'll be, as Diego kind of mentioned early on, there will be a bunch of different options and lengths, and of course our wonderful friends and part of the family now at Colorlock will also be a part of that with some other awesome things. So yes, it'll be starting in Atlanta, and then we'll do some other locations as well. But it will be starting up soon.
We love to hear it.
So as you can see, it's already taken the hydrophobic effect like to an extreme. Really, it's pulling it, and it's rejecting it basically off the car. I think this side actually had a little more protection on it than this one, because you can see that it's sort of sitting more. So that might be a good comparison once Diego rinses it off. But you only have to keep this on for 30 seconds, and you're good to go. So you basically foam the whole car down and go ahead and start rinsing it, and that's all you have to do. So Diego's going to rinse off.
Yeah, it looks like grains on a leaf.
Yes, indeed.
Definitely.
So you see the water's just literally just running right off the vehicle now. You have, roughly 3 to 4 months of protection is what we find is a good longevity for this product after a lot of testing here in the U.S. market. But it really is phenomenal, and you're going to be really excited to try this. I promise. But yeah, I think we have a few minutes left, but let's go ahead and finish this up and get some questions, more questions if needed.
Of course. Well, for you, I want to ask, Joey is asking here, does hydrofoam perform well in direct sun? Once again, the direct sun question. Should I do half the car at a time, or can I do all of it?
No, I would go ahead and just do the whole car, because it's literally sitting on the car for seconds, you're not letting it dwell for 5 minutes.
Sure.
It's 30 second. The time you can go around a whole car should only be about 30 seconds, really. Then you just go ahead and take the cannon off, rinse it down, so you don't really need to worry about the sun, affecting it or anything.
Sure. And as far as questions go, this one's kind of out there, but they're just asking, do you have a dedicated water spot remover, or is there a product that would be recommended for that purpose?
Dedicated, not necessarily dedicated. We have FSE, which is finished spray exterior, that really helps in the drying process for eliminating any new water spots, not stuff that's been there for 6 months, a year, that's really etched into the paint. It's more for the new water spotting. And then I would say probably
reactivation shampoo if you're washing. Yeah. That's an acid base to a soap, so that could help with water spots that were already there, like he was just saying.
Yeah.
And
the
of
other
course,
side
polishing
of it.
compound.
Hey, there you go. Then I got Andrew here, not you, Andrew. This Andrew. Why use the wheel cleaner in the foamer and not the sprayer? What chemicals can be used with the foamer?
So let's talk first question first. Why use the wheel cleaner? You can obviously use both. Not a big deal. You can use the sprayer or you can foam it. I like to foam it personally because you're actually gaining more dwell time due to the foaming aspect, sitting and not running as fast as just a sprayer would. Diego's already foaming up some more car back here.
I don't think anybody's mad about it. They're loving it.
It's too much fun.
It's too much fun. Diego, we're going to rinse this off. We have 5 minutes. And we're going to water behavior. Oh, well, there. Look, check that out. So second part of that question, honestly, any alkaline, great foaming capability. So, alkalines, the soaps, alkaline wheel, it is, on the wheel side of things, but it's a high alkaline product. So anything that's a high alkaline is a great foaming product. Reactivation shampoo does foam great too. Just you're not going to get that thick foam like you would with alkalines. So
now here's a question for Super Auto that I find interesting, because it's kind of niche, but I think a lot of people run into it if they're trying, because a lot of people like using rinseless. In many cases, they can use it on almost any surface of the car, inside, outside. They use it all over. So Super Auto is asking, how does RRW work on interior windshields when coating with a new car material gassing? So basically, you got a new car, it's off gassing off the plastics, all that kind of stuff. So the windows are up. Is it going to be okay on that?
I mean, I don't see why it wouldn't. That's actually a very unique question. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, typically you can use this, as a window cleaner. I still probably prefer a glass cleaner over it, but it works great. It doesn't leave water, water spotting or anything like some do on the market. And another nice thing that I didn't mention earlier is you can spray the whole vehicle down, honestly, and if it may show a polymer spot, but it's easily when you wipe over it with a sponge, that's going to dissipate and be gone. So.
Okay. And then, this is a fun one. Who doesn't love a little bit of swag? Let's see. Love New York Anna 86. At least I think I got that right. When will KCX release extended merchandise products in Europe/USA, like T-shirt, hoodies, jackets? You guys always do have some pretty fly-looking stuff, so it's a natural question to ask.
It's like sometimes like moving mountains.
Okay.
So it's difficult, but
not easy.
We have big plans. We have big ideas, and there's a lot of stuff that we do like that we're hoping to make more. Of course, here in the U.S., we all know that people like to be a part of that and to show off and have that swag side of it. So which we all love as well. So yeah, we definitely want it, and we're working on it. But I don't have any like specific dates. I know Justin's more than excited to have more of that too.
Hey, I love that stuff. So
no, that's awesome. And as far as like training goes, Bruce says, count me in for training in an apron. Neil White was the one who was asking in Georgia any training for classes of the general public.
Yep.
Then we've got, okay, you know what? This one, always got to address this one. We already kind of talked about it, but Andrew was the one who was a little skeptical of rinseless. Is there a higher risk of scratching with rinseless than there is with traditional soap?
Question is no, and that's due to the lubrication factors. And like I said earlier, you're not washing a vehicle that's completely covered in mud with rinseless, because then yes, you're going to need to spray that down with a pressure washer and eliminate some of that and do a pre-wash on it. The rinseless side of things is more for maintenance and keeping your car clean throughout the week, and that type of thing. So, but yeah, lubrication is the key with the anti-scratching and the soaps and rinselesses and whatnot.
Yeah, and I think people get hung up on the rinseless thing as if there's like hard and fast rules about how you're allowed to use a rinseless, and it's like just pre-spray any spots that are too heavily soiled, and then all it's doing is eliminating that final rinse step. That's the purpose, because at that point you're dealing with a mostly cleaned off car just with the actual cleaning you're doing.
Yeah.
So, all right, next up we need to sell Yeti buckets and clear buckets apparently. Let's see. This, Jeff C. was asking, concentrate pH of 4. What is it when it's diluted? I think that was in reference to the rinseless.
Yeah, and you are going to get to that. So I'll tell you this. So the pH of 4 is on the acidic side, which makes the water softer. That's the whole purpose of that. But as you dilute it down, you're going to reach that more neutral level, because you got to think you're only putting very, very little into the dilution of this product. So you're going to increase that pH to more neutral.
Sure.
Well, it's that 10 times table, so that 10 drops at a point, 100 then drops at another point. So, I guess raise in that case, but it's getting you closer and closer.
It's moving.
Yeah.
And of course, then always with the availability questions is kind of tricky. In this case, Canada.
Yes.
Do we have an answer for that?
Yep.
Okay, so yes, very straightforward. Then I go down to, Joey just says he's going to buy 5 liters of GFX the second it's available, so you can count on that.
It'll have to be 5 bottles, but nonetheless, you'll still get your 5 liters.
It'll happen. I trust him. Let's see. So moving down the line, I've got, this one also with the rinseless, it's the battle, right? It's the I want foam, I want rinseless.
Thumb down.
He's not saying it's not as good. He's just saying it's not as fun. But who says rinseless can't be fun? I mean, it's fun for the person doing the work, right?
Hey, I drove up a mountain 2 hours to do a rinseless washing. It was a lot of fun, I promise.
I believe Justin. Justin knows how to have
and
fun.
teach his own.
All right, then I've got, okay, this one's more of a suggestion from Wes, who's a big fan of your stuff. He's saying maybe color code your drive-through car wash products. It's making it seem like you're coming out with the same product over and over. Aesthetics are a matter of taste, but what do you have to say about that?
We're talking bottle, right?
I think he's talking
actual bottle. Yeah. So you're our browns, which or golds, whatever you know that field there is like protector wax, right? Which is very different than the color of SO3, as you can see. So it does help signify it a little bit between tunnel and not.
Maybe if you could speak a little to the color coding.
Yeah. I guess we'll
for those who are new.
Yeah. So and this is in the order. The only thing we're missing is our glass cleaner royal blue, because it's just a little bit lower, so we put it back there, or our true blue cobalt blue, whatever you want to call it.
Close enough.
So, but this is the order of our periodic table as well. So each color signifies something. So our lime green is our alkalines, our reds are our acids or acid-like products, right? So there's a meaning behind each of those colors, which does help that color coding idea of what you're talking about. And Justin, Jay, if you have anything else to add to it too.
It's very easily explained on the website. So just go to Koch-Chemie.com and it explains all 10 items and,
Yeah, remember, pre-order for Rapid Rinseless is available right now at theradcompany.com. Go grab a bottle before it sells out. Hope you guys enjoyed. We appreciate it. Thank you to the Rad Company for allowing us to be on here. And thank you, Hunter, for allowing, using your expertise over there with your
and those calves.
Washing.
Thanks so much, guys. We really appreciate it. All right.
Thank you,
Dane.
No, absolutely. Well, next up here, we've got none other than our friends of leather, Colourlock. Let's see what they're about.
Wow. So not only did you guys clean the interior, but you used some of the Koch-Chemie line to clean the exterior.
Yeah, we can do both now.
Yeah, now we've got, Lars from Colorlock, you guys, and you may have heard back at SEMA 2024, the brands combined.
Yes, correct.
And so now it is a KCX Colourlock. So Lars is here. We got Brian in the studio along with Andrew in there to help answer some questions for you guys. But Lars, what are we going to be working on today?
I want to show how quick we can fix a cigarette burn or a hole in a leather.
Yep.
So if you know how to do it, then you can do this job in 20 minutes, maybe 30 minutes. That's the idea.
Yeah.
It's always risky to do a live demo in front of a camera, so sometimes you need a little bit more time, but I hope I can make it.
Well, I tried to find some decent leather for you to work on. So hopefully we can get that done. But one of the great things is, like we said, with the new KCX program and what they talked about with Diego was that new master's level, and guys being able to, and detailers being able to come in and take that Colourlock training. And Brian is doing that. He's going around the country doing and hosting leather repair training. So if you want to learn how to do this stuff, or maybe you want to add this to your own arsenal at your own detail shop, or maybe this becomes you only want to do this. This can be a profession. You've got guys all over the world that specialize in this.
Yeah, specialize in this. And yeah, the very, very nice thing is that we have now the full range. So we have the full range of Colourlock in one house and the KCX products in one house. So if you want a training with Diego and Brian, that is something what is possible. So you can have both things in 1 week, for example. So and you have the full products in 1 week, and our products are many times at the rack company available, but not the full range, of course. The nice thing now with the warehouse from KCX in Atlanta, so the products are also very soon easy to get in the US.
Yeah,
so
that'll be really nice to be able to have that.
Goal for this marriage.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Well, show us. Let's get started. Let's see what we can do here.
Yeah. One thing is before what I saw here, because a lot of people like to clean a seat with steaming or with a lot of water. I hope you can see it on the camera. Before I start with the hole, you see this waves here, or the little bit hills. This is something what has happened when leather get too much water. So the pH is going over 7 or over 8, and it's swelling, and when it's dry too fast, then you have this kind of damages. And this is also a typical damage what you can get when you use a steaming.
Okay, so if you're using a steam cleaner, you end up you can almost oversaturate the leather. And most people think that, oh, well, I'm using steam and it cleans very easily and I'm not using a lot of water, but you're still inducing a ton of liquid or too much heat.
Yeah, it's heat, but the moisture is a main product, a main issue, because the balance between grease, collagen, and moisture, you change it when you put water dust inside, and then you can have this kind of damage. That was
damages
the
collagen in the leather.
About it, but I just saw it at the seat. Maybe it gets some rain.
Well, and that's something that we've been. I know there's a lot of detailers that clean with steam and think that steam's safe. Steam is safe on plastics,
absolutely,
on carpets,
absolutely,
on those types of surfaces, maybe seatbelt material, but it's not safe on leather.
Yeah, exactly.
You can use it on upholstery, so you can clean your carpets and your upholstery, but
I like to work with a steamer. It's a very, very nice tool, and it's very efficient. But on leather, be careful, or maybe don't use it, because leather don't like so much water, and that is exactly what you can see here. And the question is then, is it fixable?
Yeah.
Not really.
Yeah.
So
like you said, there's 3 ingredients. What are those 3 ingredients in leather? You said.
Yeah, it's a grease, moisture, and the collagen.
Moisture and collagen.
Collagen. What is the leather himself?
Yeah.
Yeah, and when you change the balance of these 3 parts, then you change the material.
The chemistry of it, basically.
Yes. And then you damage it.
Okay.
And if it's in this condition, then probably it is fixable, but sometimes it's worse than this, and then it's not fixable.
Yeah, you can't really add more collagen or more grease into it, usually.
No, you can't do.
So that's a good rule of thumb, something good to know, and that's one of the reasons that that Colourlock uses the foaming bottles.
Yes.
That's why you see in all your videos you apply it to the actual brush
always to
first.
the application, to a sponge or to a brush or to a cloth or a microfiber, whatever, something like this. Never put it directly on the seat, and especially not on a perforated seat like this, because then the moisture have a better entrance, of course, and it can suck easier inside.
Perfect. Okay.
So yeah, just because I saw this here on the seat, I was thinking,
good information.
Talk about this, but the main thing is now fixing this hole here. If it's a real, so I cut it.
Yeah. Just use some scissors.
But if it's a real cigarette burn, for example, then you have to cut around all these hard parts.
All the burned area.
The brown area, so then you have to cut it out. That's the first thing. And then we always start with cleaning, of course. I don't clean now the whole seat because I don't want to make it too boring for you guys. But I want to show you how to clean this area, what we work today on it. And the idea of the brush is not that you
scrub hard
on it, so you just can go gentle.
You let the brush do the work.
Yeah, let the product work, and not the pressure on it. By the way, this brush is certified by some OEMs, but also we did in an official institute of leather and vinyl testings in Germany. We gave them the brush also to testing if it has any negative effect on it, and the result was what we hope it is. It has no negative effect on it. If you get paint off, so if you clean and you wipe it and you get paint off, then it is because the clear coat, the top coat, the original one is already gone.
Yeah.
So then it's absolutely time to do something for it. So if you get color off, it doesn't have, the reason is not the mild or strong leather cleaner or the brush. The reason is that the
clear coat's gone. It's just like polishing paint. If you try to polish something that doesn't, or the clear coat's peeled, you're going to get color on your pad.
Yes.
And it's because that clear coat has failed, and not because it's a single stage paint job. But like Lars was just saying, that's usually what happens. Some people think they need to be very, very delicate with leather, but leather can actually handle quite a bit of friction.
Yeah.
And so having this stiff bristle brush helps, especially to get in those cracks, crevices, nooks, and crannies. This is pretty much the best leather brush ever created in the world, I think.
Yeah, I think.
But it is true, and like you said, he's had that tested, and it is certified by certain OEMs to be used on their leather, to care for it. So
yeah, so also very often is the question why you have plastic fibers, why you don't use
like boar's hair or horsehair
or something like this. The reason is that the plastic fiber doesn't heat up so much like a natural fiber. And we don't want extra heat because we don't want to change the chemical how we clean with it.
Yeah.
So if you put heat on a mild or strong leather cleaner or a product from another company, maybe you will change it. Heat has an effect.
Yeah.
You know? So time, heat, pressure, all of this has an effect, and we don't want to heat it up. So that's why we use why we have a plastic fiber.
Yeah.
So we don't want to save money by us. So the reason is really that this works better than a horse brush. Yeah.
So now we got to clean.
So we clean it. Then we have to degrease it. We have a product called degreaser. So if we do a repair on a leather, we use a degreaser. If we do the same repair on a vinyl or on a plastic, a hard plastic, then we use a GLD. Okay. GLD is a solvent, well, it's not flammable or something like this, but still, you see it's already used.
Yeah.
GLD is a solvent who's opens the surface and make it ready.
Yeah, it makes it more porous, so that it can absorb.
Yeah, and that you don't have a peeling.
Yeah, right. You don't have the because sometimes people have seen and I know a lot of detailers that are in the industry or doing dealer work or something. They'll get a vehicle that has been previously repaired, and as soon as they put their cleaner on it, it'll peel the paint right off. And that's why Lars is saying that the GLD is great for when they should be using that for the repairs to clean the surface, because it opens those pores and allows the products to then absorb and actually bond better.
Yes,
so just like a ceramic coating, this is the panel prep that you're putting on to open that, make sure it accepts it.
And this is so if color is peeling, the preparation was not correct.
Right.
That is.
There we go.
So is this that's an issue from the technical guy or not from the product.
There you go.
Okay, so we clean, we degrease, and now we want to put a backlining cloth underneath, because we don't want that when we put some filler inside that we get a bounding to the foam.
Right.
Because
we want to create another, it's like a patch.
It's like a patch,
Yeah,
and the reason for this is that the foam is not, maybe sometimes it's a thin layer sticked on it, but normally the leather is flexible on the foam and can move back and forward.
Yeah.
That when you put like this,
when you sit on it, or
you sit on it, that you don't stretch it too much.
Yeah.
So we also don't want to fix this area with the foam, so we put this patch underneath.
Yeah.
Yeah. And we have two different patches, but I want to show today the Glutex patch.
Where's the camera? Over here, this one.
There's the camera.
Oh, we're back over here. Okay.
So over here. Okay. So the product called Glutex, and the nice one is on this there's already a glue on it. So you see the glossy side and the matte side, and on the glossy side is already a glue. What has a reaction with heat.
Okay.
So you don't
need it's heat activated.
Heat activated. Yeah. So you don't need any extra. You see here's a glossy one, and there's a matte side. So you need the glossy one, and the glossy one is what we want to stick on the leather.
Okay.
So we put it up.
So glossy side up.
Yeah, glossy side up. And this is very, very helpful, because then you don't need any extra glue, and you are 100% sure that you have everywhere on the patch glue.
Right.
Because already glue on it. Because if you put glue here,
and you don't have to worry about it making a mess, sliding it around, and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, and you can't see it, right?
Yeah.
So you have everywhere glue. This is a very nice thing on it. It's very thin and soft, so even after 1 or 2 years, it doesn't give a mark.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is also a very important thing. And we always cut it out round, because if you make it in
a square,
maybe then you can see a line. But when you cut it out round, then you don't see a line. You don't
see the impression.
So how to put it inside? So what I do, I take the patch and I take a needle, put this needle in the middle of the patch. That was at the middle. And then I stick it in the foam. Is okay? Yeah, like this, and then we have this nice
little dental tool.
Like this, and then I don't have to worry for the position, because it's fixed with a needle.
It's not going to run away on you. You're just going to tuck that up under the leather, so between the leather and the foam. So Lars is just using that little spatula tip on there. To be able to slide that up under.
That's what I mean. Normally I need 3 seconds for this, but live on camera I need a few minutes more. And then you have to make sure that it's very, very flat.
Yeah. So for those of you guys that have watched maybe Justin Pate's presentation with the vinyl, that is a same style tool. The difference is the one he was using had Teflon on it, so it's a little more paint friendly in the sense that it can glide, where this is the surgical stainless.
Yeah, but if you have this tool with the Teflon on it, you can use it also. You don't need.
So you can use the Teflon version of that tool as well. That's manufactured by Yellow Tools.
Yeah. I did also some testing with this tool. It works very nice.
Yeah. So as you can see, Lars just getting that guy placed in there. And then once it's going to be secured, we're going to add some heat to it.
Yes,
correct?
Exactly.
And that way it'll activate the glue, and then it can bond to the underside of the hide.
Exactly. Okay. Then go with the finger around testing. You will
make sure you don't have any ridges or bunches, a bunched up spot.
Yeah, exactly. And then try to get this very flat. If it's wavy or something, then pull it out and do it again.
Okay.
So because this wave will always show on the surface. And
it's like taking a piece of tape and then like duct tape, and then you stick it to the underside of your shirt, which we've been doing this week for folks to get their mics to stick. But when it does it, if you don't do it right, grabs your shirt and bunches it up, and so yeah, same kind of thing. We want to keep it as flat as possible so you don't notice it.
Yeah,
so.
exactly. Yeah, then just some heat. This is on 1,200. This is maybe a little bit too much. 450 is a good temperature for the European people who watching.
We're at 450 degrees Fahrenheit.
450 Fahrenheit, so 250, 280 Celsius. Just go a little bit over. You see that it changed from glossy to matte.
Yeah.
And then just press a little bit. And now don't press too hard, because when you press too hard, you stretch the hole, and the hole is bigger.
Yeah.
Than the patch underneath. And
yeah. We don't want to make it.
Then you have a bubble again.
Yeah.
So just a little bit. We heat it anyhow a few times more now with filling the filler and everything else. So if it's not completely bonding now, it's not an issue.
It'll bond later because we're going to keep adding heat.
Yes, exactly. Okay. So before we put the filler inside, we will use this time the leather and plastic paste, because this is the quickest filling product that we have. We need a grain copy, and we have a grain copy set.
So grain copy is the kind of the pattern of the leather.
Yes.
If you guys look closely at leather, and I'm sure Jimmy can probably zoom in close there and see, but you can kind of see the texture that the leather has, even on the smooth part. There is a grain texture, and so that's what Lars is going to make, is an impression of the grain, so that when we do our patch, we can then put that on there, and we have that same texture when we finish the repair.
Yes, and you don't have to do this patch every time, so you can use this patch multiple times. Right?
So we can maybe mark that one, put it in a bag and mark it and say infinity grain for maybe if we're working on an infinity later on, we have that and we can just copy and paste it.
Yeah, but this grain is also very similar to a Porsche.
Yeah.
For example, or the new BMW have also similar.
Yeah.
Grain, so you can use it also for this. It's not just for an Infiniti or a Nissan.
Yeah.
For the European people, we don't have Infiniti.
You don't. It's a Nissan.
It's a Nissan. So you can wait 15-20 minutes. It will dry by himself in room temperature. But
add a little heat and it goes faster.
Yeah, this heat goes faster. The only thing is, don't forget that you do this directly on your seat.
Yeah.
So don't overdo it with the heat.
Yeah. Because you don't want to damage the rest of the leather that you're working on.
So you just want to dry this. That's why I still have my hand there.
Yeah. Because it's not too hot.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you burn your skin, you probably burned the skin underneath it.
Yeah. Exactly. Okay. So I put a chill bar on it just to let it dry completely and suck out the heat.
So this is a piece of brass.
Yes.
And it's going to draw the heat out of that piece and put it up into the chill block, which is what we call it.
That helps that the material goes separate from this plastic foil, and then separate, of course, from the leather as well. Oh, Jimmy, you okay? Yeah, and then you see.
And we've got a little bit of texture on there.
And you don't have any stain.
Yeah.
You will have a stain if you do this on a Longhorn interior from Ram.
Oh,
or if you do it on this open pore leather.
Yeah.
Or if you do this on a, what is from Ford?
King Ranch.
King Ranch.
Yeah.
So if you need a grain making on a King Ranch or Longhorn, then do it on a piece what is hidden or not visible. Or better, use just a grain what is very similar to this, what you already have.
Yeah.
It's both are also very flat. The grain is not very rough normally, no?
Yeah, they're pretty smooth.
Yes. Okay, then we have this thermo pad here, or silicone pad.
Yeah, your thermo pad.
Where we put it on just to protect our hands from the heat. You will see later why this is necessary. And okay, so we have our tool to grain it. What we need now is a leather and plastic paste. Leather and plastic paste doesn't dry on air.
Okay.
So it needs heat and pressure.
So it's got some working time because you're adding heat and pressure to it, is what you're saying. It's not going to dry immediately.
So if you fill this in the hole and you wait 2 days, it's still
going to be wet.
It's still wet. It's still
malleable.
It's still a paste. So
yeah.
it will never dry. So to this position how you want it.
Yeah.
So you need heat for this, but that speed up the process.
Yeah.
We have a black seat now here. The leather and plastic paste by himself is
white.
It's white, but when it's dry, it's clear.
Okay.
Not like a glass, not 100% clear, but more or less clear.
Yeah, but like a school glue.
Yeah,
you know, like
exactly,
the white Elmer's, the glue we all grew up with using in elementary school. The white glue, it stays white, but it dries clear. It's basically the same theory as this is going to dry clear. Yeah. So, what are you going to add to it?
I add leather fresh now to it. You can add also leather color, of course. Mm-hmm. I chose this time leather fresh because you can order this small bottle according to this what you have. We have we have over 8,000 samples in stock, so we can. If you say
you can order any color. Yeah, you can order any color.
Any color, yeah. So if you say I have this Audi A4 with the interior sole, for example. Sole is a very common color for Audi. So we have the sample, and you can order this 150 ml in Audi sole, so you don't have to mix and match by yourself.
Perfect.
This is, especially in the beginning, matching a color is the hardest part.
Yeah.
So we try to help the people as much as we can and
pre-make some stuff that's most popular.
And you can have this leather fresh. You can have also color pre-made.
Yeah.
But then you have to order 1 liter.
Yeah.
If you just do a small repair, it's just too much. So I want to show you can use also leather fresh, what is normally in DIY product.
Yeah.
Stepping with a sponge, but it works.
It works for this too.
It works for this too, yeah.
So I was wondering, we have this same black leather fresh refresh kit in our previous steering wheel restoration kits. Came with a small bottle.
Yes.
And then we also used to have these available where you could buy just the black. Yeah. So for those of you with black leather, you saw last year during TRCMA, that's what they used. They touched up and re-dyed that leather and then resealed it. And it's a very nice process. Yep. So Lars is mixing up that color into it so that the glue will now be a black glue, which kind of just helps, again, make sure we're on that right path.
Yes, right.
To getting that filled.
And then just a few drops, not too much. We still want the paste.
Yeah.
So don't make it
so you can see it's still a little gray. It's not totally black, but it's pretty good.
But it is, we have to re-dye.
Yeah.
So we have to spray or dab color over the repair in the end.
Yeah.
Also to make it more matte, because leather and plastic paste is a little bit glossy.
Yeah.
Right? But you need less color if you tint the filler, you know?
Yeah.
And then
it's just going to be a better repair. It's just like those wondering, I actually touched up a lot of these black walls, Lars. There's a bunch of dents and dings and scratches and holes, and I had to go over with the white putty to patch the hole on the wall.
Yeah.
And then I had to go over with black paint, but I had to go over it multiple times with the black paint because I had the white putty. It would have been a lot easier if I had black putty I could put on the walls.
Yeah,
that's basically what we're doing here. Yeah.
When you tint the leather and plastic paste already, then you need less color.
Yeah.
And you straight away can see better how it works. So in the first step, I don't try
to make it perfect.
To make it perfect filling. What I want now is to make it stable.
Okay.
Right? This is my first goal. So I put a little bit inside. I work very clean around, so I just fill the hole. Or if I have a crack, just fill the crack. And then 250 degrees Fahrenheit.
Okay.
With a good temperature. And then it needs around a minute because it needs completely temperature from the top onto the bottom.
Okay, it needs to be even.
If you don't tint it, you can see it because it changed from white to clear. But now it's tinted, we can't see it. So you need experience or
less heat.
Just use this one minute.
Okay.
Yeah? If you do the same thing on vinyl, then go with the temperature a little bit more down, maybe to 150, 180, and dry it 2 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah. Because vinyl, not any vinyl, but very often vinyl can't keep so much heat.
Yeah.
So if you go with 250 on a vinyl,
you'll melt it.
Maybe it melted and you lose the grain, and then
you
have a bigger job to do.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Well, that's what we.
Yeah, that makes sense. So Augie once used one of my lights and set one of my lights on top of my Viper chair on the leather with the light on. And the light got so hot, it made the grain disappear
exactly.
on that portion of the seat. Yeah. And so I walked into the garage, saw that, lifted up, the light was on, turned the light off and saw a nice little circle there on my seat where the grain had disappeared because it heated up so much.
Yeah, and that's what I mean. So reduce heat on vinyl.
Yeah.
And just do it longer.
Yeah, just extend your time and bring it down. So.
And if you see it starts cooking, then
don't just stop for that. You don't want it boiling.
No, you don't want to boil it, right? Okay, and then after 1 minute, we take the grain copy, press it on and press inside. And again, less pressure at this moment, because now we want that the leather and plastic paste, the filler, get a very nice bounding to the edges.
Yeah.
If you press too much, your whole stretch.
And it breaks it.
Yeah, exactly. And now you have to hold it around about 20-30 seconds, because in the first moment the material bounds to the grain copy, and if you lift it too fast, you rip out the leather and plastic paste.
Yeah, we don't want to do that.
Just gives the material a little bit time to set up.
Yeah.
Yeah. And if this is done, then you can take it out. And then you see it's nice filled, but material is missing. But this is what we want. We want at this point we just want that's a very nice bounding and that is flexible.
So we're kind of working because we want the edge attached.
Yes.
And the middle we can adjust.
Yes.
So is what we're working on here.
Yeah. So now we have to fill again. And now we have less material on the surface. So I will not dry the material directly, what I did before. I have to stop talking to concentrate a little bit. Okay. So now I want to fill it completely. And now I will heat up the grain copy.
Right.
And not the material directly. And now I can go up with the temperature to 850.
Okay, we're gonna get hot.
Yes. And now you know why I need...
You hide your hands behind the thermopad.
Yes, exactly. And I go so close not to make it quick hot or something like this. I want to control the heat, because when I do it like this, then I have too much heat on my fingers.
Yeah.
So I hold it like this, I go closer, and then the heat goes in this direction, and then I am able to heat this to heat it very nice. Yeah. And the grain copy you can go up to 1,200. You still not burn it.
Yeah. That's really cool.
It will change from this pink to white, but this is no problem.
That's cool. So it can handle and hold a lot of heat, which is nice. You can see it's turned white.
Yeah. And then go directly on it. And now we can press a little bit harder.
Because we built that. We've built the bond.
Yes.
And now we're just filling that top section.
Yes, exactly. To get a nice
even
finish.
Yeah.
Even finish, yeah. And one very nice thing in our system is a lot of things are mixable between all these things. So if you start, we have this leather filler, for example, who dries on air. If you think to start working with this product, let it dry. 1.5. It a little bit depends how much moisture. So in Florida, maybe needs 4 hours. In your area here, maybe it's dry in 2 hours. The filler, and then, but if you see, okay, maybe leather and plastic paste would be easier to grain it, there's no problem. You can put leather and plastic paste on top of leather filler also.
Yeah, they both work.
Yeah, both works.
I know Anthony has used a lot of the leather and plastic paste and fluid leather in small repairs in his own vehicles to fix some spots on scratches, you know, when he's actually left a scratch or a crease or something.
So the difference between leather and plastic paste and fluid leather is that leather and plastic paste has a very good filling effect.
Yeah.
So for a hole, this is good. If you want to fill with fluid leather a hole, you can do this, but you can't dry it with a heat gun when it's so thick. And
so this is more versatile. You can use it for different applications, all applications, where this is more designated.
Yeah, fluid leather works also, but the difference is
the curing time between them.
Yes, exactly, and the volume of the product is not so much. So you have to fill this hole maybe with fluid leather 3-4 times.
Yeah.
With leather and plastic paste.
Just a couple.
Yeah, one, two.
Yeah.
So 2 times, and then you see it's already on the level we want it.
Yeah.
What I do now is a little bit of massage to get the original grain back and to see if it's really bounding complete everywhere.
Yeah, make sure that you're checking your work,
yes,
seeing where
and checking that it's separate from the foam, right? And just go over this, and then you see it's not 100% matching.
Yeah.
But it's very, very close.
Very close.
So we don't need so much color. But if we grain, if we did our grain job very well or not, we will see when we start adding color.
Yeah.
So 2 ways to apply color. One way is dapping with a sponge.
Yeah.
That is more or less what we say the DIY way.
Yeah,
it's possible.
And we've got videos where we've recolored black seats or refreshed seats doing this method with refresh, a sponge, and a heat gun, and you can see right there how quick it is in that.
Yeah. And now you see, and that is one tip what I want to show in this show. So I recommend one thing before I want to start. I recommend to spray. Yeah, because then you can feather out a little bit or blend it in.
You can blend it.
So you get a nicer finish, and the color is also more matte, and you use less color.
Yeah.
Yeah. But now we still see a little bit from the hole, right? And then people very struggling because leather and plastic paste is very less now. So people sometimes struggling to hide this. This leather and plastic paste. So I want to show now. We will switch over to fluid leather.
Okay.
And it's no problem that already color is on it. It will bound.
It's totally fine.
That's no problem. And then we don't apply the fluid leather with a spatula, what you normally will think. Now we will use a sponge and dab it. And then we get a little bit of texture with the sponge.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
And we can hide it. A little bit more, and now I know before I was saying this is an air dry product, right? But this is so thin. So if we go, if we dry this with 200 roundabout or 250, you will find all these temperature things in the training manual.
Yeah.
So you don't have to remember this.
Okay.
And then just dry this slowly. You will see it change from glossy to matte. And as soon as it's matte, you can go with a grain copy on it. There's not a lot of heat, so I don't need the thermopad. And I have a little bit more control with my fingers.
Yeah, with your
now.
fingers.
Yeah. And then you see it's less visible now. And I want to show you how to use a spray gun also. And I want to show you also that you can spray leather fresh.
Okay.
So you don't need always color. And you can spray, if you want to make it more durable, you can spray in top coat.
The sealant,
a clear coat, a sealant on top also.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, compressor is off. Okay. Now I need a little bit.
We gotta wait a little second so it can fill up. But yeah, that's the thing that most people I think are so confused about still with leather is the fact that as long as it's not open pore leather, as we say, or aniline leather, what, 90% of the vehicles on the market with leather
over 90 yeah.
are clear coated. So the leather is pigmented. The leather has a color on it, and then it has a clear coat on top of that. And so what we're going to be doing is actually, he's going to repaint it, basically, add the color to it, and then we can apply the top coat, which is basically just like adding a clear coat back to it.
Yeah. And with a clear coat, you can adjust
the
gloss
the sheen. Yeah, so a matte or a satin or just like what, the car came from the factory.
Yeah. A very popular product what we have is this
masking tape.
Masking tape for stitches, especially when you have contract stitches, or if the stitches is
contrasting
white,
or one of those.
So, but I recommend also when you spray putting this tape on the stitches as well, because then you have no color on the stitches and it just looks more original.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Just have to find where it stops.
Yeah, that is a crazy roll of tape right there.
Yeah, mostly the most issues with tapes is
too big.
Too big, and they doesn't stitch. They doesn't hold very good. But this tape, you see how easy it is to put it on to cover the stitches very quickly. So it's not a big thing, but
it makes a big effect.
Yeah, make a big effect, exactly. And we always spray first on a gloss, and then we go over, and then you see I can feather out a little bit. I hope the camera is not too close. I need more heat. 450 is a good temperature to dry the color.
Oh yeah, there you go.
And then 2-3 layers, depends on how much you have to feather out. And you see leather fresh, just blind it in very nice.
Yeah, it blends very well.
Yeah. So that's a very nice thing. What is the time saying? Okay.
We're at 10:42.
Yeah. So I think we can start with Brian maybe answering questions.
Yeah, let's go
I will do at the same time a final layer of top coat.
Perfect.
Just that the people see how it looks like
exactly.
after this. Top coat is a 2K product. What means you need a cross linker, what is a hardener?
Because it needs to be able to harden and bond.
Yes. And on leather we use 2%, on vinyl we use 5%, on hard plastic we use 8%. Yeah. That's why we have this strength. Okay. So Brian, is any questions?
What do we got over there? Dane, Brian, Andrew?
Yeah, we got us all here. So I've got a handful of questions here I can throw your way.
So you got Brian I just wanted to let everybody know that Brian there in the middle is the North American trainer for Colourlock, and he is hosting trainings all around the country.
Thank you, Levi.
You're welcome, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he's also certified for OEMs. So he's a trainer for OEMs as well.
He is, yeah.
So if you are interested to learn more how OEMs working, Brian.
Brian goes to Mercedes. He goes to BMW here, and some of the other OEMs, and actually does trainings in the factory for the technicians in the factory as just in case, they might accidentally pop a hole in a seat or scratch a seat when they're putting a new car together.
100%. I think a lot of people would be surprised at how much rework is taking place, and not just with leather rework, but all types of rework that's taking place inside of a manufacturing facility.
Yeah.
So, but Lars did a fantastic job there. He did it in a really, really good time, Lars, also considering you talked your way through it at the same time.
Yeah.
So very good. I think everything was cooperative.
And it was facing away from him the whole time so that we could see it, but he was probably having a hard time seeing what he was actually doing.
Very good.
The result is fantastic,
awesome.
though.
Maybe one thing, one common question is how long I have to keep the car in my shop before customer can pick it up.
Yes.
I would say 2 hours.
Okay.
If the customer just drive home, if the customer drive now from Boise to Salt Lake City, then maybe do it next day or in 2 days.
So the biggest thing is because of the pressure they're going to put on that seat and the repair.
But it's already flexible and durable. It's good enough to drive home. So finish the job 2 hours later, customer can pick up the car.
And if they're going to drive it cross country, maybe you hold it overnight.
Yeah. And this is something I think you can charge $250, $300 for this.
There you go.
And this is done.
It's about a $200 to $300 repair.
Yeah, in 20 to 30 minutes.
Yeah, with a 30-minute work time, maybe. And 20 if you're fast.
Nice. With some good experience.
I mean, we watched it real time. So it's
you
hard to argue
that was about
that.
a 30-minute repair that he walked through, so pretty impressive.
Fantastic.
And then, of course, because we got Andrew in there as well, because Andrew's in charge of North America KCX. So with the marriage of these two companies now, he's been taking a little more. He's got a little more stuff on his plate, so to speak. But he can help answer for you guys what's going on. So let's get your questions out, Dane. What do you got? What did you guys find?
It was more of a comment here starting off. Exodus FX just said, this is actually so crazy. It's like watching a skilled shoe cobbler. Because, it's some of the more artisan kind of stuff. Like when it comes to detailing, people like to fancy themselves an artist sometimes, how they deal stuff. But if you're doing this, it definitely is a different level.
Yep.
And there is kind of a craftsmanship to it that happens that isn't quite the same as just cleaning a dirty panel.
100%.
This goes a little beyond that. It's a little arts and crafts.
100%. And then the material is forever changing. So when we talk about variables with exteriors, the variables go times 100 when discussing leathers and plastics, vinyls.
And if I've learned anything from Lars, it's oftentimes a lot of chemistry involved too. Just learning the pH levels and how to balance the leather, all that. It's definitely more than somebody going patch a hole like it's drywall or something.
Yeah. I think a lot of the times people want to see an ABC answer and a quick solution, but like as you said, Dane, it's
not quite that.
It's not quite that. A little bit of practice is good to start.
But that's why you guys are here. And Dirk Do, obviously, good friend.
Yeah, we love you. Miss you, Dirk.
Brain, you are the best. Love you, Brain. All right.
I love you, Dirk. I miss you. I see you soon.
So this was one that came on very early on. Mario was going, wait, so we're not supposed to steam leather?
No, that's something that that's something that's been around for a very long time. There are just personalities in the detailing industry that don't know or don't have this knowledge. When I turned 40 for my birthday, I actually took Lars's class, and he taught me so much on leather that I literally said, oh my gosh, I've been doing it wrong my entire detailing career. You think as a detailer, I got this, I'm going to clean leather this way, I'm going to do that. But once you actually take a proper class by someone who actually knows the science behind leather, and Leader Zentrum was a leather institute, that you guys founded and created. And once you learn leather and what it actually is, and the differences in how it's made, how it's constructed, everything, it changes the way you're going to clean leather. So don't feel bad that you didn't know that. It is the fact that it is just part of the learning process. Just like some people don't realize that clear coat, like when you're polishing clear coat, your pad's it looks like it's not getting dirty. And then you polish single stage paint and all of a sudden you're like, oh my gosh, the color's on here. Actually, those pads are equally dirty. It's just the way you can't see one thing and see the other. And so it's just a different way to make stuff.
One thing what I want to say also to this is always when it comes to this kind of things with chemicals and adding something to this, also when you eat something, it is an amount what makes a drug or a wheat, so if you,
it's the amount that you go. It's excess.
If you just go quick over and you understand, okay, leather doesn't like it so much, but you have a big issue and you can fix it with this is not a problem. But mostly the people they
take that steamer and they just run across the seat.
They overdo it.
Yeah, it's overdoing. So it's a moderation basically.
Sure. And Exxon has kind of followed up saying, I've seen some detailers say it's okay because it's coated leather and not raw like the old days.
It doesn't matter, but especially on something like Lars showed. This is perforated, which means this isn't 100% coated all the way around those little holes. This is just that top coat, and then it's been pierced, and it's still got some area of excess that is going to get better than, say, here. Right? You're gonna, if you steam this, it might not be so damaging, but steaming this, you introduce a ton of liquid into the hide itself.
Yeah, that's the reason why you see the damage here and you don't see the damage here. But one thing is also very important to know, even if a leather is coated, it's still breathable.
Yeah.
So it is not the same chemical technique what they use for body paint.
Right.
Because this is a soft, flexible
It's permeable.
surface. Yeah. So this is, and you want to treat it also. If you put a conditioner on it, or you put an elephant preserver fat on it, or whatever, you don't want that it lay on the surface. You want that it penetrate inside. So the tannery is using a finishing what is breathable, what allows conditioner to go through. So when you use a steamer, the surface allows to go through.
It's still a breathable surface.
Yes, exactly.
And that's the biggest thing. So again, just like we say, moderation is key. You know, for those of you that maybe didn't understand that, but that is what we're saying is, it's okay to lightly spray something quickly, go over it with steam, but don't scrub leather with steam. You will damage it. It's the same thing with ceramic coatings. Ceramic coatings on leather, you want a coating that is permeable, like Top Life, like you guys have, which allows the leather to still accept conditioners, the elephant leather fat, all the kind of stuff that you can add back. It has to be able to breathable.
If it's not breathable, it will dry out and it will be hard after 3, maybe 5 years, but then it is hard. So if leather can't take moisture and give moisture back, it will dry out.
Yeah, so it's just like your skin. Breathable. Think about that, guys. It's just like your skin. So
And I saw one question: how big a hole can be.
That's what I was going to bring back up. I was waiting for you guys to finish on that point. Then I brought it back up.
So it's a little bit depends on your skills and how much time you want to spend on it. So if the hole is bigger, you need more time to do this. We did already holes like in this size.
Okay.
I don't know how many inch.
It's probably about an inch and a half.
Inch and a half. Okay. So this is something you can do, but you can't do this in 20 minutes.
Okay.
I think you need 3 hours, 3.5 hours.
Okay. So a bigger hole, probably about that inch and a half, like the size of the grain maker, about a few hours.
Yeah.
So.
But it will be durable and stable and.
Yeah. It's doable.
Yeah, it's durable.
Yeah. And, of course, where can we buy the Colorlock repair product? Well, who wants to answer that one?
Colourlock.com.
Yeah,
Andrew? We're close. We're close.
But you can go to...
It's in the U.S. It's landed. It's here. But we need another week or two is our goal. So distribution partners will be getting their hands on everything first, and then the goal is to get the site back live again and able to sell off of it. And what we might do for the time being is just kind of minimize some of the offering, especially the custom colors, some of the additional stuff that's been traditionally on the site for the time being.
For the record, we are one of those distribution partners.
Yes, that's
just
correct.
throwing that out there.
And also for the meantime, Colorlock.com is still open for orders at the same time.
Yeah, but it comes now from Germany.
Yeah,
that's not what we want anymore. So we want to ship it from Atlanta. At the moment, it comes from Germany. Took a little bit more time. There's a lot of paper stuff on the package.
Yeah,
don't be scared about this. But we have everything in stock now in Atlanta, and it's just a few more things for Andrew to do, and then it will come from Atlanta.
But this is a relationship that we're really proud about, of course. Yes. We have a lot of opportunity with KCX, and coming from both of these incredible manufacturers, there's a lot of good times ahead of us. So just mind the transition at the moment, and everything will be underway soon.
And naturally, another question kind of tied to the relationship here. Roland asking, will we see products from Colorlock spill over to KCX, or will they remain separate?
Yep. So first and foremost, there's time. Nothing is changing overnight. Like instances like our rinseless wash, it takes a long time for things to happen sometimes. So that's first and foremost. But you will see quite a few changes, honestly, in the KCX lineup, with everything from blue bottles to Colorlock and the integration between that. So you'll see our traditional, our staple white bottle, silver cap, all that good stuff is to remain. But some of the labeling per se we'll switch up a little bit, and yes, we'll be integrating products and kind of crossing over into what's not there, or if there's a better option or replacement for what is there, is what we're working on currently. So again, first and foremost, there's time. There's plenty of product in the U.S. as it has been for years, and we'll be working through that and with that for quite some time before you'll start to see any of those changes roll out.
Okay, no, that works. Yeah. And high definition detail and protection asking, can you use leather coatings over this when it's done?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. We always would suggest to use a solvent-free coating.
So like Top Life, Colourlock actually manufactures a coating for leather.
Or the sealant.
Yeah, or a sealant. Yeah.
Yeah. If you're aware of a solvent being inside of the coating, maybe shy away from if you're caring for the leather so much. And I think that the other important thing is when we look at a seat like this, let's identify what's leather on this seat and let's identify what's vinyl on this seat.
Oh yeah, that's a good idea. This seat, he was saying, maybe identify what's leather and what's not leather, what's vinyl. Because most people don't realize that the seats aren't all 100% leather on certain cars. Some cars are.
No, this is a good example because this is, so everything where you sit on it, where your body get contact is real leather.
Yeah.
And here on the side, I don't know if you can get it to the camera or we can do it there. Maybe it's easier for you. So this on the side is vinyl and this on top is real leather. You see a little bit a color difference, but it is not always the case. You see also a little bit of difference between the grain, but this is also not always the case. And vinyl getting better and better and better.
They're getting better at making it look seamless.
Like, So one thing is you can press your finger inside, and then you don't get small wrinkles. You get wrinkles, but you don't get small wrinkles in the actual wrinkle. If on vinyl, if you do the same on leather. Not sure if we can bring it on the camera.
Can't really see, but what you get is the wrinkles in the leather.
Yeah, you get small wrinkles between the bigger wrinkles on leather. This is one thing you can do. It's not visible on the camera. I think so, yeah. Maybe I can press here. No, there.
Very hard to get in this close for you guys,
but this is one thing. The other thing is if you fold it, there's a video where I did it with Matt's 5 Series. A lot of people say, "Oh, don't be so rude."
Yeah, but you did that on Matt's car.
It's okay. No, so when you fold it, you see on vinyl you have a small, sharp line, and if you do the same on leather, even if it's a thin leather, you always have a round,
more thicker, rounded profile.
Yeah, and a round tip on top. So you see it's round here, and that is
more flat.
Yeah, right. So this two things: press the finger inside, small wrinkles around leather, just big wrinkles. Vinyl, folding, sharp, vinyl, round, leather.
Yeah,
that is one thing. Yeah. The other thing is heat. Burn it down and you see.
If you get it too hot, it'll melt. It'll burn away.
Oh. In regards to the coating question, we have to be able to identify this. I think it makes more sense to understand the material and what you're applying to it.
Yeah. And as you start to get to know that, and like I said, once I learned and took your class, it became much easier for me to understand and see that now. Almost every day when I work on a vehicle, when we get a car in here or when I'm at home working on a car, I can instantly now, it's almost like just like seeing swirls in paint. Like once you see it, you can't unsee it. So once you start learning how to identify it, that's when you go, oh my gosh, okay, I got that. I can do that, or I can do this.
Yeah, and this is part of the training. So we always start with theory and give you guys an overview of what is leather, how it's made, what is the difference, how to understand it. Yeah. That you can handle it completely.
There you go.
And if you see the process how they made from a cowhide to leather, when you understand this process, you get many ideas why we're using this product, why we do this, why we do this.
Yep, exactly. So Brian, where can we find available trainings?
Oh, well, yeah, you can get a hold of us. I think that you're going to see a lot of trainings now nationwide. We have trainings going on very soon here in Atlanta, Georgia, and maybe some other neighboring states. We have trainings that we'll be hosting in California with some companies. We have some trainings that we're offering with some other retail partners. So I would just kind of stay on track with Colorlock, and we'll be announcing when the trainings are coming. So, but it's gonna looks like a very good summer ahead. So we should have some good announcements coming very soon.
Nice. And I did want to throw this at least one more question out here, because I did see this from Exodus. Just because we see it a lot of times on seats, but obviously there are other leather surfaces in a vehicle too. So Exodus was asking, can these kits be used to repair other leather, such as shift boots, e-brake boots, you know, that kind of thing?
Oh, 100%. 100%. These kits are available for leather goods of all kinds. So your wallets, your etc. You think about
Shoes.
It's,
There's a lot of stuff that it can be used on.
Absolutely.
All right. I think purses. Well, like, and then there are detailers that once they take this, one thing that they don't realize is that other benefit is there is a whole market of high-end purses and handbags that are high-end leather, colored and pigmented and tinted, and the owners of those, maybe they bump their car getting in and out, or they brush past a piece of wood or something, they scratch and damage the purse. There are folks that have transitioned and are actually offering that specialty repair as well.
Yeah, and you can cover your quiet time.
Yeah.
So I think in November, December, maybe car detailing is not the
busy time.
Busy time, so you can do some furniture if you're into
furniture
this,
or any of that.
Yes.
Yeah. So super cool.
All right, so it's been a wonderful segment. Really appreciate you guys coming on. It's always fascinating to watch Lars work. But before we go, any final words from Lars, and then I'll ask these guys here.
Okay. Anything else? Any final words?
No, thank you to having me here. I'm always enjoyed to be in Boise, being with the rack company. Thank you for everybody who's watching this. Thank you for the questions. Go in contact with Brian for the training. I try to be sometimes also there, but Brian knows everything. And thank you so much.
Of course,
always big fun.
Brother.
Thank you.
No worries. Thank you. All right, what do we got next?
All right, so it's been a pleasure, guys. Thank you so much for joining me in here. Now I got to move us on to something else. As a matter of fact, it's actually the rag company. We have a segment in our own show about ourselves. We're just that narcissistic. So you know what?
That's okay.
Why don't we see what the rag company is up to?
All right, so it is TRC's time to shine. It is our moment in the spotlight to highlight the TRC Ultra line. So before we jump into this, let me just remind you really quick, you have to head over to theragcompany.com because we have 25% off many of the TRC items, including our Ultra line, including our premium microfiber towels, accessories, and more. Now, everything else is almost 20% off as well. So brands such as Colorlock, brands such as KCX, and many of the other brands that you saw previously in the week. So you have to head to theragcompany.com, stock up on everything you need, because you know what? It's detailing season. The weather is finally warming up despite some hail and rain we had yesterday, which means you got to get to cleaning. You got to get all the muck off the car and get it prepared for all those sweet summer shows and all those sweet afternoon cruises. So head to theragcompany.com, stock up on everything, and you can also pick up our limited 25th anniversary t-shirt, which is just super awesome. A really cool gold and black theme. I think many of you are going to love it, and it's going to be a perfect add-on to your TRC collection of other clothing and accessories. So anyways, without further ado, we have a lot to talk about. We have a lot to cover today because this year has been a massive year for the Rag Company as well as the Ultra line. As many people have noticed, we've done a lot of expanding with some of our accessories, including jumping into the air game with the Ultra Air line, jumping into the brush game with the new Ultra Utility brush, as well as the wheel and body brush. And then we also have some other accessories, such as our sponges. We have the new wool mitts. We have the Ultra No Soaks. We've got all of our Ultra Clay products. The list kind of goes on. And so the reason for this is that this was a big accessory year for us. We wanted to really bring you the best premium options that we like to use here in the studio, that me and Levi have vetted for the last several years. Bring them into your garage, bring them into your shop, and allow you to use them and try them out for yourself, because we truly feel like what we're doing here with the Ultra line is a premium product that has a lot of value for the price. So we're going to go over kind of a little bit of everything, starting with the Ultra Air products, and then after that we're going to kind of make our way over for maybe a different segment, and then we're going to make our way over for a different segment just to kind of show you some of these tools and accessories in action. So first and foremost, the Ultra Airline. Why did the Rag Company come out with an Ultra Airline? Well, first and foremost, me and Levi love using air tools. Everything from air blasters to be able to blow out interiors, to using the Ultra Engine Blaster to be able to degrease surfaces and dress surfaces, as well as the Ultra Spray Applicator to dress tires and other things like that, or even going to the Ultra Air Blaster Plus, which now allows us to include liquid within our kind of vortex of air to do some extreme interior cleaning. So jumping into this, people often want to know, where do we start? Where do we start with the Ultra Airline? What's something that we should pick up first? And me and Levi are on the same page. Pick up the original Ultra Air Blaster. This is going to be something that you can throw on to I would say a normal air compressor. A pancake compressor may struggle a little bit, but if you have 4 gallons and up and something that can run at a comfortable 90 CFM, you're going to have a pretty good time. And so this is something that's going to be extremely helpful for blowing out pads, blowing out interiors, carpeted areas, other fabric and upholstery, or even just blowing off some plastic. So this is the best place to start, and this has been our best seller within the entire Ultra Air line. And so we get tagged on this on social media almost every single day of people finding out how amazing this tool is, and it is different than other tools in the market, mainly being that it has its own kind of bearing process here, which the actual spinner, right, does not make contact with the cone, which is going to be different than many other options out there. So it's going to be a contactless spin. It's going to create air. It's going to be able to suck a lot of that dirt and debris out and blow it away from those really tight areas. So a great place to start. Check out the Ultra Air products. This is a great place. I would say just a great starting point. But if you're looking to include chemical, or if you feel comfortable including chemical, or even just shooting water, then the Ultra Air Blaster Plus is going to allow you to do that. So you're going to get a lot of the same benefits that the Ultra Air Blaster has, but now with the addition of a liquid. Me and Levi can't stress enough that if you are spraying a liquid, even if it's just water, we highly recommend wearing a respirator, mainly for the fact that you don't want to be breathing that stuff in, right? You have cars that pick up lots of dirt, grime, cigarette smoke, all sorts of different spills. And once you start creating that vortex of air, it really brings it up and kind of into the environment. And if you're breathing that in, that could potentially be dangerous. So if you're spraying a chemical or even just water, please, please, please wear a respirator. And I cannot stress that enough. Please wear a respirator or at least a mask if you are dusting some things off. Now, something that some people have tried and they're kind of still getting used to, or they're maybe not sure if they should jump fully into this product, would be the Ultra Spray Applicator. Now this is, oh man, it's amazing if you have the right environment, if you have a decent compressor, and if you are using the right liquid. This is something that you can use to apply dressings to tires beautifully. It's just an even application. It makes things really, really easy. We highly recommend using a water-based dressing, I mean at a minimum, but we really like the Optimum tire dressing. We feel like that's just a perfect product in here. Once you dilute it, it sprays really well. So just keep in mind, right, the more viscous something is, right, the thicker a product is, I would say that it's going to have a harder time. So you want to use something that's going to be more liquidy to do your application. So the Ultra Spray Applicator. And then last but not least, I don't have it out of the box because it is kind of it's a lot to bear, would be the Ultra Engine Sprayer, the Ultra Engine Applicator, Blaster, sorry. This is going to be one of the best tools that you can use to utilize air and chemical to degrease an engine, clean an engine without introducing a ton of extra liquid, right? So if you have a really sensitive area and you do not want to use water or a pressure washer, this is when you'd use the Ultra Engine Blaster. And it's amazing. That hose that's able to swivel and turn and get into all the tighter cracks and crevices is the creme de la creme. So the Ultra Air products, I don't want to go too much more into them because we have a lot of other accessories to get into, but that's a great new tool line from the Rag Company. We launched it at SEMA. It's really kind of just, it's taken off, right? It's like a plane that just keeps going and going and going, and we're really excited to see what more improvements that we can make to the line and what other add-ons we can make over the upcoming years. So moving on from there, the Ultra Clay products, I could talk about these until my face turns blue, or because the clay products are already blue. So I mean, I think that's the only next thing I could probably do. So clay products, right? Where do you start? The Ultra Clay Scrubber. This is going to be one of the best entry points to try this product because not only does it come in a 2-pack, but it's going to be a multi-use tool. So if I can open up this packaging here, pull this out, I'm going to show you kind of what I mean by this. Give it a nice, oh gosh, that's really in there. There we go. Give it a nice yank. So showing you this. The backside, jersey material. This is going to be great for bug scrubbing. So you can use this with your favorite soap. You can use this with an APC, and you're really going to be able to cut through a lot of those bug guts, and it's going to do a tremendous job. Now, if you need to take it to the next level, or if you're looking for some major decon, you flip it over, and you're going to use the Ultra Clay Scrubber side. So this is going to be a perforated clay. It's going to have a really, I want to say, a really effective kind of approach to removing grit and grime and contaminants on top, but it's still very gentle. We use a very fine grade clay that's not going to mar the crap out of your paint. It's not going to damage the surface. It is going to be gentle on almost everything from trim to glass to paintwork, but it's just something that everybody needs in their bucket. I really can't emphasize this enough. So whether you're washing your car, you know, you got your mid in there, your Ultra Mid in there, you have maybe your Cyclone 10X wash pad, throw this in there with your favorite soap. And when you get to those tough areas that you need to do some decon with, try the bug scrubber side, right? That's not really working for you, flip it over and use the clay scrubber side. You're gonna have a little bit more of an aggressive approach, but it's gonna be able to knock down a lot of that. And you can, in fact, clay an entire vehicle with the Ultra Clay Scrubber. So the way I like to do this is utilizing a rinseless wash, or I like to do this with soap and water. So whether I'm foaming a surface or having my bucket of rinseless, I'm going to take this out after my process of cleaning is done, go through, decon a surface, and then I can either call it good and seal it, or I can jump straight into the polishing process. So awesome product. I cannot emphasize this enough. If you're looking for something that maybe it's more foldable or more manageable in tighter areas, the Ultra Clay Towel has been just a staple for years, and you can also wear the Ultra Clay Mitt if you do like having something on your hand that you may not drop, right? Maybe you're a little clumsy, or maybe you tend to drop clay more than you'd like to admit. This is going to be a perfect product for that. And then the Ultra Clay Towel is going to be able to fold into fourths, which is going to give you multiple sides, and it's also going to reduce pressure points because you've now created a thicker, kind of a thicker layer of clay. So clay products, we have the Ultra Sprayer products. We're going to get more into some of the brushes and the wool mitts. We're going to show you guys a demo of that, but I want to quickly talk about the Ultra Utility Brush. So this is another fan favorite, right? We released this and we thought, okay, exterior use, people are going to use this on grills, people are going to use this maybe on tighter areas on a car, cowling and whatnot. Because of you guys, everybody watching this right now, you guys have come up with other amazing ways to use this brush. It's incredible. So we had Sydney, right, who uses this as a tire applicator brush. So she's using dressing on top of the bristles here and using this to spread in that dressing to off-road tires, right? KO2s, BF Goodrich, Maxxis, you name it. And this is going to be able to get into all those cracks and crevices, getting a nice even dress on them. But other ways you can use this, glass, it's amazing for cleaning glass, getting into the nooks and crannies, maybe door jams, and then I've even had some people use this on interior surfaces such as leather and plastic because the bristles are so safe and soft. And we have, of course, our burned in Rag Company branding there, which makes this brush extra, extra cool. So we've got brush, clay, spray, clay, spray, brush. All right. Continuing on here, we're going to talk about the Ultra Safe Sponge once we get over to our demo there, along with our Ultra Wool Mitt. But really quick, because I don't have a demo set up for this, is going to be the new Wrap and Tuck Kit in the Ultra line. So this is going to be perfect for people who like coating with an applicator and like coating with suede cloth. So opening this up here, we kind of just listened to you guys on this. Personally, I'm a fan of using the Ultra No Soak applicators, but many people are still old school and like these. So taking a look at this, we have a really nice foam branded here with the Rag Company. Flipping over to the other side, we have a softer foam that's going to reduce pressure points when it comes to ceramic coating. And you are going to get 20. You got the camera on me really quick. 20 ultra soft, butter soft suede cloths that you are going to be able to wrap on the Wrap and Tuck kit. So simply take your ultra suede cloth here. Gosh, there's a stack of them, right? So think about how many coating applications that can be good for. And you are going to come over here. You are going to simply wrap your sponge, and then you are going to use either a credit card or some type of tool, or you can even use your finger, and you are going to tuck your cloth into the corners here. So see how I'm kind of doing that, tucking in the butter soft suede on the edge there, and then I can take that, take my favorite coating, apply it to the top, and then use this to coat really any surface, whether it's glass, trim, paint, wheels, you name it. And what's crazy about this kit? What's crazy about this kit is that it's like 10 bucks. I don't want to say the exact number, but it's like 10 bucks. And you know what? It's even on sale right now at theragcompany.com. Everything I'm talking about right now is on sale at theragcompany.com. I cannot emphasize this enough. This camera cannot get any closer on my face because everything is on sale right now at theragcompany.com, 25% off. Pretty amazing. So check that out. The Wrap and Tuck kit's amazing. The Ultra No Soak kit, which we're going to talk about here in just a little bit. Then we also have the 6-pack of the No Soaks as well if you like to go big, or, well, you don't like going home, but you do like going big. So you're going to probably pick up this bad boy right here. So the Ultra line, couldn't be more proud of this. Me and Levi have had a lot of our kind of our hands, our mittens, a little bit of everything on this line to help with the development of this. But I really have to thank Jeff and Carolyn for just giving us the reins and allowing us to really drive with this and getting it to where it is today, because it has expanded. It's getting bigger. It's getting better. I don't know. Well, I kind of know where it's going next, but I don't want to spill all the secrets. So we're really looking forward to that. So from here, we're going to be moving on because I think we have a different set we're going to go check out. I think there's a friend that's making a racket over there. He's doing some wrenching. He's doing a little bit of something. So, Jimmy, can we go for a quick walk? Levi?
Yeah, what are you doing?
Is that you making all that racket?
Yeah, I'm just doing a little work over here on this brand new car.
Is that a whole thing of caulk?
Well, you know, I figured I wanted to make it more watertight, so just doing a little work. It's not a big deal. Don't worry about it.
This is a brand new vehicle.
Okay.
Thanks for friends over at Peterson.
There's a lot of little things that just need touched up, and you know, I'm just getting that caulk taken care of.
It's a new
totally
car.
Fine. Yeah, sometimes it needs, you know, needs the master's touch.
Okay, all right. I can get behind that.
Now,
I wanted to come over here because we have a cart set up, right?
Yeah.
Thanks to our friends over at Viper Industrial for being able to provide us this cart. And we have something pretty cool on that cart that you just ripped off. What is that?
It is just a towel.
It's not just a towel.
Well, okay, so it's not just a towel. It is the Rip and Rag. Look at this. It's placed perfectly on this paper towel holder, a dispenser, if you will.
I would say that I could like make you a deal, buy a cart, get a Ultra Rip and Rag, you know, thing for free, but I don't think that Viper approved of that deal.
But
so
look, maybe you want to do a little, maybe you want to check the oil. Maybe you are doing some actual work and you're not just messing around like I am here. That's the beauty of this Rip and Rag.
It's a true mechanics towel, is what this thing is.
That's what you can do. Maybe you want to, you know, you got to clean off the edge of the tip of the caulk gun. Maybe you've been laying a couple beads.
Yeah,
you know, that's what this is for.
About that.
You know, maybe you got to clean off your wrenches when you're done because you've made a mess.
Yeah, right.
You know, maybe you dropped it in the pan of oil that you've been working in, or antifreeze.
Antifreeze, it's everywhere, right? You got to clean it up.
Yeah.
What are you using?
Maybe you got a spill on the floor and you've got too many nice microfiber towels. These are perfect for that.
Oh no!
You throw them down, step on them, clean them up, and then the best part, you can throw that away, or you can wash it using rags to riches, and then keep these as your shop rags.
Well, Levi, here's what I want to know, right? I kind of feel bad about throwing towels away, right?
Yeah.
Because microfiber towels are super expensive, right?
Those aren't expensive.
I mean, I can imagine that this towel
and they're on sale today.
Probably costs a couple bucks for just this, right?
No, it doesn't.
What?
We're talking cents.
Oh my God.
That's right. And if you pick them up today, they're even cheaper. So you could they come in a, you know, this is a great little 30-pack. So it's already ready to rock and roll. You can throw it on your
$15 retail.
$15 retail.
Currently on sale.
Cheaper today. So go pick it up. Or let's say you don't have the paper towel roll.
Yeah.
But you've got a workbench. You want to throw it on there. You've got the actual box with a perforation up here. So you open the box, undo the packaging inside. You've got 80 towels here.
80.
80.
You know how much that is?
30 bucks.
30 bucks. Actually, even cheaper because it's on sale today,
even
right?
Cheaper.
25% off.
That means it's like, this was already going to be like 50 cents a towel, and now it's on sale, so it's even cheaper. This puts that in, like, this is cheaper than the old school Costco towels from back in the day.
Dude,
this is like 30 to 40 cents a towel.
Truly.
When you finally get done with it. So
it's incredible.
These are so inexpensive. A lot of folks are using these because they are that terry weave 70-30 blend. They're perfect for maybe you got some little interior jobs, or maybe like what you saw with us doing with Lars, maybe you're doing some repairs, some smart repairs. This is a perfect towel to be able to utilize for those situations. And then, you know, maybe, just maybe, you need to upgrade.
Ooh, maybe something a little larger, right?
You want to go, you're like, you know, 12-12, if I could maybe layer or level some ceramic coatings on that.
Okay, yeah, because
so like, I'm
going
to put this hood down just so.
Ceramic coating with some wheels.
Right. That could work perfectly for wheels.
Don't drop it all the way. Don't drop it all the way.
Right?
Yeah.
But maybe I want to go into the Ultra Rip and Rag 16 by 16 pearl weave 70-30. This is a true enthusiast's towel. That's what that is. So what you got here is that same tearaway microfiber.
Satisfying.
It's in the box, ready to rock and roll. You get 50 towels in the box, and this is just an amazing price point because it puts it at almost just under $1 a towel.
Yeah.
Especially today.
So for people looking to do coatings or really anything in between, the Ultra Rip and Rag XL, it's
this paired with an Eagle.
Such a nice towel. You have to feel this towel to really appreciate it because it's not just your average microfiber towel. It's got a nice density. It's got a good flop to it. So when you feel it in the hand, it's got, the GSM of this, the blend of this is fantastic. And the edges, right? So let's look at these edges. This was a rippable microfiber towel, right?
Yeah. I don't want to say terrible.
No, I don't want to say terrible.
It's a tearaway, a rippable
tearaway microfiber towel. And the pearl weave is just, it's perfect for this process.
Everybody that's ripped it has been amazed. Everybody tears it and goes, wow, this is awesome.
Yeah.
But seriously, you pair this with either a Wolfpack or even an Eagle edgeless when you're doing your ceramic coatings. This is perfect. This is also a great glass towel. So you can actually detail almost every single part of the car with just this towel, which is kind of crazy. But this has become one of my new favorites. So I love it for, like we said, ceramic coatings. You can use it for compound and polish removal. I feel like it's not 100% there. I feel like you need a towel with a little more bite because this is such a smooth, tight-knit weave. But glass coatings, wheel coatings, interior cleaning, this is a great towel for
100%, 100%. So we're going to do a quick little demo for you guys. So with the Ultra No Soak Coating Applicator Kit. So another $10 kit. Best bang for the buck. The value in this is absolutely incredible. For people that are doing coatings that are looking for a premium applicator, look no further because you're getting 2 applicators and you're getting some towels in here to boot. So opening this up, we're going to pull out one of our applicators. The no soak, for people that want to know, the no soak means that there is the barrier around the sponge, which is going to prevent the product from soaking into the sponge, meaning that you're going to get more out of your product because it's not going to go into the deep bowels of this right here. It's going to stay on the surface. So I'm going to take this right here and I'm going to take some Koch-Chemie tire glaze, right?
Oh, that's a good idea.
What am I going to do with this?
Put it on the tires?
No, I'm going to dress the top of this engine.
You can totally do that.
You can totally do that. I don't know if people know this because tire glaze can also be used on plastics. It can be used on really anything black, and it puts a nice, what do they say, shiny sheen?
Shiny sheen.
Is that what they said? Was that?
I think those are the words those boys use.
I think it's what they said.
It's a couple country boys. They make up their own words.
So opening this thing up here, right? So I'm going to come over here and I'm going to apply.
Careful, it's going to come out quick.
For Jimmy, I am going to apply just a little bit, right? Because a little bit.
It's already dripping.
A little bit goes a long way. So there we go. I got tire glaze on there. And I'm going to come over here and I am going to take it to the top of this airbox, right? Apply this on there. Already having a nice darkening effect there. Taking it over here to the Boxer logo, applying that onto there. And again, this is not soaking into the sponge. This is staying on the surface here. So we're going to do a quick little...
It's just staying in the microfiber. And for those wondering, you saw this technology, the no-soak technology, on our Pearl pucks.
Yep.
And we are doing this with some a bit of licensing from our friends at Auto Fiber because they were the ones that pioneered that no-soak technology. And so we wanted to be able to utilize that and bring that to you guys because so many of you love that feature. But it really is amazing because it saves product and keeps it in the towel where you actually need it, so that way it's not getting absorbed all the way into the sponge. Now, we do still have some of our applicators for those of you that like the older version. We still have those available, and you can utilize those.
Correct. So
here's
I'm going to take my Ultra Rip and Rag XL now. We have to return this vehicle, and thank you, Peterson, for letting us borrow this. I will make sure the rest of the engine bay is universally dressed, but we're just kind of doing.
You don't want to do a bunch of 50/50s for the new owner?
They might. Well, I might say
like half the stuff coated.
I'm going to do this and then leave my business card in the engine bay, right? So they go, who was the monster that did this?
That's what I used to do for test panels. I'd like make a little square, but I'd do it in a spot that they'd always say, "Oh, do it in a spot people can't see." No, I'm going to do it in the spot that you see, and then I'm going to give you my card because it's going to drive you nuts. And you're going to want to call me to fix the rest of it.
They're going to call me, hey, did you do this? And that I'm going to use that as my opportunity to sell them some product, right?
Did you like what I did?
In a tasteful way. Yeah, you like what I did there? You want me to finish that job? Well, you know what? You can do it yourself because we teach people this all day long on the Recommend YouTube channel. So taking my towel here, I'm going to come over here, level this out. This is another perfect towel for this. The normal Rip and Rag is perfect for this as well. So, oh my gosh, dude, Tire Glaze, it puts on such a nice, it puts on a good show. It makes everything look awesome. As you guys know, I'm a big fan of Motorplast. I'm a sucker for Motorplast, but Tire Glaze has been perfect for engine bay dressing such as this. So look at this. This is going to be a rough texture plastic, smooth to the touch, not greasy at all whatsoever, right? No transfer there. Look at my finger going back. This is not your WD-40. And I'm going to say this is completely based on the towel, right? This has in the applicator. The product is amazing, but our towels are also amazing. So that looks really good.
Very nice.
So we have a rough plastic here, and look at Tire Glaze here, even on smooth plastic. Look at that. I kind of hit this area right here. You can see
where you didn't hit it.
No transfer, and it actually absorbs into that, which is really cool as well. So you can use that to restore some engine bits. So Ultra Rip and Rag XL.
It's amazing. It's like I said, this is one of my new favorites, and I love the versatility of it because of the fact that I can buy a box, throw it on my workbench at home.
Yes.
I got totes and totes and totes of all kinds of towels. But this is the one that I've been finding because of the ease of just grabbing a fresh towel instead of going over to my totes and getting stuff. I really like this towel, and I think you guys will too. So you definitely need to jump on it, not sleep on it. And I know I'm going to be picking up a pack of Rip and Rags because of just my everyday use.
Yeah.
I find I'm grabbing this to clean stuff that I probably shouldn't. And I need to get something a little more versatile and a little more smaller, easier to toss. You know, because I'm killing towels at my house. It's a murder zone at the MOSHQ when it comes to towel damage.
Yeah, no, it happens. To Levi's point there, I have a box of just the Rip and Rag, just original, just on my pegboard. I have a little shelf there on my pegboard, and I am constantly going for those towels because I had a motorcycle that decided to leak some gasoline the other day.
Just for fun.
Just for fun, so I had to go clean that up, right? Did an oil change the other day, had some extra oil drips, and then sometimes I'll use brake cleaner to go and like clean up spots on my garage floor. That's amazing for that. They don't deteriorate, right? Blue shop towels, they deteriorate, right?
They do.
Paper towels, they deteriorate. This is something that I can use and abuse. I can throw into a corner, pick up later, or I can throw it away, or I can actually rewash it and care for the environment.
Yeah, I just did a brake job on my Suburban this past weekend, and I had the Ultra Rip and Rags, and it was great to be able to have stuff that I could tear a couple, throw them under. So when I was soaking the brake rotors and stuff with brake cleaner, I was able to have that all just fall right onto the towel.
Yep.
And because of the 70/30, super absorbent, grabbed all that, and because of the tight weave, I didn't have to worry about a lot of lint or anything like that getting on all the different parts.
Another thing, throw one of these, 30 pack. Throw one of these rolls into the back of your vehicle, right? I know many of you Many of you have cargo nets back there, right? You got little spots to be able to throw something, maybe like a windshield washer fluid reservoir thing in the back. You can kind of tuck this in. Have one of these on hand, right? You got children that spill in the car, right?
Yeah.
Go take one of these, rip it off. It's going to be better than the McDonald's napkins that I know you've been stuffing into that center console for the last 5 years and you haven't cleaned them out.
Get rid of them.
Get rid of those.
Yeah.
Replace them with these. It's going to be way more absorbent. It's going to be just a way better experience. So
I literally just watched a video on Instagram of our friend Jack Reacher cleaning the interior of his vehicle. and he had a roll of paper towels. One of his kids had an accident, spilled something in the back of his Denali.
Yeah.
And I was like, what a perfect use. We should have sent him some ripping rags.
I don't know. We could probably try to send him something. I don't know if he'd respond back.
But still, it was pretty cool. I saw that, and I go,
I agree.
A person just like a real reacher-sized gentleman, just like that. Utilizing things that we could be offering to him and making his life a little easier. So take Anthony's advice, throw it in the back.
Throw it in the back. Glass cleaning, interior cleaning, fabric cleaning, leather cleaning, whatever it may be. Like typically you could take, have a little bottle of rinseless wash on you, right? Like something that's already pre-diluted. You could take the new Rapid rinseless wash. You could take O&R. You could take Absolute. Mix it in a bottle. Have a little 8-ounce bottle. Throw it in your center console. Have one of these just in the back of your car, right? Because you can use these on paint, right?
Yep. They're paint
Summer's
safe.
coming up. I have the worst luck with bird droppings. The worst luck. You people on the podcast know.
Because I train all the birds to hit his car. Don't tell him.
They just get crapped on all the time. And so when that happens, I look at it and I go, what do I have to wipe that down?
Now,
right?
hey, you've got a bag of ripping rags in the back.
So tear one of these off. It's going to be better than just leaving it. Trust me when I say that. So yeah. An amazing product to have. The box is for the garage, the box is for the home, a box is for the kitchen. Having the roll here is great for on-the-go use, or even just throwing this onto a paper towel holder, and you're going to be good to go there.
Yeah,
so,
perfect.
Levi, I think you have some work you got to do on this, right? You have to finish the caulk job.
I got to finish caulking all the cracks on this thing.
Okay.
And then conditioning all the plastics.
You think you just finish the plastics for me? That'd be immense help.
Yeah, I guess I can do that.
I think Peterson will probably appreciate that. So
I better get back to work.
While he's doing that, then I think it's time to make our way over to the next set where we're going to do another demo with yours truly. Jimmy, are we ready for another walk? This is going to be a pretty short one. We're walking, we're walking, we're walking, we're walking, we're walking, we're talking, we're stopping. Here in the wash bay, because now we're moving on to our next segment. Here in front of me I have some tools that you guys have seen kind of in use maybe the past couple days. We've had some tools that some of our grand ambassadors have been using for the last couple days. They've been doing some of their own kind of washes and secret washes once the cameras have shut off at the end of the day. So 3 products here that I want to talk about and we're going to demo here on this Audi, probably on the back wheel I'm assuming. We have the new Ultra Wheel and Body Brush. So this right here, I've seen some of the reviews. I've seen people kind of give some feedback and they go, Anthony, did you design this for your hand size? And I don't know what that's supposed to mean exactly because I have massive bear-sized hands, right? They are, Levi. They're massive hands, reacher-sized hands that fit perfectly on this brush here. So this brush is a little bit smaller than some people anticipated because they go, all right, this is going to be for my wheels. And the answer is yes. In a world of oversized brushes, the rag company had to step up and say, hey, let's get something that's actually meant for detailing because after all, detail is in the name. So this brush right here was designed from the ground up, right? We've took some other examples from the industry in terms of like sizing and a little bit of that. We've said, okay, how can we improve upon sizing of that and make it even better for the TRC line? So starting from the bottom here, or maybe from the top, however you're looking at it, we have a rubberized grip. We do have the teardrop notch here where you're going to be able to hang this and store this. We did include a rag company sticker here with a QR code that can be scanned that will take you to the listing so you can get everything you need to know, or I believe it's a listing or it's the video. And then we have, again, going to this rubberized grip, everything is molded extremely nice. It's going to be really durable for long-term use and a lot of abuse. Going from there, trailing up, we're going to have a thicker handle that starts to get to where your thumb hole is going to be, or your thumb indention. The idea behind this is that you can hold this brush anyway, different strokes for different folks. Put your hand right here. Is that comfortable? Perfect, right? It's not comfortable there. You want to go up a little bit further. You're going to put your hand here. You're going to put your thumb right there in that thumb indention, and you are going to use that for a little bit of scrubbing. From here, we have a curved handle. This is going to help with ergonomics. This is going to make it more comfortable for long-term use. And then we did something really cool with the bristle design. So some people have some toothbrushes in their top drawers of their bathroom, and this is going to have some a few similarities. What we've done here is a crisscross, a multi-directional kind of bristle, that's the best way to describe it, as we've injected these bristles at 2 different angles. We have this, which is going to rotate back and forth between multiple layers of bristles here. And so we've added a really cool blue U, which you can imagine stands for the Ultra line. We've done a gray inner here, and then the exterior, the top of the brush here, is going to be our angle. This is going to be perfect for getting into lug nuts, tighter areas, things like that. And this is where you're going to get a lot of that scrubbing power. You're going to get that initial hit there from the top, and then you're going to get the body, the cross bristle direction, right, creating more structural rigidity at the bottom here and just giving you that good scrubbing power while still being soft. And so we do our own kind of proprietary softening of the bristles, and this makes it to where it is safe on most painted surfaces. I'm saying most painted surfaces because there's lots of different types of paint out there. There's paints that are softer and harder than others, but I will say in all of our testing this has been extremely safe. And so on top of the handle here we do have our Rag Company logo indention, which is great, and we have a complete rubberized outer edge. Now going back to the size, you look at this and you go, is this enough to cover the whole face of my wheel? No, it's not going to be enough to cover the whole face of your wheel, and it was never designed to be that way. The reason for that is that this is going to be able to do more than your big brush can do, because we all know there's people out there with a giant faced brush and they hit the top of the spokes and they look at the corners and they look at the lug holes and they go, I don't know if I want to maneuver that in there, right? I have to grab a different brush for that. I have to grab a small brush. I have to grab, multiple different things to be able to do that. This is going to be able to do multiple different things with this particular size. This is going to have enough height and enough width here to be able to, in most cases, get between the spokes and actually hit the foremost front of your barrels. So you're actually going to be able to do some barrel cleaning with this brush. This is going to be able to get into the lug areas. This is going to be able to get into the corners, right, where most of that brake dust resides. Basically, you're going to spend a little bit longer being able to actually get into the details, but you're going to overall do a better job because you're going to slow down, you're going to focus on the actual result, and I think you're really going to enjoy this. So for people who want to grip this a couple different ways, grip up top here. If you're looking for more of a firmer grip, come down to the bottom here, place your thumb in that hole, and then rotate like that. I'm going to show you this in action. So Ultra Utility Brush. Ultra Wheel and Body, or the Ultra Wheel and Body Brush, I'm obsessed with it. I love it. It's amazing for cowling. It's amazing for cleaning up around windows, mirrors, all of that. This is my ideal brush, right? This may not be your ideal brush. I hope it's your ideal brush, but I built this around something that I like to use, and I'm kind of a picky person, so if you're a picky person as well, then you may love this too. So top of that, Ultra Wheel Mitt, we're going to be putting this to Ultra Wool Mitt, we're going to be putting this to use, and then we have our new Ultra Safe Sponge. So I'm not going to be doing a demo on this because Koch-Chemie was kind enough to do a demo for me using the Rapid Rinseless Wash, and it's as easy as it looks. It is soft. We have made some changes to this in comparison to the Ultra Black Sponge. We have softened this out of the box, meaning your experience is going to be better. You're going to take this to the surface. You're going to have more malleability, be able to get into the tighter cracks and crevices, be able to get underneath door handles, and physically, I mean, like taking your hand and touching this sponge here, it is softer, but it's going to still have the same cleaning effect. It's going to be able to pull away that dirt safely. It's going to have all of your cuts in there that many people are used to, and of course the awesome ergonomics. So the results speak for themselves. Everybody that's tried this absolutely loves it, and it is an upgrade over the Ultra Black Sponge, and we've even made it more affordable for many of you watching. So let's get to some wheel cleaning, shall we? What do you guys think? A little quick demo, right, as we say here in the office. So behind me here, we have this Audi. We're going to be focusing on the rear here. I'm going to take this table. We're going to glide it over. I'm going to have Jimmy on my action cam kind of join me for this. And I'm going to wheel over my bucket. Jimmy's going to get a good shot of this, kind of showing you some of the filth here on the wheel. It's dirty. I kind of wish Koch cleaned the back one too, but then you guys wouldn't see a demo, so I understand why, why they left it for me. Perfect. Thank you, Jimmy. I appreciate that. We're going to go ahead and grab my pressure washer over here and take a walk over here to the wild side. Rear of the Audi. We're going to go ahead and pre-spray. Well, that didn't do anything, did it? Which means that stuff's on there. It's on there pretty good. Perfect. Now that we've got that wet here, I'm going to grab my Ultra Wheel and Body Brush, and we're going to go ahead and drop it into my bucket. And inside this bucket, I believe, Nano Magic shampoo? Consumer line. Nano Magic shampoo is what we have inside here. And then I'm also going to kind of hold this hose on hand here, open up my Ultra Wool Mitt. So showing you guys this is going to be another product that I am jazzed on this. I'm so pumped on this. So there's a few of these different styles of variety of wool mitts out on the market, but ours is different. Ours, in my opinion, is better. So taking a look at this, right, what we've done is we've solved one of the biggest problems. You can't find the freaking hole, right? You get this wet, and then you go to find where to put your hand in, and you don't know where it's at, right? So what we've done here is we've added a Buttersoft Suede edge here on the outer here, of course, with the Rag Company branding, and then we've also added a hang loop. So now this doesn't have to sit like a wet kitten at the bottom of your bucket. You can actually hang dry this and let it dry out and air out as it should. So a couple key changes there. We've done a really cool kind of battleship gray here on the wool that itself, and then on the inner here we have the back side of the wool, which is an extremely, extremely soft fiber. So for some people who are kind of weird about, I don't want to say weird, say different about textures and the way things feel, I will warn you that this will pick up water. It's so soft that that top layer of water will fill all of these fibers, meaning that it's going to feel very, I don't want to say slimy, but it's going to feel slick when you put your hand in. If that's something that may bother you, highly recommend rubber gloves. If it doesn't bother you, because it doesn't bother me, I stick my hand right in and I continue working. So this is going to go down in my bucket as well. Soak this. This is what it looks like when it's wet. It's not as attractive, but it's not meant to be because you know what? We're wheel cleaning. So throw that in there, give myself a quick little soak. Ooh, all the frothy goodness. I'm going to set this over here on the side and then come over to my wheel. Now I have a couple different wheel cleaners here. I'm going to put on gloves just for safety reasons. You know, I got to show you guys the right way. It may not be the way that I always do things, but it's going to be the way that we do it today on camera. So throwing my gloves on here. I have my bucket. Who ordered this glove size? Is this a medium? This is a small? Oh my God, I can't even feel the, my hands are massive. Let's move on. Okay, here we go. We've got, we're gonna do this first with just BrakeBuster. So I wanna kind of show you how well this wool mitt works with BrakeBuster, because genuinely, I feel like this is just one of the best at just agitating things. It builds up a really good froth. So taking BrakeBuster here, we're gonna go ahead, adjust our spray, hit the tires, hit the wheels, getting the lugs, back of the barrels there. I don't know when the last time these wheels have been cleaned, if I'm honest with you. Take our Ultra Wool Mitt, make it comfortable for my hand, spray a little bit of BrakeBuster right here onto the top, which is gonna be safe to do because I'm wearing gloves. And then I'm going to start my agitation. You're going to notice this is going to build up a nice chocolatey milk here. I just got some on my nose. And this is going to be able to get into all the nooks and crannies. Now, dug this back into my bucket here, wring this out a little bit. Some people like to use nothing but brushes. I used towels for years and years and years, but my towels, right, being that they're 16 by 16, would always overhang. They would touch the ground, they would touch the bottom, and then we came out with our Ultra Wheel Mitt, right? And their Ultra Wheel Mitt's fantastic because it's a great microfiber option. But whoever designed that mitt had much larger hands than I did. I don't know why I keep going back to the hand thing, but here I am. So this right here is something that really just kind of cuts my hand perfectly. It still will fit larger hands, don't worry, but I like the way that this perfectly kind of fits here in the length. So taking this, I'm now able to not only get into the intricate areas of a spoke, which is really cool, But watch me, watch this. Back of the spoke, right? You can agitate that, get into all the cracks and crevices, try to get into all those corners there, really try to get in there and be able to do a good job. Now, for what it's worth, I would say that this wheel needed some, this wheel is like literally missing paint on it, but it's, yeah, if this was a maintained wheel, a coated wheel, this would be a 5-second job. So going through, you can see it builds up a really nice froth. It really holds everything in, and I really like it. Now, this is probably going to be my preferred go-to for people that have coated wheels, maintained wheels, really nice wheels. Maybe you just bought yourself a $10,000 set of HREs that you're hiding from your wife, and you're not really sure how you're going to clean them or install them without her finding out. It's not me, don't worry. I'm not the guy. You know, I'm a Konig Wheels guy, not an HRE guy, but let's just say you did. This is going to be what I would use. Now, for everybody else, right? Everybody else in the world that has, let's just say you got the TRD Pro rims, right? Those wheels suck. I hate the TRD Pro rims. The worst wheel to clean ever. Well, guess what? This brush is what I tested a lot on with the TRD Pro rims because there's a lot of nooks and crannies and there's like multiple layers to that wheel. I used this brush and I thought it did an awesome job. Also wheels that have larger spokes, being able to get between and into the barrel. So for this, I'm actually going to, where is that IK? Did they take that? They took it. Look at me. Look at me. Hand pumping things. Like a peasant. Where is, I want it to fill on its own. SEMA? I gotta wait till SEMA for that? This is ridiculous. I wish I at least had an air compressor with an air chuck, but our compressor is quite loud, so here I am. Enjoy. Yeah. Pumped. Is that too much? Probably, but I like to party. So taking my Ultra wheel and body brush, what am I doing? I'm loading my bristles. Some people don't do this. I highly recommend it. What am I getting right off the top? Getting shaving cream lubrication, instant cleaning power, ready to rock and roll. I'm going to start my cleaning process. Now what's great, again, getting between the spokes, getting around certain areas. I'm now able to actually do more than just covering the face. I'm able to really make this work. I want a different grip, put my thumb right here, press it, contour, contour. Rubberized edges are going to keep things protected, keep things from getting damaged. And then, oh no, what's that? That's the barrel. Ugh, don't have a barrel brush on me. What's that? Oh my gosh, I can actually get into the foremost front of the barrel. That's amazing. That brake rotor is actually quite large, but I'm making it work. Oh, that is disgusting, dude. That is absolutely, ugh. Dust shield. The dust shield's hiding everything for a reason. So anyways, using the brush here, it's just an awesome experience. This is something I would have in my bucket. You could have it along with maybe like the fender wheel brush from Detail Factory. You can also have their wheel face brush as well. But I think the fender wheel brush for getting up in here, great, right? You can do that on a larger scale, but having this for more of the intricate details. Now, with that said, this is still gonna be a softer bristle. Don't use this on your tires. It's not gonna be super effective. It's gonna be able to do something, but nowhere near like a tire brush, which is going to be much firmer. So just kind of doing a quick little ring around here. That should be enough for maintained tires, but for anybody that has some real scrubbing to do, you're gonna wanna clean that up. So dunking my brush back in here, pulling it out. After I'm done with this, what am I gonna do? I'm going to hang dry it, and once it's dry, I can put it back in the clamshell that it came with, and that's probably gonna be one of the best ways to store this. So let's get this wheel rinsed off here, and then from here, I think we have some recapping to do, as well as some questions. All right, let's go ahead. Jimmy, you ready to take a walk? We are ready to take a walk. set this safely here. Levi.
Wow, that looks great, Anthony.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Are you a fan of sticking your hand in that bad boy?
No, not really.
Okay.
My hands are so large that it really only covers these first few knuckles.
That's not true at all.
No, it doesn't. It'll get most of my fingers. But for those of you, I think, for those of you that maybe don't like sticking your hand into that
there's a lot of people that don't like sticking their hands in things.
Right. I use gloves. Most people don't realize I don't like using wash mitts. I like using a pad. But one of the things I wanted to touch on was the Ultra line. Anthony and I seriously had a ton of development. This is pretty much our baby. You and I created a lot of these products.
I don't think me and you are capable of physically having a child, right? But you know what I mean?
Not together.
Not together, but you know what we have? We have something that's pretty dang close,
exactly.
Right? And it's not something that we adopted, it's something that we created from, really, we created here.
Yeah. This is just our experience and problem solving that we felt the industry needed. And we found those little holes, or we saw something that we thought, God, we could do better. Maybe we could fix something that we thought was wrong within the industry. And that's what we have done here, is try to get that to where you guys are getting the best products at a really good value. Yeah. The goal is that whether you are a home hobbyist and you're just learning and you don't really understand, and maybe you just got like a small air compressor and you kind of wanted to see if you could blow something out, you know, that's what we've got. Or maybe you're running a shop and you've got a handful, you've got a baker's dozen of these bad boys and they're running at 200 PSI. We want them to last, we want them to work. We don't want your employees to drop them, you know, and break these cones. These things we added little bits, like a little bit of rubber into these so that they can be crushed. They can be driven over with a car and still be fine. They'll come back to shape. There's a lot of little things that we have developed within this line to work for you at home.
Yeah.
Whether you are a professional or a hobbyist, enthusiast, DIYer.
Yeah. So thanks to all of you for giving us the support and purchasing these things, because it allows us to keep doing stuff like this and coming up with better creations. And again, we kind of know where the Ultra line will go next, but we can't spill all of our secrets. So with that said, I'm sure we probably have a couple questions. So we're going to go over and chime into Dane, who is in the podcast studio. Dane, what's going on?
Yeah, we certainly do have a ton of comments, some questions, mostly comments, because, you know, everybody loves their inside jokes. But I'll get straight to a question here. It's inventory related. Any chance of Ultra Clay Kit coming back into stock today?
Today, probably not. But I will say you can pick up Ultra Clay scrubbers, mitts, towels, and you can pair it with the clay lube that you want, and all for a very nice discount. So
that's true.
You can kind of build your own kit at that point. So,
and as far as the sale goes, because there is a sale going on the website right now, mind telling people real quick, just for those looking.
Well, Rag Company products are 25% off almost everything. And then all other products available are at 20% off almost everything. Yep. So that is going on till tomorrow. So you can pick up any of these products or any of the other products that you have seen over the past week.
All right. Then I've got Mario Santana here saying, is the Ultra Blaster Plus just as powerful as the regular Ultra Blaster?
So yes, the answer is yes. They are both equally as powerful, and some people have asked, can you use the Ultra Blaster Plus just like you would the Ultra Blaster? And the answer is yes, you can.
Just with air, you can do that.
You can use it with just air.
Because you can turn you can turn on or turn off.
You can turn off your liquid extraction or your liquid suction there. And so you can still use it. The thing is, this is going to be the most versatile, meaning that you're going to be able to actually maneuver this, get into tighter areas. Yeah. It's thinner, it's smaller. I would say in general, it's probably going to be more durable because it doesn't have a giant canister on it. Again, we threw this off of building roofs. We threw this off of this roof. Then Gabe ran over it with his Land Cruiser, and then somebody else ran over it. And we kept throwing these over and over and over again.
Yeah, John got on the roof.
Yeah.
For no reason. We said, you don't need to do that. And he goes, I'm going to do this because I'm the CEO of the company.
And then like people like Serrano's Mobile Detail started throwing theirs off the top of the roof. And I go, all right,
don't climb on a roof to
Carlos, I think everybody needs to cool it on the throwing of these. Like we get that they're durable, but please don't break them on purpose. So this is going to be the best point of entry on this. But if you're looking for something that is going to be able to spray liquid, then that would be the answer for you.
All right. Yeah, I mean, the whole point was to kind of go over the top, right? So we would show, like, this has never happened at your house. You don't have to worry about this happening, but, you know, just saying it can.
Yeah.
Chris M., what's the marring risk with Ultra Clay products? I have a black Chevy truck. Paint is soft. I know I've heard GM Black is a little tricky.
Yeah, so that's one of the things that a lot of people get confused about. When clay scrubbing products, I'm just going to say products in general, when they first started coming out about 20 years ago, they were very rough, very poor quality. What we did was engineered the safest, softest variant of clay, and we took some lessons from our friends before us. And what we did was, again, we did a lighter colored clay. A lot of clay products come black. And the reason we went lighter colors, so you can see the actual defects, and you can see when you start to damage or deteriorate the clay. When it's black, you can't see it. So being that Rag Company blue makes it a lot easier. Second, the fact that it's perforated means that it's providing more lubrication on the surface of the vehicle. So because you can squeeze this out, because you can make this like it's literally a sponge, you can fill it up with fluid and you can put it on the surface of your paint, you can make it work very, very well. The other thing, no pressure. Literally, you bought this tool, which means you hired it to do the job for you. Yeah. So let it do its work. That's it. Don't micromanage it. Don't sit on top of it and press and try and make sure you get everything off. Let the thing just glide. Just gently nudge it in the direction that you want it to go, and it will do all the work for you. Our clay is a very unique style, and it does a great job at removing all those surface defects and all those embedded particles that you need out, and that's one of the reasons we use it. So on black paint, just be very, very gentle. Use a lot of lubrication. That's the biggest key. Make sure you use a lot of clay lube, any of your favorite clay lubes you can use, or even soap and water.
Yeah, and this should last you. I mean,
we've been stating over 100 cars.
An enthusiast, this should last you probably years.
Yeah,
stored properly and cared for properly. But you know, if you're somebody that is using every single day, right? Think just before you judge it, think about how many cars you're getting out of this before you go, wow, maybe I should.
Yeah, it's about 50 cents a car.
Dude, you're going to get a ton of use. And so this is one of my favorite products here. I love the clay towel, I love the Ultra Clay Scrubber. This one is my baby, right? Yeah. So if we had this line together, then I left you for a couple of years, and I had this own baby with myself, and then we met back up again. But no, this is truly, it was another team effort here with everybody, all jokes aside, and this is a great entry point to get you started. And again, the perforations make a huge difference.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, jumping all around here, back to the air tools, can you use it with the canister attached, without the canister attached?
You can, but why would you?
People always ask.
You're gonna have a hose dangling,
and it's a weighted hose too.
It's a weighted hose. It doesn't make sense.
You're gonna ding things up. You don't need to do
that.
Just
spend $50 and buy this.
Yeah, this is
and this, and then you get two of them, and you can get them right now for 25% off. Why wouldn't you?
Thank you. So my guy Kirby says your Ultra Air tools are the best value.
Thank you, Kirby. We appreciate
that, Kirby. You know, that was kind of the goal: bringing value, bringing quality, all in one spot.
Yeah. And Aaron Bauer here saying Ultra wheel and body brush work as a tire dressing applicator.
So Aaron, yes, you can, but here's the difference. So these bristles may seem like they're the same color and they're the same bristle. They're not.
It's not the same bristle.
This is a completely different bristle than this. This is actually softer. And, you know, Anthony, how many bristles did we go through? Close to 14 different variants?
It's 16 is what it was. 16. And do you know how hard it is to keep track of bristles when we had to color them different from the factory every single time because there's so many bristles. I was at night, it was haunting me. I had dreams of just colorful bristles, you know, coming down on me and washing me, and I didn't want that. Yeah. So what we ended up doing this was
determined to be more utilitarian.
Yes.
This is more, hey, I wanted to use this on all types of surfaces. We wanted to make it as safe for general use.
Anything and everything.
Yeah. This, I wanted to be able to not use a wash mitt. I wanted to be able to wash a whole car with this brush.
I know.
Which made him crazy.
I know.
But that was my goal when we developed this. And then he had his own goals in like you just saw, cleaning wheels. He wanted to be able to have that toothbrush effect. He wanted to be able to get into all those tight nooks and crannies and actually scrub and clean those. So we had to try and find a variation that did both jobs. Could you wash paint with this and not damage it? Yes. Could you get into those little tiny tight spots of very baked on just old grime and be able to remove it quickly and easily without damaging? Again, that's what we did. So very unique.
Now, we did have a lot of folks obviously excited about the Ultra Safe Sponge as well.
Oh.
Mr. 441 has the question, because I know a lot of people sit there, compare, contrast. He's wondering why it's cheaper than the Ultra Black Sponge. Any advantages to staying with UBS?
We took complete control over the manufacturing of the Ultra Safe Sponge. That's literally that is the answer. So instead of now kind of going through another source to get something that we really wanted, we finally said we're going straight to the source, and we're going to be able to basically create exactly what we want
and pass the savings on to you.
So that is the answer. I mean, we just we wanted to have more hands-on with the manufacturing of the product, and we were able to do that. And so it is more affordable. It is softer out of the box, and we've been testing the sponge now for months and months and months and months, and it is proven to stand up just next to the UBS, if not better.
Yep.
So.
Yeah, and back to that point, what is the difference between the two? If you could speak to the actual performance,
it's softer.
look, feel.
That's it. It's a softer sponge. It is pretty much has the same capabilities and characteristics as the Ultra Black Sponge. The difference is it's far softer. So we even had people that would complain that the Ultra Black Sponge just wasn't soft enough until after a couple washes, where it still had to kind of go through the seasoning process. Yeah. If you remember, the big red sponge that we used to sell wasn't really great right out of the bag. It needed to really soak overnight or a couple days.
And it needed to live in
It needed
O&R.
to always live in a rinseless or O&R.
Yeah.
This product, we wanted that versatility with the Ultra Black Sponge, where we could use it with soap, with water, we could rinse it out, it didn't need to live, but we still found some little things that we thought, man, we can tweak and we can adjust. And just like with this whole line, we're continually innovating and changing and tweaking things as we create them down the line for you guys. So the Ultra Safe Sponge is just a variant. It's the newest variant. It's softer. You'll find it's just a little more easier on the surface, and it's working with all rinseless washes as well as soaps. So.
Just in a nutshell, as far as maintenance goes, and then colors, we'll get that last.
So maintenance-wise, wring it out after you're done using it. You can also spray a little bit of APC into the sponge, go rinse it out underneath the sink, and then simply let it air dry, and then put it back inside the clamshell packaging. We've been doing this with many of our Ultra products, with including clamshell packaging, so
that's
you
reusable.
Can safely store things, right? Because this way you're not throwing your Ultra clay products into a drawer or on a shelf and they dry out or anything like that, or they get a bunch of dust on them. This is a way to store the products themselves, keep them going for longer, and we've even added kind of a little breather area here on the back, a little porthole on the back of the sponge itself. So make sure it's dry fully, please, and then store it in here. A little moisture is okay because it'll evaporate through the back of this, but that's the reason why we did this. And so a little bit of APC, clean it out, store it, and as far as colors go, I think this is what we're doing for right now.
This is it for now. But here's the big thing. The biggest thing with that also is part of that Ultra line, and you'll notice part of the bigger rag company line, we are a worldwide brand. And one of the things that we are doing, because of other parts of the world that we sell and distribute in, the need is arisen for reusable packaging. And so we don't want to sell you something that is just going to end up in more landfills or anything like that. We want to sell you packaging that not only can you use it to store and protect your products and your equipment, but also be able to reutilize. And so some of our packaging and our bags for our towels and stuff, they are a Ziploc style, so you can open them up. Maybe you can. We've got people that use them as bags in their shop to sell products to. Some of our distributors. So. The goal is to be able to have that reusability in all of our packaging. So not only it keeps it nice, keeps it safe, but again, you've got a home for it.
Yep. No, absolutely true. So, guys, thank you so much for a wonderful segment about us.
There you go.
Thank you guys. We really appreciate it. Hopefully you guys enjoyed it, and I believe.
Thanks to Jeff and Carolyn for letting us be here at TRCMA.
Yeah. Go to theradcompany.com. 25% off TRC products, 20% off almost everything else. Is it time for lunch, Dane? Because I'm getting a little hungry.
Yeah.
I think it may be, but the show's not stopping for our viewers.
That's right.
I got to point that out. We got to make sure people know there's still a lot more to come. So if we could please take a look at the schedule coming up here. Thursday, that's today, the final day of TRCMA 2024. We had KCX in the morning, Colorlock, and of course us, your wonderful TRC. But coming up, we have the halftime show where Jamie and Alex, the Cleaner Cast, have a special guest. That should be interesting. Mystery guest, little blurred out there. You'll get to see very soon. Then following up in the afternoon, we have Lake Country Power Tools, Lake Country Manufacturing Incorporated, and Optimum Polymer Technologies, followed by Road FS, our wonderful friends Rod and Jody. And rounding out the afternoon, we have Konig Wheels. Our good friend Scott will be beaming in to talk to us about that. Looking forward to it all. Well, hope you guys have enjoyed it this far. If you haven't hit that like button yet, please hit that thumbs up. We really appreciate it. And if you're not subscribed already, but you like what we're doing here, please take a moment, just a second, hit that button. Really helps us out, and it helps you out because then you'll know when we drop future videos, because there's a lot more to come on this channel. There always is. So, with that said, let's go to Aaron. What's he up to?
All right. Yes, very exciting, Dane. Okay, we've got trivia coming up at you now, TRC edition. Next up on our trivia list, we want to know who was the first employee of the rag company. So, the first employee of the rag company was Dave Hennon. Dane Hennon. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this next one might make you scratch your brain. What was the name of the rag company's forgotten pet line? Stay tuned after this message for the answer. What was the name of the rag company's forgotten pet line? The answer is phytofiber. If you put that in the answers, you got it right. Ladies and gentlemen, what was the first car that we featured in a Wash Wednesday video? Come back at you with the answer after this.
Hey guys, Andy of the Rag Company, and in today's video, we're talking about the microfiber towel that made us who we are. Let's jump into it. All right, guys, welcome back to another microfiber hot towel talk, where today we're talking about the one, the only Eagle Edgeless 500 microfiber towel. Now this is the towel that made us, our flagship microfiber towel, meaning that if we were to sail the 7 seas and have a big boat, would you see us rocking a pirate flag? Absolutely not. You would see this dangling in the wind as our pirate flag, because that's just how good this towel is. So what's up with the Eagle Edgeless 500? How did this towel come about, and why did it change us here at the Rag Company? Well, for many years, microfiber towels typically only had a traditional terry style weave. And while there's nothing wrong with that particular weave, that was all manufacturers knew how to produce back in the day. However, fast forward to the early mid-2000s, and the Rag Company was able to create something extremely special. One of the first ultra plush microfiber towels. This right here was the Eagle Edgeless. It started as the Eagle because of the Eagle style fibers, and that's kind of our own weird little twist on things, but it's because it reminded us of eagle feathers, and that's why we called it the Eagle Edgeless. But the Edgeless came from the fact that we were using a new manufacturing style to create an edgeless edge. Yes, an edgeless edge. Does that even make sense? It does make sense, because what we did is we used an ultrasonic cut. Now, fast forward many, many years later, we changed that style. We went from an ultrasonic cut that produced somewhat crispy edges from time to time, and we switched it to a blade cut. And this is a very, very, very sharp blade. And that's how we were able to get the new edgeless style for this towel. Now, was the towel always a 500 GSM towel? No, but that's where the 500 name comes from. Before, this was around 400 GSM. And then over the years, we started bumping up the GSM just a little more and a little more, because people love the ultra plush pile and they like the density that this towel had. And so we bumped up to 500 GSM. Technically, it's a little over 500 GSM, but that's for really just us to know. However, the 500 GSM seems to be that perfect amount of weight and density to give this towel the flop that we like, but also reduce pressure points when it comes to using the towel. Meaning that when we fold this into force and we take our hand here, we can physically leave a handprint on there, which is also going to reduce the pressure points when it comes to using this on our paintwork, because you have 4 layers at 500 GSM. Technically, you stack that together. Do you have 2000 GSM? No, not really. It doesn't work like that, but it kind of sounds cool when you explain it like that. So with that said, the Eagle Edgeless 500 has become our new number. Now, a 70-30 blend has been the one thing that's never changed about this towel. It's always used the most premium microfiber yarn available to make this towel an ultra plush, ultra soft, and ultra safe towel for all of your paint needs. Now, what would you use the Eagle Edgeless 500 on? Well, pretty much anything you want to use it on, but more so on exterior paintwork. Now, when we designed this towel, it was made for extremely soft and extremely delicate paint. Around that time, we were providing towels to plenty of manufacturers around the world that were refining their paint systems and changing things, so they needed a towel that wasn't going to induce any type of micro-marring during that process. I would say the big names that they are, but I'm pretty sure we signed an NDA, so I'll just leave that out of here. So what we did was say, well, if it worked for them, it'll probably work for everybody else. Let's mass produce these and provide these to the customers. So over time, we've changed the colors as well. Before, the Eagle Edgeless actually only came in one color, and that was blue. It's a good looking blue, but blue over time can get a little boring. So we wanted to throw some BSU colorways in here because go Broncos! We love the Broncos here at Boise. I don't know. I don't use. So at that point in time, we had blue, we had orange. What more could you want out of a microfiber towel? Well, down the road, people said, we don't really want the color. We just kind of want something that's a little bit lighter, that's a little bit more neutral. And we said, okay, we're gonna give you ice gray. And ice gray, also a very good looking color, but ideal for maybe something that you don't want any dyes in. You wanna be able to see the dirt, or you wanna be able to see what you're pulling off of that paintwork. This is a fantastic towel for doing that. And then there were some people down the road that said, do you guys know what the biggest color and detailing is? You're really missing out on a huge market. That color is red. And we go, everybody does red. Why do we have to have a red eagle edgeless towel? And they said, because red sells. And we said, you got a good point there. So you know what we did? We produced a red eagle edgeless towel. Now, the red eagle edges by far has the most dye out of any of the towels. I would never recommend washing the red towel with the ice gray towel, because you know what you're gonna have? You're gonna have a pink towel and you're gonna have a red towel. So don't do that. Now, however, we do use a new dyeing process for most of our microfiber towels coming out of South Korea, obviously including the eagle edgeless. So we've reduced the chance of them bleeding substantially. However, red is still a finicky color. It's just something to note. What? Bro forgot about the gold eagle? It's literally like the best color. It was a limited run. Now it's in like full production. Dude, what are you doing, man? First time making a video, whatever. Now, a couple more things to note. For glass, I don't recommend using the eagle edgeless. There is a chance that there could be some loose fibers that come off, and you don't want that on your glass. Same thing for the interior. I've never seen somebody use an eagle edgeless and scrub upholstery and say, wow, this feels awesome. That's where attritional terry towels can be much better for that purpose. However, you could still use an eagle edgeless on your piano black interior surfaces. You could also use it on your gauge clusters or any other type of delicate pieces on the interior with no problems whatsoever. It's just, this isn't a glass towel. This isn't an interior scrubbing towel. This is gonna be an exterior smooth paintwork towel. It's gonna be great for final finishing, light dusting, anything like that that you need to use it for. I wouldn't use it on wheels, because this is just way too nice of a towel to use on wheels. However, if you've used these over the years and maybe demoted them, you could eventually turn them into a wheel towel. Now, one other thing that me and Levi love using these towels for are the final ceramic coating wipe down, meaning that if we're using our pearl weave towels to knock down a ceramic coating, we'll come back with an eagle edgeless just as our final finishing towel, and it feels absolutely phenomenal. And for the detailers out there, you can get it in red so it matches your ceramic coating, because all ceramic coatings are themed red. Isn't that crazy? It's just nuts that it worked out that way. So, with that said, the eagle edgeless is going to be one of the best towels to have in your arsenal. It's not a towel that you're gonna use every single day, but it's the towel that made us and could potentially make you in your detailing ventures. So as always, if you guys enjoyed this video and want to see more hot towel talk, please make sure you give us a big thumbs up, subscribe down below for more, and stay tuned for more videos right here at The Rag Company.
Ladies and gentlemen, what was the first car that we featured in a Wash Wednesday video? The first car that we featured on a Wash Wednesday video is a 2006 blue Mitsubishi Evo 9. All right, you're really gonna have to dig into your knowledge bank for this one. How come our first Wash Wednesday video had to be censored?
Hello, detailers. I am so happy to be together again and hope you're enjoying TRCMA this year. Won't you join me as we satisfyingly wash this 2009 Mazda Speed 3? Come with me now. Let's go get that car washed. This beautiful vehicle over here is Lucas of Customer Support, my favorite minion.
I'm your only minion.
But you're still my favorite. Yes, this 1999 Mazda Speed 3 is quite a beauty. But I'll tell you what, she sure does look a lot better when she's clean. Ooh, look at what we have here. Stiana, what? Stiana, what? Stiana Gloss. Today, we're gonna be blessing this vehicle behind me with a fine array of Stiana Gloss products. without further ado, come with me. Let's get this bad boy washed, shall we? You like music? I sure do. It's peaceful, tranquil. Each tool in our detailing kit makes a unique sound. It's like an orchestra. And every part is important. Let's listen in now, shall we? But first, for these delicately soft hands. Smallest spaces matter. It's the small things in life that often bring us the most joy. Like these clean wheels right here. Just like this soap washes away the car's dirt, laughter washes away life's troubles. Remember, add a little soap to your day. Each swipe removes tiny imperfections, much like how small acts of kindness smooth out our day. Sometimes life gives us scratches and scuffs, but with a little polish and effort, we can shine bright again. Waxing this car reminds me of the beauty in life. Do you take time to notice and preserve the beauty that surrounds you? Just like we remove the dirt from our cars, sometimes we need to remove the worry and negative thoughts from our lives. When you look into a clean mirror, you see the best version of yourself, just like in life. Well, look at that. With a little love and elbow grease, you can make anything beautiful. I'm on a Zamboni. Yeah!
The answer to how come our first Wash Wednesday video had to be censored is nudity. Not nudity. Fisher had a hole in his pants. Since being an employee at the rag company, how many vehicles has Dane Hennon owned? How many cars has Dane Hennon owned since he's been working at the rag company? The answer to that is 15. Well, that does it for trivia. Thank you guys so much for participating and joining us. We're gonna send it on over to Jamie and the Cleaner Cast now, powered by the Rag Company.
And just like that, we are here at the halftime show. I'm really loud in my ear, but we're moving, we're grooving, Dewar.
Yep.
And we're rolling.
What do we got on, Jamie?
Oh, you know what? You won a grand championship of Ragnosity in 2021.
That's right.
And I won in 2023.
The Microfiber Towel Championship.
The Microfiber
Just
Towel
imagine
Championship of the
belt
world.
right
That's
here.
right. Yep. So we did that thing. We might have another one joining us here shortly, but we got to take care of some business first.
That's right.
Dewar, you got that? The
100%.
boys are back. You know it. Stay tuned for more. But what kind of business we got, Dewar?
Listen, we had a jam-packed morning. Okay?
What a morning.
We had the Germans. We had the Americans. Everybody.
Yeah.
So hot. This afternoon, we have Lake Country Power Tools.
Yeah.
Lake Country Manufacturing. So a nice double whammy, if you will.
Oh, yeah.
Same
Lots
umbrella.
of Lake Country action.
We need a bit of an umbrella situation here right now because
I hear there's a cool guy in that segment.
Yes, very much so.
Yep, stay tuned.
And then we have a remote session with the doctor himself.
The doctor is not in the building, but he's calling in, so stay tuned for that. Yep. Optimum's coming up.
Now, RoadFS, we saw their sweet little portable podcast setup.
Yep.
Definitely a really super cool thing.
Those guys got it going on. They're going to be entertaining.
At 4:15, we have Scott from Konig, I think, also calling in.
Konig Wheels.
I think you're getting some Konigs, aren't you?
I sure am. For winning the Microfiber Championship of the World, I get me a set of them high
and
premium Konig wheels.
I mean, the media team here does such a fantastic job, but for some reason there's some artifact on our little halftime show thing. I have no idea what that is, but it's a busy week. Everyone's tired, so just ignore any anomalies.
It is a little blurry. You better stay tuned for what we got planned. But like you said, this morning we started with KCX. They dropped a hot rinseless wash action. Friends from Colorlock did some leather restoration. Our friends at the Rag Company, who we owe a lot to,
very much
presented all their ultra line, all the good stuff they got going on, which is on sale. 25% off for the 25th anniversary of the Rag Company. So head on over to ragcompany.com. 25% off Rag Company stuff. And what else, Dewar?
Well,
20% off.
20% off.
Everything else.
Everything else.
That's right. You can pre-order a Rapid Rinseless Wash. It's not 20% off, but you can pre-order it. And all the other Koch-Chemie stuff on there is 20% off, so go check it out.
I hope there's been a lot of hashtag Koch-Chemies in the comments.
Yes, I hope so too. You know how it is.
Yep.
But I'd like to, before we bring in our first guest, man, I'd like to say thank you to the Rag Company team.
Thank you so much.
Got me this far. 5 years ago, I signed up for the Grand Ambassador program, and they took a chance on a guy. And me and Justin were talking yesterday. I was not good then at all. I had like 200 followers. My content was not good at all. They took a chance on a guy from the swamp.
That's right.
And 5 years later, I finally won the dang thing, and I owe everything, to the Rag Company. So thank you. Thank you to the great media team back there for setting us up for success. The Cleaner Cast has hopefully made you proud.
They set us up with multiple views today. A great way to end off the week.
Yep.
Again, relaying onto what you said, I have nothing but fantastic things to say about Jeff Carolyn, the whole team here.
We're going to try and get an interview with them a little bit. They're a little
most
shy,
definitely.
We're going to get it out of them.
little Jimmy the Cleaner vlog action.
Yep, stay tuned for the YouTube channel. But Dewar, we got a jam-packed show today. I say we bring on our first guest. Kicking off with a little arts and crafts action.
I don't see why not.
So, let's bring him in, Grand Ambassador of the Year for the year 2020. That was a hard year. COVID, it was all locked down. It's Justin Dean. He is the elder statesman of the Microfiber Championship of the World. How's it going, brother?
Justin.
Great to join you guys.
Oh, it's great having you here. What a segment this morning to kick things off, right?
Right? Yeah, for sure.
A lot of look at all these notes Dewar has. I mean, just to give us a rundown of what all happened and recap it for anybody who may have missed it and needs to go back
just another pretty face
and catch the replay.
So first off, we started off with Project X-Wagon. Project X-Wagon is our project vehicle. We are doing a complete, basically refurbishment on. For the most part.
I mean, I saw windows busted. I mean, it was disgusting.
It was pretty rad. So a little more info on that. It's going to be about a 15-part series.
Oh, that's a long series.
So yeah, it's going to be a lot of videos. We have about 6 to 7 done right now. And the first episode will actually drop next Sunday.
So I'm excited.
This Sunday we'll have a teaser, a little more of a teaser trailer dropping, and then next Sunday, full first episode. You're not going to want to miss it. It's going to be a lot of fun. It's funny and informational at the same time. So it's just a lot of fun.
Project Car, vlog series are always a good time.
Oh yeah,
definitely
sure.
go.
So I do have a question about that now.
Yeah.
we all love our TV series.
Oh, yeah.
So is this going to be YouTube only? Is this going to be Hulu, Netflix, Disney Plus?
Yeah, where
are we going to
watching
find
this?
this?
Yeah, we're going to watch this on YouTube more than likely. Disney did not like it. They said, they said not princessy enough. So.
Oh, man. But, they didn't like Andrew? I thought
maybe, though,
Andrew made the cut.
If we had sashes then.
Exactly. That they would have been all about it.
That would have been
Andrew better take notes. I'm telling you.
He'll be ready for next season.
Next season.
What else do you have?
After that, we talked about our new training program we have. Diego.
Yes, Diego.
Meeting Diego.
A gem.
He's
awesome.
He's wonderful.
Yep.
And when you guys do actually get to meet this guy, you're going to think the same thing.
Yep.
He's just crazy, like nice and genuine.
What a great addition to the team.
Yeah.
Started 5 years ago.
Y'all found a good one. Yeah.
Nuts.
Was not a detailer 5 years ago. We went through the whole, detailer life.
Yeah.
And now he's working with Koch-Chemie.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. It's sort of, I started 5 years ago as well.
Right.
Really detailing.
Pretty much. I mean, I was, just soap guy. No, not that bad. But you know what I'm saying. I wasn't that good, 5 years ago either.
But yeah, we have a lot of trainings.
Helped us out.
A lot of trainings coming up. We talked about, tire glaze, alkali wheel.
Mm-hmm.
Talked about hydrofoam, which is new to the States.
The little foam town action.
Yep, foam town action. And which is really, really crazy. A lot of people have said, hey, that stuff was really awesome whenever they saw it on live.
Yep.
So you're going to definitely pick up a lot of that. Dilution level 50 to 1. That's good. You're not putting a lot in there. So. Then we surprised the rapid rinseless, something we've been working on for way over a year, and we went through a whole alphabet.
You were give us a sniff test. What's that smell like?
Now,
formulation.
In the chat, we should have had a contest on that, but we did not. So I've been hearing Mandarin iced tea.
Yeah.
That'll take you back.
Where did you find this scent? Because it is a nice scent. It's good smelling.
I'm kind of shocked that with Georgia and the peaches, you didn't go that route. So
yeah.
What made you do this?
We wanted, so basically, we wanted to be a little different than some of the other scents that we've already had in place.
Yeah.
So like Quick Finish is a iced tea scent.
Ooh.
Iced tea. So that's sort of more of a Georgia-ish scent.
Yeah.
This one right here is just a little sweeter, a little more orangey mandarin.
Yeah, I like that.
A little bit of the flavoring.
Nice. Well, we can't rinseless wash on the halftime show, but what we can do is you have a mix you want to show us today.
For sure.
And what do you call this mix?
So this is my all-star mix.
The all-star mix. So what's that?
All-star mix.
What all goes into that?
Basically, so we have our Polestar. I'm a big interior guy, actually.
Yep.
So we're going to actually grab these two real fast. Yep. Okay. So we have our Polestar. And a Green Star.
Actually, we like Polestar.
Yeah, I love Polestar.
Love Polestar.
The foaming action on Polestar, crazy.
Best Alcantara cleaner I've ever come across.
And the nice thing is you can use it on the whole interior.
Yep.
No matter what it is.
Yeah.
Maybe not screens, but everything else. And not windows. It doesn't work as great. Polestar pH neutral. Green Star is 12.5.
Yep.
So basically, my all-star mix. What I found out doing interiors in the great state of Montana years ago, starting out, they were horrible. Horrible interiors, and I did a lot of them.
Yep.
Polestar worked great, but there was times where I needed a little extra kick.
Yeah. I like that. I like where this is going. Stay
I was
tuned.
like, let's go ahead, add some Green Star.
Green Star action.
Into the Polestar mix. Basically what it does is Polestar foams really well, brings everything to the surface.
Yep.
Well, you had a little Green Star in there. It's going to kick it up a notch. Still going to bring everything to the surface, but its cleaning power is increased.
Yeah, it gives it that bite.
So your dilution level on it is going to be a 2 ounces of Polestar to a 1 ounce of Green Star and a 32 ounce.
Yeah, we would suggest this in you like the foamers, right?
Actually, you can use it in both.
Okay,
I don't know. I like it more sprayer because Polestar foams.
Oh, okay. Nice.
Extremely.
Well, that's what we got here. Okay. So a little sprayer.
Yep.
So let's go ahead and we'll do a little mix. We have about 29 ounces of water in this IK right here.
Yeah, high concentration here. So
high concentration.
Mostly water, but the concentration at Koch-Chemie products.
I think I stole this from you.
Yeah, that's he came around the corner with that, and I'm just like, oh no.
Yeah, so the new IK
comes in a little measuring cup.
Yeah, the little dilution cap in there.
Yep.
There are markings inside, which is super
handy.
It is.
It's really nice.
Yep.
So we're gonna do both of these inside this cap because we can.
Okay. Oh, there you go. Yeah.
So we're gonna do 2 ounces of Polestar.
I'll go ahead and pop the top off of this bad boy.
So we're gonna measure it up here.
Yep.
2 ounces of Polestar.
2 ounces of Polestar. Write it down. Got your notes? Write it down.
And then 1 ounce of Green Star.
1 ounce of Green Star. So 3 ounces of chemical.
3 ounces of chemical. This is a 10-to-1 dilution. And now this is
going
to change your cleaning process.
TR1s.
for the interior.
And the nice thing with the lid is that there's actually a light little indent to allow you to pour.
I got most
Take
of it.
Take that, doers' notes.
Yep.
You just got green stuff.
Yep.
That's right.
All right.
Got most in there.
You got a cleanup towel for him?
I do. Right from the Rag Company line.
Crazy.
This is the new Ultra Rip and Rag. So let's clean that bottle up, Jamie.
Yeah.
You know, it's almost like you knew I was going to do that.
I mean,
we came prepared.
You had a long flight here. It was a long night.
So give it a shake.
It was a long night.
This poor Justin. We're sitting in the hotel last night, hanging out with our own chip cookies. And Justin comes out of the elevator with a stack
his whole set of chip cookies.
And he wouldn't even sit with us. He had to go to to the cool kids table with the rest of his friends. So.
Yeah, it's hard to separate the three amigos.
I immediately left you guys.
Yeah.
So sorry about that.
Yeah, no problem. But how do you implement this now into the interior before we
So I mainly use it in just a pure TR sprayer or mini, either one.
You spray into your brushes, using a scrub pad?
Either one. If I'm using leather or doing it on leather, then I'm, if I need to.
Yeah.
Leather, usually Polestar is good with, and it takes it right out. But if there is something really bad on that leather, I'll, sort of spot hit it.
Yeah, sure.
I am using more of a scrubbing, pad. Type. Yeah.
Yeah, I love a good scrub pad.
But then all the plastic surfaces, stuff like that, I'm just using interior brushes, whatever type it may be.
Nice. All right.
Foam it in there or spray it in there and watch it go to work. Yep. But it really does. Lather is really nice. Gives it extra cleaning power. You don't always have to use it, but when you do, that's a good, little dilution level.
Mop it up with a rip and rag or a premium rip and rag, ultra rip and rag, that kind of deal. So, do we have any questions?
The only question is, how can I fit a box in my bag?
That's a big box, Dewar. I don't think you're getting an Ultra Ripper back to Canada. You're going to have to get hit up TOC, Carzilla.
Super Auto, big fan of the Alpharetta area. Need to come visit the Alpharetta store. Any good barbecue places near there?
What you got to eat around there, Justin?
Man, honestly, I don't know if there's really any just standout good barbecue there. Around our, our area right there.
Yeah.
But, they're all decent. But when you got to get the good stuff and go North Georgia. That's good stuff.
Yeah, take a little field trip.
I thought you were going to say Canada. I'm like, hold on.
Not Canada. No, not Canada.
Where the puts in, okay?
No, yeah. Remember, my wife's Canadian. So
that's right. That's right.
Oh, I know this barbecue.
There you go.
Yep. So,
what else we got
nice little comment here. One of our favorite towels, because we've all been big fans of the Rag Company towels for many, many years.
Absolutely.
So the Teal Eagle Edgeless, I think it was a 450 GSM, the Amazon exclusive.
The Amazon exclusive,
That thing was running hot. Shout out to the Teal fans out there. I like that
one a lot, yeah.
And that was really the only 450, because the rest are 500s.
Yep, 500, 600,
Jamie picked up a whole schwack of 500s yesterday.
I loaded
600s.
up on the 500s.
Real big fans of that.
Yep.
So,
okay.
But yeah, the Teal gang, as you see in front of us, kind of a bunch of Teal adjacent stuff.
Oh yeah.
Here we have the blue Ultra utility brush. This thing is great for grills.
Yeah.
Totally great.
Can they save a little change on that Ultra Action?
I think we have a bit of a sale going on.
Bit of a sale going on with the ragcompany.com.
5%.
And unlike we said this morning, sale actually ends tomorrow on Friday.
That's right. That's right. We appreciate when Gabe comes with his illustrious teacher voice,
his ultimate wisdom,
and drops that knowledge.
That's
on
right.
Us, so.
Yep.
I know he's been tired running around.
Yeah, so sale ends tomorrow, 25% off, no promo code needed at the ragcompany.com, 20% off all the rest of the Koch-Chemie stuff, right?
Rapid Rinseless, pre-order now.
Pre-order.
We'll ship in 2 weeks, though. So if you have other items that you want today, order those separately.
Yep.
And if you want to add items to your Rapid Rinseless order in 2 weeks, you can do that, and there's no extra shipping. Just let TRC know.
Yeah, because I did see some questions about if they were to pre-order, if they're going to hold the rest of the order. I don't know exactly what they're doing. I think they may keep it. I'm not 100% sure.
Yep.
But either way, I mean, what you can do in the comments of your order is you can get one of the 3 of us to sign it, or all 3 of us. Doesn't matter.
Maybe it's Thursday, Dewar.
Maybe it's Thursday.
We're about to head out of town, Dewar.
The great shipping team may get to us before we get out of here.
Yep.
So. But we have a real question for Justin here, the expert. We used this yesterday for the first time.
We did. We checked it out.
Is alkaline wheel cleaner safe on polished aluminum and anodized wheels?
Good question.
Yeah, I would use it, as a lower dilution or a higher dilution, I guess, a 10-to-1, maybe even a 15-to-1.
We ran it at 10-to-1 yesterday.
Yeah,
it wasn't the worst wheel, so we ran it a little light.
When I say I do a 5-to-1 a lot earlier, I work a lot on hammered wheels. I don't do a lot of maintenance washes.
Those wheels needed some 5-to-1 action.
Honestly, I think it could have used a little more.
Might have went straight on them things.
That's right.
Yeah, they're rough.
That's right.
But yeah, you go to a higher dilution rate, and it'll be fine.
Absolutely.
And one of the questions I did also see in the KCX presentation here, because people, when they hear rinseless, they want to use it for waterless, clay lube, cleaning their whole house, cleaning their cars. So what are we thinking with rapid rinseless wash as a clay lube, waterless, drying aid?
For sure, yeah, you definitely can. I use it personally as a drying aid. Been doing it for every version for the last 5 months that we've received.
It's real slick.
It's drying aid, drying aid, drying aid. You spray it on, a lot of that water is going to fall anyways. So, yeah.
I've told everybody my favorite use so far is putting it in my pad washer. It has been the best pad cleaning solution I've mixed up to date. I mean, it cleans pads like no other.
Man,
it's amazing.
The past year has given us an ability to just save pads so much. And big fans of Lake Country Pad Washer.
Yeah, Lake Country's coming up.
And I mean, our good friend Dane behind the scenes is probably the best pad washer I've ever seen in my entire life.
History of pad washing.
But Papa Chrome himself is the pad washer king. But let's see what else we got here, Jamie. What do you think? All right, Super Auto here. RRW in 2 weeks. Not on the KCX US site. We'll be near the store tomorrow. Is anyone there? Or is everyone here, Justin?
Our warehouse crew will be there tomorrow. But the reason it's 2 weeks away is because Rapid Rinseless is in the port right now. So it's being offloaded, containers offloaded right now.
A little bridge incident.
So we're looking at the bridge incident really, delayed us a few days.
For sure.
But yeah, it will have it available next week, but not right now. So if you stop by tomorrow, you can pick up hydrofoam. It is available, but not Rapid Rinseless yet.
Speaking of hydrofoam, my goodness, when you guys foamed, like this Audi, folks, was absolutely hammered. I think this thing went up bogus. Off the road and then just scraped along the bushes because we were looking at the side of the door
and pinstripes going on.
It's like it may look like they were streaking, but no, it's hammered.
It's pretty bad.
They gave you quite the vehicle to rinseless wash there.
So a couple more questions here before we get Justin on the way. Let me see what we got here, boys and girls.
A lot of buttons on the iPad, people.
Our favorite European, Hans Klosen. Will the cleaner cast Simon Ultra
we will absolutely try.
Absolutely.
There's a lot of orders going down this week, boys. So.
Lots going down. So if the notes are in there and they get to us fast enough, we'll absolutely do so. And then, so I'm assuming they're alluding to the Rapid Rinseless. Barry Bonds. I think we have a celebrity watching the show right now. This is amazing.
Keep the dust from sticking.
So, what are the anti-static properties of Rapid Rinseless? Or are you aware of that? Or what would you do to combat it?
Well, to be honest, so obviously in that video you saw that we were up in the mountains. And then we're coming down the mountain. When we got down to the bottom, it was perfectly clean on the way up. And then that's how dusty it got was from the video. So on the way down to the bottom, obviously there's dirt still on there. Or dust, not dirt. Dust just came up on it. Combating that with a rinseless, just go ahead and hit it with a rinseless again.
There you go. Get to the bottom, wash it again.
Yeah, super easy. And then it takes like 30 seconds, and you can really do that whole car because you just it's not, there's nothing dirty on it, it's just dust. So
very cool.
I think that's a good way to go about it.
This week has been amazing. The dust is slowly settling around here. And we have to end our family reunion, Jamie. But the best part about family reunions is that the stereotype is that there's always going to be a fun uncle.
There's always going to be a fun uncle?
I think there's a fun uncle around here. What do you say?
Yeah, I think there is. Well, Justin, we're going to get you out of here.
Sounds good, boys.
It's been a pleasure.
Thanks
for the Arts and Crafts action. All-Star, go check it out. Green Star, Polestar mix at that 10-to-1 dilution. 2 ounces Polestar, 1 ounce Green Star.
All right, boys.
All right, it was a good time.
Thanks.
And speaking of the Funkles, the fun uncles in the group, TRC has a fun uncle.
They do.
He came to Boise, Idaho. I think he's having a good time. He's a, kind of behind the scenes action the last couple years, but boy, if you don't know him, you should know him. Dewar, how did you get to know him?
When I first started detailing, I didn't want to stick to my orange and black arm burning brands. So I looked at the distributors in the
you were looking for the
upper
good
49th
stuff.
parallel to see what we have. And this particular brand was available, and I thought, hey, I jump on. When you used to make orders, you used to get DVDs in the box, and I still have one, and I wish I would have brought it because I could have had this amazing human being sign that thing, but I mean, beggars can't be choosers. So, Jamie, what do you say we bring our funnest uncle on the show?
Everybody, welcome to the Cleaner Cast, Mr. Adam Patali. You know him from Adam's Polishes. Welcome to the show, sir. It is an absolute pleasure.
Good to see you. Thanks so much for making the time.
Come on in.
Guys. Very kind.
We got to huddle up here on the mid show, but it's a good time here.
Let's snuggle.
Sir, how you doing today?
I'm blessed.
Yes.
Truly blessed,
We are too. In the presence of a legendary figure in the industry. So we appreciate you taking the time coming on today, and you're going to help, drop some knowledge to these good people out here. You know what it's like to build an empire, an auto detailing business, that kind of deal, and set their mind straight to it, right? So you're going to drop some tips for us.
I do feel like I've been in it. I've been in it since 1980, so I've learned some things. I got to tell you,
I wasn't born in 1980. I was born in 1990, so that's a long time, sir.
Yeah, I remember like when I first started seeing the Adam stuff, dipping into the social media game, YouTube, things like that. I remember you talking about detailing bicycles, and I just thought that was so cool.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Growing up, detailing bikes. I mean, I remember the most maintenance I did on my bike was just hosing it off. That thing had more water spots than anything. But yeah, kind of tell us how you went from the bikes to building this amazing empire to joining this amazing week of detailing prowess.
Well, first of all, thanks for having me. This is cool. And having moved to Boise a few years back, the fact that the rag company's right here in my backyard, we do stuff, and we don't do a whole lot of business together.
Right.
But I just love these guys. This is a great group of human beings. You notice that?
Once you meet them, you kind of become part of the family.
Yeah. There's just like a family, the way that they do things. So, so it's great to be here, and I'm grateful.
And look at that, we got your friends in the chat.
We know that guy. Adam's Polish is in the chat.
What's up? So Dan Tiger is been with us for many, many years.
Sure.
And he is just an absolute wonderful human being. He now runs all of our Carlisle events in Carlisle, Pennsylvania.
Nice.
He also does a bunch of the scheduling and all of the stuff that we do when we're doing the detailing for Barrett Jackson and all the big events like that. So we do all that. He takes care of it. He's also online right now answering questions. So that's why I bring up my man Dan, who is online and able to answer questions. So if I'm not sitting here watching and answering questions real time,
he's in there.
Dan Tiger. I don't know if you guys have kids, but Daniel Tiger is an epic.
Yes, sir. I got a 2-year-old, 4-year-old. Just had birthdays in March.
Oh, God bless you.
Yes, sir.
That's awesome. So anyway, well, detailing. I got into neighborhood washing and waxing. And then, a bicycle repair and cleaning business was sort of the very beginning.
Sure.
And this story's been told so many times, I just can't go through the whole thing again. So I'm going to do a real abbreviated version because I don't want to bore people to tears.
It's fine.
That's right.
My mom started dating a guy after my parents split up. I was about 9 years old. And she started dating a guy who was a cyclist. He had done a long ride, and he'd done it in the rain. So he had this really nice bike, and back then the bikes were a lot polished aluminum. Campagnolo is like the greatest components you can get on a bicycle, and they were really, they were dull, they were dirty, and they got nasty from riding, a 100-mile bike ride in the rain. He came back over to the house a few days later. He left his bike there, and I had cleaned it very thoroughly. I pulled the chain off, I gasoline scrubbed it, got all the nastiness off of it. I retaped his handlebars. He had laid the bike down at one point and scuffed the edges. So I ended up the worst, right? Handlebar tape. Well, that's a thing of the past.
I didn't have handlebar tape.
Back in 1980, it was a thing. It was a thing. And so I redid his bars and redid that stuff. He went back to work, and I'm telling you, this is when God smiled on my little on my little business and on helping me find a trajectory. And I think everyone out there, everyone in life, if you look for it, there is a path.
I was about to just say, we have each our own path, right?
We do.
Yes, sir.
God's got one for all of us, right? There's no question that there's a path. All you got to do is just listen, watch, and go. Well, this is how that happened. He sees his bike, and he's blown away. Okay. He sees his bike, he's mind blown. He goes back to work, and what does he do? He tells his 150 person cycling team.
Oh, no. That word of mouth, as I like to say. I'll run on that a lot.
But who would have known that?
That's a lot of bikes.
Would I have ever thought that for a second when I was taping his handlebars? No. Never. So anyway, he goes back, he tells them, hey, this kid's like this totally amazing manual laborer,
That's right. He tapes real good.
That just happened, and I can sit there and say, oh, I just did such a great job, I just earned that. Thank you, God. That was a direction.
That's when that path started, right?
That's right.
You've been on that path.
And had that not all happened, that wouldn't have happened.
Yes, sir.
So anyway, that happened, and so my mom's got a Volvo station wagon.
Okay.
She's got this 1975 245 DL wagon. Puke, puke green, which is now a cool color again, I think.
That's right.
Those are all cool colors.
Coming back, mud colors,
She'd bring home 2 or 3 bikes a night, and I put up she put up advertisements on the cork boards. Now, back in the day, way before you guys were born, there used to be in like the lunchrooms a cork board.
Right.
Sure.
You know, babysitter services. Anyone want to work for me?
Very nice.
Okay, my mom ends up being a receptionist at Allergan Pharmaceuticals, huge pharmaceutical company, you know.
Sure. Right.
And Mike, the guy who I did his bike, is a doctor. He's a drug designer there. They end up dating and blah blah blah.
Yeah.
So she's bringing home bikes. It's like really going
the
pretty
business
good.
coming in now.
Yeah, she's bringing home as many bikes as
We're
I can do.
rolling in the bike business. Yeah.
We're rolling.
We're taping. We're
cleaning.
polishing.
Yeah. The aluminum polishes up really nice.
Yeah.
Oh,
you know,
yeah.
aluminum's like, people are like, boom, if you ever want to sell polish, sell aluminum polish. Like, holy God, look at that before and after here.
You can almost blind people with the glistening in the sun.
It is.
So you're rolling in the bike business now.
It is. And then one Saturday, I'm out. I'm washing my dad's car. Okay, I'm out there, and my dad helps me dry the roof because I'm a little kid.
Little kid then.
He helps me dry the roof.
Little Adam.
I'm like, right on. And the next Saturday, my next door neighbor comes home with a brand new 1980 Toyota pickup truck. Yellow, brown stripes, SR5. Very nice. Brown vinyl. He's watching and he's like, hey, would you want to wash my truck? I see you washing your dad's car.
I
Like,
see
would
the
you?
bikes. I see the dad's truck.
And I'm like, are you kidding me? Like, there couldn't have been a cooler car in the world for a 10-year-old kid than a brand new Toyota pickup. Like,
that's a lot of pressure too on a 10-year-old kid.
And I mean, guys now, I know Gabe would do anything for like that right now.
Gabe's mental for Toyotas.
Absolutely.
He is absolutely mental. I love Gabe. Okay, so
shout out to Gabe.
Ton of fun.
Shout out to Gabe. So anyway, I go ahead and I wash his truck, and then
Did you pull out the dish soap? What did you pull out back then?
Scotch Brite pads, maybe. I don't know.
What are we talking here? Grout sponge?
Really, you know what's funny? I've told the story so many times that I couldn't tell you guys what I actually used. I wonder if something that was available in San Juan Capistrano was probably purchased at the Builders Emporium.
Okay.
At that point, probably the newest and most up and coming company was Mother's.
Yeah.
And I like the Mother's
Classic
California
company.
Gold paste wax. I used that on the bicycles. And then I also used Der Stuff, and my dad's car was the worst Porsche I think ever built. And it was a Porsche 924.
Oh,
yeah,
wow.
that was rough. Those were rough.
He had to replace the entire drivetrain at like 4,000 miles.
Oh, that's impressive.
The transaxle went out. So anyway, it was a big deal.
Yeah.
We so I might have been using, and at the Porsche dealership they were selling stuff called Dirt Shiny stuff. Anyway, I'll just transition right now. I kept detailing everything kept going.
Kept on detailing,
and then Der Shiny stuff, and Der Wash stuff, and Der all the Der stuff. Der is the in German, okay?
Okay,
so
perfect.
Der stuff was what they were selling at the Bill Yates Porsche Volkswagen dealership in San Juan Capistrano, where I grew up. And they had this stuff, and the guy that was selling it, his name is Der Dave, right?
Der Dave.
Der Dave.
Amazing.
Right?
Oh,
Dave
my
Herbert's his real name, and I'll make sure and tell Dave to watch this.
Yeah.
But Dave's amazing. He's, ex-military, retired Marine that just loves, remote-controlled helicopters and stuff, and he just geeks out on stuff. Anyway, he starts selling this German polish called Bullet Wax, B-O-L-I-T, and that was a very premium wax imported from Germany. And then he lost the distributorship to someone else for some reason. So he decided, I'm going to come out with my own stuff. And my own stuff is going to be cooler. And he came out with Der Stuff.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Oh, I love
Pretty
that.
straightforward there.
Yeah.
So, like the naming, like the branding.
Yep. You might as well do it yourself if someone else won't. So.
And you got to pick a name eventually.
So you saw that.
Yeah.
And you kept that in the back of your mind, I'm sure.
When I used it all the way through elementary school, into junior high, high school, and even after high school. In college, I detailed all the way forever. I always detailed. Got into fleet detailing. In high school, got into limousine fleets. More cars, less driving. You go to one location, do lots of vehicles.
Yeah, that's right.
Scrubbing the big white tops and white and black limousines. Black shows swirls. White shows tingy, gringy looking vinyl top. So they needed to be detailed pretty regularly. Anyway,
so you're rolling. How do you keep that in the back of your mind? You see Durr start his loan line. I'm sure that leads eventually. When does that get you thinking about doing this thing yourself?
I decided that real estate, which is what I ended up doing right after college, and I had a mountain of debt.
Oh boy,
bigger than this building. I mean, huge.
This is a pretty big building now.
It's a very large building.
That's a big mountain of debt. Yeah.
I went to USC, University of Spoiled Children.
Okay.
And we, I went to school and I was the only kid paying my own way.
Only kid,
I did do quite a bit of detailing though in school for my friends, my fraternity brothers that were all loaded, their parents that were all loaded. So that helped me be a slightly smaller amount of debt.
For sure.
That's right.
after that, I sold real estate for a little while, and I was absolutely a failure. Dang. I hated it, and I was bad at it, both. So not only was I,
you know. So what was the disconnect there in selling real estate? You think it was
I think it was
communication?
Being inside of a building, you're in a bullpen, you're cold calling property owners, and you're in a suit and coat and tie, no windows, no air, nothing, no. And I'm like, this isn't my jam.
Too much out of your
the
element.
Opposite of what detailing can be.
Amen.
Completely out of the element. That path we go back to, that path you're set on, completely off the path.
100%.
Yep.
So I'm like, okay, I got to figure something else out. But I'm detailing the guys' cars in the real estate office.
Right.
So I mean, I was still eating.
Yeah, definitely.
Anyway, I went and I saw Dave, and I said, Dave, let's go to the Orange County swap meet, and let's go set up a booth, and I want to start selling this stuff on the weekends. I mean, think about how long I've known this guy. From 1980.
Dave needs a face. Dur's not being the face.
Right.
You're stepping up.
Yeah. And Dur became a grown up, you know, and he's doing other things and stuff. So he wasn't able to go out and do all these trade shows and promote. So I'm like, I'm going to try it. So we tried it, and there was 5 bottles. And I got these pictures. I can show these pictures. I wish I had them with me, but I don't. Pictures of me in front of a table with a throw cloth, which is a paint cloth from Home Depot.
Okay.
You know, the orange and white checkered paint, Home Depot paint cloth.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm standing there with 6 bottles of stuff on the table.
And that's like we have here.
Yeah. No applicators, no towels. People ask, how do I use this?
Just the chemicals.
Yeah, just the chemicals. How do I use this? What do I? So I'm like, good question. So I set up this little booth, and we sell $300 worth of stuff.
Sure.
And then the next weekend, a little bit more. But I'm listening to the people, and I'm right across from these guys. Every day I'm across from these customers. I'm listening to what they...
Real-time feedback.
Real-time.
Face to face.
It's priceless.
Learning as you go.
Priceless, exactly.
Priceless. We ended up saying, okay, we need to come up with an applicator pad for this polish. And then not the Dur wash stuff, the soap. We need a wash mitt. We need a drying towel.
Drying towel,
Wheel and tire cleaning tools, products.
You're listening to the problems that the people are telling you face to face. You're taking the notes. You're coming up with solutions.
And you know the one funny thing, then as in now, the one thing that people still have the biggest problem.
What's that?
Inside of the windshield's dirty.
Inside of the windshield is
single number one biggest problem.
Yep.
Single number
forever
one.
A problem.
People complain about that more than anything.
Absolutely.
We've had some friends this week that make amazing tools that can facilitate
Stoner
that
Car
process
Care,
now.
Because
I'm sure Jamie, Adam, myself, we've all been in the passenger seat, all contorted upside down, trying to get that windshield clean.
You're working on the Dur stuff. You're coming up with the solutions, adding to the product line. Tell us how that keeps going.
We start selling a bucket.
And
the bucket, we call it the Essentials Kit. Still have it today.
Kits.
Wow. I remember seeing those kits on your website.
I'll be darned.
Yeah, it was way back. Well, the kit had a little bit of everything.
It did.
And then people still had questions. They'd go home and they wouldn't remember everything that we said. So I said, okay, let me give you a little list. So I did step-by-step instructions.
Sure.
And on the back side, paso a paso instrucciones. Because yo hablo español, I speak Spanish, and also so did a whole bunch of our customers. So I had front and back, English and Spanish, step-by-step instructions, and a piece of paper. Well, a lot of times that would go, and they take it out, and they put it somewhere, and it get wet. So then we upgraded to a laminated set of instructions.
Oh, big time.
Right?
There we go.
Now they lasted beyond one use.
That's right.
But still, people didn't understand the
whole process.
Talking about leaving your hand flat as you're wiping. Like the whole idea of that. People are like, people grab towels like this.
It's all about visualization.
And wipe a car like this. And you're like, this is not how to wipe a car.
No.
Completely eliminates the
pressure points.
This is how you wipe a car. Flat
nice
on the car. Flat all the way. So anyway, you do this. And I'm like, we're going to need to do something different.
That's right.
And this is right when video technology sort of came to a point where it could be done without a cameraman and a major technology.
That's right.
So,
it's starting to get, the cameras are getting smaller, that kind of deal.
And the storage, even though the resolution was very, very small.
Very bad.
We used it, and our first video is on our YouTube channel. And it's me and one of my good buddies, Mike Wilson, who's him and his daughter, Ashley Wilson, sold for us for many, many years. It's amazing people. Mike videoed me on a Porsche Boxster, cleaning, doing the whole thing, so that now I could give the customers a tool. We did it on a Sona Mavica, which has a 3.5-inch floppy disk.
Do you know that? He's a camera guy. You know that one?
Remember that? That is an old school. I still have the camera.
Wow. That's hilarious.
That thing did very low quality, but it was perfect because we could burn it to a DVD, and DVDs were just
DVD changed
starting.
The game.
Yeah, and I was telling Jamie just before the show that we're going through some stuff, and I still have, I think it was one of the, either volume 6 or volume 8.
Yeah.
And I just thought that was the coolest thing because, yes, YouTube was still around, but it hasn't exploded like it has now.
Oh, right. Yeah.
And that's still when everybody had DVD players. You know, whether you had a laptop, desktop computer, DVD player.
Yep.
And like sometimes I would just throw it in and just watch it. Because, you know, seeing a piece of paper on a thing, yes, there's instructions, but
visualizing that process, actually seeing someone who knows what they're talking about doing it, that's how you learn.
Yeah, I'm very much a visual learner, and I remember one of the first tools was the brush you added to the drill with the little fingers, you know, getting the barrels, and I'm like, you can clean the barrel of a wheel? And I'm like, that just blew me away.
Yeah,
really.
The turbo stick. Yeah. Those are cool. So these things that we helped people achieve, people were so stoked because they would buy stuff from me on the weekend at the swap meet. This is before e-commerce, right? There was no e-commerce.
Exactly.
They'd buy stuff and then they would use it. They would be successful. They would accomplish their goal. And they're like, okay, you sold me this last week. Now I got this new problem. What do I need?
What do we need next?
Whatever it is, I'm going to buy it. Okay. Here, I got blue jean stains in my leather. Okay, perfect. Here it is. You're going to use this in cleaner, use this towel, a real gentle scrub brush. Done. They come back next week. It worked. It worked. You know, like success. Like the whole DIY movement has such power.
Absolutely.
Right?
It sure does.
You know, like HGTV. This is before all that stuff. And really, those things, when people get success themselves, doing it with their own hands, you know, this was as advertised. It actually
does what it says. Works.
And that was how we got going. And then we created bigger kits. We created, and I had the blessing, the total blessing, of being in a passionate part of what I love doing anyway.
Absolutely.
I love cleaning stuff. I love detailing. It's I do it anyway.
That's right.
After SEMA, you know, the craziest week of everybody in this industry, you go home, I just want to wash something.
That's right.
Yeah, that's why I clean. That's why I clean my truck or just do something.
Yeah, you've looked at all the cleaning products. It's time to put them to work.
So that was a gift from God. I don't think that it was like, oh yeah, I just crushed it. You know, again, being in your spot where you feel like you are doing what you're supposed to be doing.
You can feel that tug of where to go next. Yeah, for sure. You follow that path and it'll set you straight. And that's exactly, I was telling you my story.
Exactly.
And I started becoming a grand ambassador for TRC, watching their tutorials, watching Levi and Ivan back in the day, rinseless wash, blew my mind. You know, all
shout
the
out
good
to the
stuff.
Junk Man.
Yeah, shout out to the Junk Man.
Is John there right now?
Hey.
No, he's not in the chat, but I remember just like
he was so cool.
The first TRC videos with Ray Cobra, which is changed hands a few times. But I mean,
all the years of
cool
educational
and
videos.
I mean, I've had friends that have worked in the detailing industry that diapers were a very popular flannel wipe situation. And microfiber was still kind of the new kid on the block, if you will. It's like, I don't know about that. Terry cloths and cotton towels.
They might have been onto something with that. Their microfiber.
They might have been onto something. 25 years later, the Rag Company's 25th anniversary. You can save 25% over there right now.
So that's right. Check it out. Big sale. And
get the shirt. You see that shirt, Adam?
What?
Like that shirt?
I hope to walk out of here with a shirt today. I do.
Yeah. We'll get you.
I was wearing my I'm cold in the morning. I need some.
It's a little rainy, a little dreary here, but I mean, the sales are hot. The day is hot. We're still having a great time.
Yeah, absolutely. But that all rolled into Adams Polishes, that kind of deal. Very successful. Yeah, the company finally sold a couple years ago. You've been living life, huh?
We've been pretty blessed, yeah. So I'm still involved in the company. I'm still an employee. I still do the events, still do videos. I've got an incredible crew that has been running the business. And,
that's right.
And they're growing the heck out of it. And it's great.
That's phenomenal.
And my goal was I want to make sure that I am as much of a full-time parent as I can be by age 50.
Sure.
And I hit it 1 year early.
That is a great goal.
That was it. So I hit it at 49. That was 4 years ago. But basically, my goal was to make sure I don't miss any of my kids' sports.
That's phenomenal.
I got my youngest is into go-kart racing, and I'm going to those practices. I'm going to the races.
Very nice.
My middle son is absolutely maniac about basketball. I don't miss any of his stuff. My daughter's into swimming. She's and of course snowboarding. And I don't miss that stuff.
Being
now.
being present is oversees all.
That's
and
the main goal. There's nothing wrong with building a mecha empire and then
Hey, you did
someone
it.
else.
You did it. Time to take it easy. So,
well, we'll see what's next. I'll tell you what's coming next.
Never know.
We've got something going on called the Shine Academy.
Oh my,
the Shine Academy.
Let's talk about that for a little bit.
Dan Tiger and Chris Fell are two guys that are absolutely amazing human beings. Super, super good people. And we are helping people get into the detailing business or helping enthusiasts understand better how to maintain their baby.
I love that.
So we do it now at our store in Scottsdale, Arizona.
So any level.
Any level.
There we go.
So Scottsdale, Arizona, Anaheim, California, and at our store. But I'll tell you what, our goal is to open another one here. I just bought a car wash here in town.
Oh,
so
dang.
Boys.
Okay.
Look out.
There we go.
Car wash coming here.
Stay tuned.
And it'll be a vocational school at night. So we're going to help as many people as we can get into a business that they are passionate about. Because I'll tell you what, the best life to live is a life that you're passionate about.
One you're passionate about,
When you can live your passion.
That path, like you said.
I mean, you're in this business and you live in a town of 1,600
population in Coshada, Louisiana. You know, I'll make it happen, Captain.
So, you know, how long have you been in the racket?
So I'm doing detailing as a side hobby, but I've been really for the last 15 or so years. I've been gently dabbling and whatnot, and it's just so fun. I love learning. You know, again with the visual aspect and everything, but just you know the detailing and the clean car is almost second to the people that you meet. You know, and I never in a million years did I think that, you know, back in 2008, 2009, when I first saw the Atom stuff, that I'd be meeting you here today. So, again, huge shout out to the rag company.
What a ride, boys.
We're here at the halftime show. TRCMA, the biggest rag company event of the year. So, mega event. This has become Jeff and Carolyn have started in their garage to now that path they set on. I think it's come full circle, and we're now here at the halftime show of TRCMA 2024. So what a journey!
So we're sitting. We got about just under 15 minutes left.
Let's answer some questions
in the comments if you have more questions. Some Super Auto here
Adam
was asking a couple weeks ago. You came by with an absolute monster Audi RS6. That car. I have never wanted to jump through my screen so much. Somebody was asking if that's the wagon. That is not it. That thing is a hammered. That is a hammered potato. I am so sorry, but the RS6 is where it's at. So, what's your experience been with that car, real quick? And I mean, I am just jealous as all heck about that thing.
It's good looking.
So
you should drive it.
Has it been the best car you've owned?
It is the best car my wife has ever owned. So it's her car. She loves it. She was in a Porsche Cayenne Turbo before.
Ooh, that's nice.
And before that, an Escalade. And she's like, I'm done driving a mom car. You know, and you know, Escalade's a nice mom car. Let's be honest.
Yeah, it is.
But
it's a heck of a mom car.
It's a bit of a boat, you know.
I'm in a Telluride right now, so that's a pretty good mom ride.
You got to go for the long roof club.
That's right. And I'm a wagon person. So what I've got sitting right out there right now is my 2012 CTSV 6-speed wagon. And I mean, for 560 or 80 horsepower, it is such a great car. So I just love wagons. Wagons forever.
Cool.
And my wife was saying, you know what, the way this Porsche drives and the way it feels inside, this really firm leather, I don't really kind of want to drive it. And I'm like, well, that's quite a bit of equity sitting there. Let's turn it into something else.
So definitely.
So anyway, after a very quick look around, people were gloating about their RS6 Avant wagon, and I'm like, let's do it. So ours showed up, and it is absolutely everything that people say about it.
It's a beautiful ride.
All the racket you hear, it is.
It lives up to the hype.
It is absolutely an awesome car. It can be a chill cruiser. You pull that 1 second pull on the thing, and it put it in sport mode.
Ooh, a sport mode.
Everything changes. The car is so awesome.
And I mean, we were talking about it the other day, even just before we knew you were coming. It just coincidentally worked out. But we're saying, you know, imagine being in that thing, have 3 of your other friends in there, 4 sets of golf clubs, and you pull up in a kid, perhaps in Anthony's Civic. Maybe his Evo on the one of 365 days a year, and you can just spank them. You know, and I just love that. You can spank anybody around here.
There's not a lot.
No.
My other wagon is not a wagon, but it's sort of SUV, which is the Jeep Trackhawk, and I love that too. That is a beast. But I'm pretty sure the RS6 would take it.
Yeah, most definitely.
Unfortunately.
So, my guy Kirby down in, I think he's in Texas. Adam, I loved your videos on wheel cleaning, and that voice stuck with me. Now at the SCWA conference, I heard that voice again by the IDA booth.
Nice.
Yes.
So
I think you're the voice of a generation for sure.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'll be at Nashville here in a little bit too at the car wash show too, because I'm in the car wash business.
Yeah.
It's exciting. I've always been a car wash freak. I love you can't always wash your own car in your driveway.
Right.
Sometimes you need a place with a heated floor.
Oh yeah.
And hot water coming out all the time, that you can make the mud go away.
Go away. Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. That's right.
So I go to this pay and sprays, and I have been doing that for ever since I moved to Colorado in 07. I'm like, I'm not gonna drive dirty.
That's right.
You know.
So are you just attending the car wash event, or are you gonna be in a booth? What's the situation there?
Oh no, just attending.
Just attending.
Learn. I'm
so
sponge.
you'll see him walking around.
Sponge.
So keep a lookout for Uncle Adam.
Yep.
Signing autographs, shaking hands, kissing babies,
kissing the babies.
Sort of thing.
Yeah. If you're gonna be there, shoot me an email, Adam@adamspolishes.com.
There you go.
I'll meet up with you.
Right there, folks.
Yeah.
How cool is that?
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah.
I think one of my favorite Adams things too is that, you know, once you kind of get in that detailing bug, you go to car shows, the amount of cars and coffee sprays that Adams has had.
Yeah.
I know when I first got my first bottle of Adams detail spray and I took that smell, that is still a smell that sticks around.
Sticks with you.
know?
Still got you a bottle.
You know, up in my land in Canada, there's been a few Canadian versions of the detail sprays, which I thought were super cool, and just the Facebook groups of the people collecting them.
Oh, the collecting.
You know, I mean, there's a time where sometimes you just want to look at your stuff. You know, you just want to put it up there. So so was there one person with the idea of having those special collections? Was it everybody? You know, you had the Halloween stuff, the St. Patty's Day, all kinds of holidays.
It's a fun time.
Yeah, mostly a fun time.
You know, that keeps our business light. You know,
right.
It's like this kind of keeps it fun. You know, and
friendly, inviting.
Yeah.
Casual people can look at that and go, oh yeah, this is kind of my style.
It's chill.
My level.
And oh, you don't like that smell? Try this one. Oh, you like that one? You don't? I mean, you're gonna like something that comes out. The marketing team, our marketing team, is very busy. It's led by a guy. Oh, it's crazy. It's led by a guy by the name of Matt Butcher, and him and his marketing team. He's got Courtney, he's got Tyler, he's got Joe. Joe is our main videographer. He does all of our videos. He's been with me forever. Anyway, all these guys and girls that are involved in this marketing team, they're just bright. They think outside the box.
They seem like a fantastic team. Just seeing the end result.
Yeah,
so I bet it's
They do neat stuff. And I mean, not every special edition bottle. Hits.
Right.
But every one of them sells out.
There you go.
That's right.
They all sell out. You know, and people with these collections.
Someone out there must like them, right? So
someone's into it.
So keep doing it.
Wild idea. I think there should be a TRCMA edition. That's what I'm thinking.
Next year.
I don't know. Maybe we'll see.
Maybe.
There's been some discussions. I'll tell you what. We'd love to do business with the Rag Company.
Good friend of the chat, Eddie Cologne, EC Details. Adam's been at the Rag Company a lot.
He sure
honestly,
has.
If I could be here every day, I would.
Oh yeah.
Why wouldn't you want to come here?
Yeah. Why wouldn't you?
You know, they say sometimes you just, you show up, you hang out, you guys go for lunch, coffee, whatever. It's a fun time. You know, no matter if you're up on the executive side of things, if you're over in the media studio. I mean, but also, you can bring a car, you can wash it, you can have some fun, you can answer some questions.
It's a great hang here at TRC.
There's just fun. They have one of the best corporate cultures I've ever seen.
Yep.
They really do. Throughout from Jeff and Carolyn all the way down, they just have one of the greatest cultures I've ever heard and I've ever experienced. And they are also a few miles away from where I live. So, I mean, I love these guys. And I come by. I'm into detailing. They're into detailing. And we don't do a ton of business together, but I love these guys. So that's why whenever they say, hey, call me Uncle Adam, because a lot of times I'll bring lunch. And,
that's always a good time. They love lunch around here, believe me.
Oh, I know.
And speaking of, I want to plug the Grand Ambassador. They're always looking to expand that family, too, with the Grand Ambassador program. That's how we started here. Got Matt and Hunter in the back. So, you know.
Definitely.
See, this guy's one of those crazy collectors. See that? Somebody's into it. Thank you very much, man.
I love that Adam Swalshes is here in the chat. Just an amazing team over there. And, it's kind of one of those things that, even though they're, competitors, if you will, I think everybody's friends. Everyone's just a big old family. And you guys bounce amazing ideas off each other. And it's just a totally awesome thing. So.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
it's true.
David Boyce is a big fan of that red and black folding cart. So,
that is a styling and profiling cart at Adams. They got some good equipment as well. Just came out with a bucket with the drain plug, got the grit guard in there.
That bucket's pretty next level. That's one of the few things that we design from all the way to the ground up.
I was very impressed with it myself.
This guy Jeff designed that for us, who is really great, just talented. Pretty well thought out.
Most we got, Dewar.
Well, I'm happy to answer any more questions. I'm happy to also shut up and go away. You guys are done with me because I want to make sure.
No more questions, Dewar?
Nothing in the chat. There's lots of conversations, that sort of thing.
Okay.
I mean, Adam, we definitely appreciate it.
Adam, it was an absolute pleasure having you on.
We'll do a quick recap of everything here. Real quick, if you don't mind, and then we'll we'll get on to the rest of the afternoon. It's jam-packed afternoon.
Yeah, we'll get you out of here.
So
much appreciated.
It's such a pleasure to be here, guys.
Now I have a Funko Adam, so I'm all excited about it. So we'll see you on the next one, sir.
Yeah, so folks, if you received a bingo card in your order and that was on it, which it's not,
I mean, Uncle Adam.
that can be your free space card. We did not expect that. So,
man, what a way to wrap up our final halftime show here at TRCMA 2024, the biggest rag company event of the year.
Yep.
What a segment. We had Justin come on, mix up a little all-star action. We had Uncle Adam come on, give us his full story. Hope it inspires you like it inspires me and Dewar here.
That's right.
And
and like you said earlier, with the path, I mean, I still can't believe that he was here. But I mean, the path, we had a great tool just like this, Jamie,
Air blaster.
You connected to your compressor down in the swamp, you blew out a truck, and you had multi-million views.
2.8 million views to be correct there, Dewar.
Man,
you hear that,
unbelievable.
Fisher?
And the power of social media is so great.
Yep.
I mean, we wouldn't have met each other without it.
Nope.
We wouldn't have met the fantastic team here.
I wouldn't have got this great opportunity, sign up in 2019 as the Grand Ambassador. Keep going, keep using the good stuff that the rag company has put out.
Yep.
And the great brands like Koch-Chemie, G-Technic, all that good stuff along the way. And now we've come full circle here at TRCMA 2024. Won the microfiber championship after 5 years. It's been a heck of a road, Dewar.
The next best thing to a belt.
Yep.
Maybe they'll have.
It wasn't full microfiber championship, but that's all right. I'll give them a slide this time.
That's right.
They've helped me out a lot along the way.
Yep, most definitely. So we got 5 minutes left here.
5 minutes left here. We're wrapping it up.
We got our KCX expert.
We got a runner-up here.
So,
Hunter, the bearded Hunter's coming in. He's been our pal here.
Just because Justin
one of the many friends we've
wanted to make his star concoction.
Yep.
Do you agree with the concoction? Disagree?
I agree.
Okay.
It's a very
Hunter's stamp of approval.
Very powerful and effective.
Even when he's not wearing that shirt, he still agrees.
Yeah. Even without the logo on his shirt,
And let's just give a welcome to Hunter because he just washed the crap out of that hammered car.
Did. Yeah.
We washed a fairly clean car yesterday. Had some some foam spots on it.
Yep.
But that thing was hammered.
Yeah, it was pretty rough.
Yeah.
But yeah, Hunter, I think that was super cool. You're involved in the project this morning with the KCX team. They got their Project X episodes. Have you seen all of them?
I have
Only
not.
seen a few? Okay.
I have not seen them yet.
Oh, you didn't even get the link either.
So yeah, those will be on YouTube. They're not on any other streaming platforms, folks. So
so Hunter's had a path as well. We've talked. This is the theme of this episode.
That's right.
We had Uncle Adam come on, tell us about his path. Hunter, you want to wrap us up here with anything you want to say about the rag company, that kind of deal?
Just the Grand Ambassador program was such a huge turning point in just my involvement in the detailing industry.
Yep.
And I went from a Joe Schmo who detailed a car on a weekend and bought a couple towels here and there to all of a sudden being immersed in this massive culture, you great people, and getting to be.
We're okay.
Yeah, it's just been really cool to see just how that's transpired over the last couple of years, really, without. Yes, the Grand Ambassador program requires a lot. It requires you to work hard and to put in a lot of effort.
A great opportunity, and you have to actually put the effort in to get the most out of it.
Yeah.
And I think what's great too is that when Jamie and I did it, and Hunter as well, you had 10 people per quarter, and now they switched to their trimester system, so they got 6 people. But the group chat, you can really bounce ideas off each other.
Oh, for sure.
And when I was doing it with our great trivia contestant Matt and Alex over at Viper now, this has led to careers for people and open doors, and it's just so phenomenal. The opportunities are endless.
Yeah. Well, we're winding down here, Dewar. So we did the morning show. What is the preview for what's to come? There's still a jam-packed second half, the final day here at TRCMA 2024. What we got going on, Dewar? Who we got?
So we got some hot pad talk going on.
Oh yeah, the Lake Country Boys. There it is.
So the UDOS, the user-defined orbital system, I believe. Don't correct me. I love our
Something
acronyms
like that.
here. But
pads, pad washer, that kind of deal. They're coming up with the power tools and Lake Country Manufacturing. There's a pretty cool guy in that segment. Stay tuned.
They're taking over the set, Jamie.
They're taking over here. Who's calling in next?
So the doctor himself is ringing in.
Dr. G from Optimum is ringing in.
Yep.
And then we're rolling into the boys. Who's rolling in after that, Hunter?
After that, we've got Road FS coming in hot.
Rod and Jody with the mobile podcast.
Always a fun time with those guys.
Definitely.
Yep, they keep it light.
To end off the day, we have Jamie's soon-to-be favorite wheel company.
That's right, Konig Wheels.
Konig Wheels. So, I can't believe this 4-day extravaganza has reached its last halftime show.
Yep.
Yeah.
But
you stay tuned though. You like, subscribe, all that good stuff.
It's free to do.
Free to do.
And make sure you pick up one of these shirts with the amazing sale. These great products. We used the USS yesterday. Stay tuned to Jamie's show. We got the wool mitt, the wet kitty mitty, whatever you want to call it. Hunter just absolutely loved it. It's his next favorite tool. So,
he fell in love
Hunter,
with it.
appreciate you coming on.
Hey, thank you all.
Jamie, thank you for being the best halftime show.
It's been an absolute pleasure coming on here with the boys.
It's been a blast.
We're going to pass this sucker off to potentially the best trivia host ever.
What a segment that was.
Since the late Bob Barker. So what do you guys think we pass it off to Aaron?
We're passing. We're out of here, people. Bye. We'll see you next year.
Well, folks, that's enough questions for you all, but now we're asking some to the pro detailing friends of TRC.
What is my process for tackling tough interior detailing challenges like stains and odors? Ugh. I have kids, and my wife drives a minivan, so I am all too familiar. I'm actually actively contemplating having another detailer handle the interior on this thing the next time around, because I really grow weary of interior work. It's probably my least favorite. I think windows is probably my least favorite, and it's probably only a close second to interior work. Embracing the chemistry in all seriousness. If you're doing this profession, and I find that there are fewer and fewer detailers who are willing to take on interior work. There's several shops in my area that have actually stopped offering interior work unless you are buying a full package. They won't do an interior only. They won't even do an interior plus express exterior. So it has to be part of a bigger package. And so those shops that do offer interior only or interior as part of an express detail service are really doing quite well because there's fewer options. But the guys who do it best, and in my experience for me too, is embracing the chemistry, understanding what removes what types of stains and what's going to make a stain worse, can really make or break an interior detail. I mean, if you do not understand what chemical you should be reaching for based on what type of stain you are dealing with, I highly recommend you get yourself some training. There are excellent brands out there that will help educate you on that. Just one that comes to mind off my head is, I mean, the guys at PNS and Bob and Dave and Rennie and those guys and Keith Duplessis. If you attend a training with them, I bet you if you ask about what chemical you should be using for various types of stains, I bet you all those guys could tell you.
I guess it depends on the stain. If the stains are oil, whether it's body oil, food oil, I'd use a water-soluble degreaser. I prefer products with delaminine. It's a naturally occurring solvent that comes from citrus rinds, citrus peels. But, there are many water-soluble degreasers out there. They also smell good in comparison to a petroleum-based degreaser. And they're not flammable. With tannin stains or organics, I'd use a peroxide-based cleaner. Whether it's coffee or juice or those types of things, anything derived from a plant. If I'm dealing with odors, odds are the odors are caused by a protein stain, whether it's like a bodily fluid or dairy, something that basically, creates bacteria. And in those cases, I would use a digestive enzyme cleaner, probably with an extractor, get to the source of the problem and remove it. And then, in cases where the odor is really bad, and in cases of, things like smoke, for instance, I prefer, I know ozone's been around for a long time. I prefer the chlorine dioxide tablets, personally. I think they work really, really well.
Stains, not so bad. Odors are very challenging. I think the stains, whether it's in a carpet or if it's in a piece of upholstery or a piece of leather, etc., stains can be much more easily tackled. Odors are a little bit more difficult. I've always found odors have Odors can be very challenging. It's kind of a hit or miss.
Well, each stain is different. If it's ketchup, it's going to be different to taking out like a tannin stain, or chocolate. What other stains you get? Vomit. Where you've got to use things to kill off the bacteria and all that. Odor stains, you generally use odorators. I always find do the cleaning first and clean everything out, and then after that treat each individual problem with the appropriate chemical.
So for interiors, I really like to introduce the least amount of extra moisture as possible. So, a common thing is just hit it with the hardest shampoo possible, get it just saturated, and then suck it up, which really I approach it completely different. Again, if you're doing paint correction, you want to approach it with the least aggressive methods possible. You don't want to hit it with that sledgehammer at first. So again, with the high quality chemicals, whether you're using a carpet system or anything like that, you can utilize a drill brush, you can use a microfiber towel to try and eliminate those stains before you really go in. And something like a steamer isn't a ton of moisture, but the high pressure and the hot steam coming out of it can actually remove a lot of stains. And then wiping it up with a microfiber is something that is absolutely doable without hitting it with a ton of water.
So the first thing I do is, to sum it up, I'll go around, take an airline, blow out all the cracks, crevices in the seats, the whole 9 yards, starting top to bottom, inside to out. And from that point, I'll just get as much loose dirt as possible. I'll run my air gun through the carpets, the whole 9 yards, door panels, everything. Then I'll come back and vacuum it. Now, what that does is allows me to get all the loose dirt out. So if I do have to scrub something, I'm not creating a mud pile. All that loose dirt should already be gone. Now I'm actually scrubbing a stain, not the dirt that's sitting on top.
Last year, our guys went to the CSW Creators Summit in Chicago, the city of love. Here's what they experienced.
Hey guys, Anthony of the Rag Company, and we just returned home from an amazing trip in Chicago at the Car Supplies Warehouse Creator Summit. We got to sit down with a lot of the creators as well as the vendors and talk to them about the event, how things were going, what some of their favorite parts of the event were, and if they would return back next year. So sit back, relax, and enjoy these awesome interviews with some of the leaders in the detailing industry.
I'm good. Wonderful.
Expectation versus reality. What was your expectation of this? How is it actually going? Tell me.
Sometimes when I have these ideas and they go through my head, I can see it and visualize it, but I never know if it's actually going to work. So we did a lot of planning for this, and after just a few videos of going through the first day, it was kind of a sigh of relief. I'm like, oh, it's working.
It's not that bad,
That's
right?
good,
It's
yes.
okay. This is quite nice.
Yeah, my biggest thing is I wanted to give everybody as much value as possible. The creators, the vendors, and the viewers out there that are gonna be watching the content that we're making here.
People just know what they need to do.
Yeah.
Which is, I'm telling you right now, doesn't happen too often.
It's not easy to do this, and as they said, there was a wish list.
Yeah.
Some people were like, we want to be at this, and they had to kind of fine pick, and it wasn't picking who think they're going to be the biggest, greatest, and best. It's who's going to be able to try and do this, which is kind of difficult. Churn content out, pre-done in an hour. It's a content churn fest if you could do it,
Yeah.
I think these creators have come away, they're tired, but they've come away with a lot of tips, tricks, and advice in the back end. So yeah, my biggest takeaway is the fact that we've managed to pull this off. I think the team have done a great job.
Is there anybody else that's actually here that is as relevant or as big on TikTok as you are?
I don't know.
That's kind of a hard question. How famous are you, Jessica?
I'm not that
How famous are you? You've been creating content nonstop.
This is actually like 2 months worth of work for me.
Okay.
Squeezed into 2 days. I think someone was asking me, how often do you post videos? I go, once every 10 days.
Yeah.
So the fact that I filmed 6 yesterday, 4 today. That's literally like 2 months worth of work. So I'm done.
You're done, right? No more future interior details, no more future anything details until this content is out.
No,
I'm just kidding. No. There's gotta.
You gotta keep going.
Let me start it off. Let me start it off, and then we're gonna go for it. Hey guys, Anthony with the Rag Company, and joining me today is Pan the Organizer. I got it. That was perfectly in sync. We did awesome.
One shot, one take.
Quite the event.
Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. A hectic 2 days so far.
Show me your photo smile. Oh my gosh, he's been practicing this already.
And that's with a lot of lack of sleep.
Before you two, right, before you even got into this, right, when you were just somebody that enjoyed cleaning your car, would you not have killed to have had this down the street?
That's exactly what I was telling Jason, the owner of Car Supplies Warehouse. I was 16 when I started detailing, and I was living at my parents' house at the time, and you have access to a garden hose, maybe, a bucket or two, maybe a pressure washer.
The buckets weren't great either, right? No. The buckets were pretty gross.
And now you have this opportunity to just drive down the block, come to this place, and enjoy the facilities, the equipment, the level of, and even purchase products if you want to. Yeah. Test a bunch of stuff. The bays are right next door. Here inside we have a bunch of products that you can test and buy, and it's just awesome.
Putting on an event like this, it's a lot of work. Yeah. The logistics, getting all the staff on the same page. So very smooth running. Besides just the amount of talent that's here, what I've really enjoyed myself personally is the camaraderie.
Yes.
You know, in this industry, you know, those on the outside might think that we're walking through here giving each other side eyes and whatnot, but we're all friends. We're all in this together. The great thing about this industry is there's so many people that there's more than enough to go around. So even if you just have a small piece of that pie, it's actually a good chunk.
It's a pretty good bite is what that is.
It is.
What's something that you really enjoyed about the event?
Really, it was the individuals meeting everybody here, some of them for the first time.
Yeah.
I am really grateful to be here at the bays and to get to see the beautiful warehouse and the setup that he has going.
Yeah.
And having us all here, it's been truly amazing. I would definitely do it again.
Absolutely, and I think we can all wish that we had the bays a little bit closer to where we live, right? I mean, I would kill to have something like this just down the street from me. Jamie, what do you think so far?
So far, it's very busy. We filmed a couple videos about some high-quality microfiber, a couple videos with TRC, how they pair up with certain products. We've done a couple podcasts.
Yep.
I've done a couple long forms, a lot of short form. Keeping it really educational, I think, is the purpose here of coming here to pair up with vendors like the Rag Company.
We're always happy to see you, man. Thank you so much, dude. It's next on the list. Can you believe it? We had to drag her all the way out from our hometown of Boise, Idaho to Chicago just to be able to do this interview. I'm here with Miss Sydney Gwynn. How's your time been?
Good. I've been having fun walking around being you.
You have. I found that people, I guess I no longer have a job here apparently because people are like, just give us more Sydney. Anthony, we've had enough of you.
I've actually liked the behind the scenes stuff because I think that that's just an element that a lot of people don't get to see. I know for me, I find that super interesting, seeing behind, what's going on.
We're here to support the creators.
Yes, absolutely.
That is the main reason we're here. And the event that they put on here at Car Supplies Warehouse is amazing.
It is. Yeah.
I think it's the first of a kind.
I think so. And I think for the first of a kind, I was saying it earlier, it's a pretty well-oiled machine.
Oh, this is on par with TRCMA in terms of the organization and everything. TRCMA is amazing. TRCMA 2024 coming to a channel near you.
What has been your biggest takeaway so far?
Just being around people who have similar passions and just feeling like a part of a community. I don't know, I like it. Detailing, working from home, I have a home-based business, like it can feel very isolating, and we go into these Facebook groups or detailing groups to try to be a part of something, but to actually physically be around people who have the same struggles and trying to balance time and manage their businesses as well as all of these different channels and outlets that they're involved with. It's refreshing to know that I am not losing my mind and that the struggle is real for all of us and that, you can have a support from a community of people who can be very sympathetic.
Biggest takeaways from this event so far, what have you loved?
Oh man, I don't know you're gonna come at me with that one.
I heard you the big one, I know.
Honestly, it even seems cliche to me to say this, but the connections.
Yeah.
Right? Knowing these people the way I did through social media is great.
Yeah.
But there's just something so valuable about having that face-to-face. Yeah. And if I can, just tell you a little bit of a Pan story. So we on Wednesday night, Pan came and we hung out at my hotel room and we were talking, and you know, Pan can get going. He knows a lot of stuff. So he was really going, and I reached out to try to like pause it because I needed, and I hit him right in the nose, and I'm just kidding.
They've kind of thought of everything to make this just a really world-class event, and I think it's just gonna get bigger and better. So would you come again next year?
Absolutely, 100%.
Yeah, I would just, even if I wasn't invited, I'd probably just come. Like, I'd just show up and be like, hey, I know, not part of it.
I was thinking about that before I came, like, oh my gosh, thank God Jason invited me, because if I was watching from afar, I'd have like severe FOMO.
Oh, dude, I think everybody would have FOMO because like, you know, I feel bad for Levi because he's watching. He goes, it looks really fun. I said,
you're like, it's actually better.
It's more fun in person than it is in the video. How have you enjoyed this event?
I mean, I thought it was an incredible opportunity. I mean, to bring the creators, the influencers, and then the vendors together. I mean, and it's truly been one of those events, and it's something that we've been hearing again and again and again. Yeah. A rising tide raises all ships. You know, so I mean, ironically, I'm like downstairs. You got Chris with G-Technic downstairs, who's about to do a demo on my Shelby. You know, that's covered in Beasley's coatings. You know, like, but whatever. You know, we're all here to better the community. I am just absolutely over the moon that I'm going to be able to say, I was there when it all started. I was at the first one.
The very first one.
I knew about them before they blew up. You know, it's like.
All right, guys. So as you can see, we had a ton of fun at the Creator Summit, and we had a lot of great conversations with all of our favorite creators and favorite vendors under one roof. Seriously, it was such an amazing time, and we can't thank Car Supplies Warehouse enough for having us out for the event. Needless to say, we're already looking forward to next year, and we hope to see you there at the open house. So as always, if you guys enjoyed this video, enjoyed seeing your favorite people on the screen, then please make sure to give us a big thumbs up, subscribe down below for more, and stay tuned for more videos right here at The Rad Company.
Gotten enough of the questions? Too bad. Here's some more.
How do you approach eco-friendly car detailing, and what sustainable practices do you incorporate? And today I incorporate how to not kill the cow twice. So we want to keep the leather in very beautiful condition, and we want to be able to maintain it. My focus in today's world is interiors, and this is where my auto detailing is staying.
So the eco-friendly side of things, I think, is a very real, I'm not going to say problem, but a real situation that a lot of people deal with. You know, if you're in a water-constrained area, or if you live somewhere where you can't access water, such as a condo, apartment building, then using products that are chemically made up to work well without the use of a lot of water. So again, if you're using a rinseless product, you can utilize a little bit of water and still get great results. You pre-spray the car down with the solution, you wash with the solution, and then use another lubricating feature for drying the vehicle. So if water conservation is important to you, you can follow those steps and use very little to still get a fantastic result. I think it's important to conserve that. If you are in an area where, you know, there's runoff situations or anything like that, it's also important to use the least aggressive chemicals you can. But again, trust the science, trust the technology, and get great results, whether using a capture mat to kind of properly dispose of those, the wastewater, or again, with just the proper chemicals overall to get the results you need that don't use a ton of water.
In washing, biodegradable products, when possible, using water reclamation. If you have the ability to have a water reclamation system, not just like an oil water separator, but actually recycling the water, that's fantastic. So we have some spots that do that. And obviously water containment. So not having, you know, any sort of wash discharge that would go down into a body of water or a storm drain, etc. That, you know, whether it's mats and pumping back into tanks or or even if you have, underground tanks that can be pumped.
My towels kind of go through, for my personal use, kind of a progression. They start out as a paint towel that I'm only touching delicate surfaces with, and eventually they do kind of get ratty no matter how much I wash them with rags to riches. Wait for my check there, Levi. But if as long as I'm maintaining them, they give me a long service life. But eventually, they do hit that point of where they're just getting a little tired, or maybe I get a new, better version of that kind of towel in. That towel gets relegated to something else. Maybe goes to interiors, and then once it's too fouled up there, it goes from interiors to wheels. And once it's done there, maybe it cleans door jambs and engine bays. And eventually, it does have to be discarded to some degree, and try and minimize the amount of towels I'm throwing away by reusing them. Same thing goes for pads. I have pads that are fresh and set for my heavy paint correction work, and then as they get more tired, maybe they get relegated to something like metal polishing, wheel polishing. I even cut my old pads up to make dressing applicators eventually too, and so that way I'm getting the most useful life out of every product I've invested in before I decide I'm going to throw it in a landfill.
For me, I would probably say the biggest thing I made this switch was using a steamer versus heavy chemicals. Sometimes it does practically the same thing, works just as good, if not better, and all I'm using is water and a little bit of steam. That's probably the biggest thing I'd say that I've done in recent years.
It's different depending on where you're based. In Europe and the UK, we've got quite strict chemical regulations. I try and use products without sodium hydroxide, potassium hydroxide, phosphorus. Phosphates, phosphoric acid was the word I was looking for. Anything nasty in it that's going to be harmful to your skin and perhaps harmful to the environment. So biodegradable chemicals that are really surfactant based is a good way to go. So good chemicals. And of course, PPE is important. If you don't, especially with chemicals and solvents and stuff, when you're breathing them in, that can really affect your lungs. You feel it, headache, fuzzy sort of throat and lungs the next day when you've been smelling some nasty chemicals. So you've got to be careful.
Well, folks, thank you for joining us on this segment. Let's see what the rest of TRCMA has to offer.
everybody. We are in the home stretch of day 4, part 2, the afternoon session of TRCMA. I want to thank all of you guys for tuning in and sticking with us for these last 4 days. You guys have been amazing, absolutely amazing viewers, and we really, really appreciate you guys all not only placing orders, but leaving comments, leaving questions for all of our guests, and I hope you guys have really enjoyed all the content we've been putting forth for all of you guys this year. So, first things first, we got to do a little housekeeping. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, we got a sale going on, and it ends tomorrow. So, if you want to pick up 25% off almost everything Rag Company, you can do that, and you can also get 20% off almost everything else in the store from all of our other fabulous brands that you have seen and checked out this entire series, basically. So make sure you head on over to theragcompany.com, pick up your favorite products, some of those new things that we have debuted here this week. So biggest thing, make sure you guys head over there, check out our 25th anniversary shirt. Grab that one for yourself. Add it to the TRC arsenal of cool shirts and hoodies and stuff like that you like wearing. And next, we're going to be kicking off this afternoon hour with our friends at Lake Country. Then we're going to be going over and doing a little virtual interview with Dr. G from Optimum. And then we're going to be moving over to the boys, Rod and Jody from Road FS. They're got a little demo for you guys. And then Anthony and I are going to be finishing out with our friends from Konig, of course. And as always, we want to make sure you guys are enjoying everything we got going. Please, 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 please make sure you hit that thumbs up. We need it. We want it. And make sure you guys are leaving more comments and questions for our guests. It really does help the show move along, and we really do appreciate it. Also, it's a big thank you to not only the Rag Company, but all of our guests for flying from all parts of the world to come here and spend the week with us. Without you guys, we wouldn't be able to do this. So thank you to everybody that has participated and been here. Please, please make sure you guys buy some of their products so it makes it easier for them to fly out. All right? So now we're going to move forward and we're going to talk to our friends. We're going to see Tom McDonald and Andy Be Cool from Lake Country.
Hi everybody, I'm Tom McDonald, the Western Regional Sales Manager at Lake Country Manufacturing. And with me here is Andy Cool. Andy, introduce yourself.
Andy Cool, Lake Country Pro Team, detailer extraordinaire. So today we're going to be talking about our new marine line.
Well, before we go, we're going to talk about a lot of things today, but the marine line is our new line that we're going to come out with. It's going to be ready in SEMA this year. So we're really excited about this new line of pads, and Andy will get into great details. And then we're going to talk about our existing pads and some of the other things that we have to offer that will help make your life easier as a detailer. So go ahead.
Cool. So really what we wanted to do was take the marine pads and bring them into kind of the new age. So there's a lot of crossover, a lot of stuff that looks similar, but at the same time it's all pretty new. First off, we start with our famous cutting pad. What colors are you saying these are?
Teal and white, I'd call it. I'm colorblind, so I don't know. Could be purple.
Colorblind or color? Okay.
So before we get into details, explain for people that maybe don't know what the difference between a gel coat and a paint surface is, because there's a reason why we have a pad for marine. We're going to have a pad for marine versus automotive, and it kind of makes sense if you understand the difference between the two surfaces.
Yeah, definitely. Most paint we're dealing with now is base coat, clear coat, right?
Mm-hmm.
Gel coat is just a really thick single stage.
Mm-hmm.
The issue with that is it oxidizes. There's nothing on top to protect it other than the protection that we put on it.
Right.
It also makes it really hard to polish, right? It's extremely difficult to polish, and that's why most people don't like to get into it. So hopefully with this lineup, we can make it a little less daunting for a guy to get into it.
Yeah, because the nice thing about a car is that it's a small little compact vehicle, so you can see it from start to finish and you see the end of your work results, and it's great. But a boat is, you know, they can be pretty big and daunting. So you want products that are going to make that process easier and make you work smarter, not harder. And that's what these pads are going to do for you. So
yeah, definitely. You know, a lot of times on boats and stuff, you get through this huge process and you realize you didn't get the result you wanted, and that can be super, super frustrating. So when it comes to marine detailing, really having a process dialed in is imperative, because nothing's more disheartening than...
Yeah, and with that in mind, and this is the same for automotive, and it's just kind of a tip, I guess, is that always figure out a process first. You know, do a small area, do a test area, whether you have to do 2 or 3 products or whatever, do that test area, figure out what's going to work best, and then do that to the rest of the surface you're going to be working on, because the last thing you want to do is don't do a test surface, work all the way around half the boat, and all of a sudden you've realized it's not even close. You got to go back to square one and start all over again.
Oh yeah, well, and inspecting as you go is huge, right?
Right.
It's a real issue if you just think that this process is going to work, because your pads are going to get built up with product. There's all kinds of variables. You know, your pad softens as you polish, right?
Yeah.
And you might not get the same amount of cut as you did on that test spot. So doing a couple test spots and inspecting as we go is very important. All right, so you want to get into the meat and potatoes?
Go for it.
All right. So
go for it.
Our standard wool pad. This is all natural fibers. Now, it's not 100% wool.
It's twisted wool, but it's not 100%.
It's not 100%. We've added something into this, which we're not going to tell you what it is, to make it run cooler. So it's a natural fiber, but it's our little secret, okay?
And it cuts really well. It's a really efficient cutting pad.
And this one's going to come in 7.5, 6.5, and a 3-inch pad.
Yes.
Okay. Then we move on to our polishing wool, which is it's a blend.
Light to moderate oxidation, defects, things that this is not taking, things that this may leave behind. This finishes out with. This pad will finish out.
Right. So it can remove some oxidation, but it'll also leave a finer finish, something that's easier to finish.
And it's kind of a teal and a blue.
Yep.
Would you call it?
Teal blue, marine, aquamarine. I mean, it's marine, right?
Anything blue, I'll buy. So okay.
Cool. Then we have our micro wool. Now this one, I have to say, is my favorite. When I polish boats, this is the one I use. And the reason being is I can get the same amount of cut as I do with a standard wool pad, but it leaves for me a better finish, easier to finish out on the second stage.
So what would be the reason why you would choose this pad versus this one if they both give similar results? What's your process?
The consistency of the finish when I'm done with that cutting stage.
Okay.
This one, because the fibers are more consistent, it's going to leave a more consistent swirl mark or haze.
So you have more control over the...
Exactly, exactly. Now, like I was explaining to you earlier, I polish a little bit different, but it's also because I only take on the highest end of jobs, right? So generally when I polish a boat, we go in and like we're painting, we edge out all the sections of the boat, right?
Right.
So if you're not doing that and you're just doing like a standard buff job, one of these will work really well because you can use this to dial in all your edges, right? You can, because of the curved face of the pad, you can use the pad all the way around, where with this one you're not going to be able to, correct?
Right.
So really it just boils down to what kind of job you're doing, right? And what that customer's paying for.
Yep.
So then we go on to our polishing pads. This is a really stiff white foam. This is going to be for single stage polishing, also finishing. And I know a lot of people think that's kind of strange that we could finish with such a stiff pad, but the way I explain it is when you're taking this pad and you're running it across the surface, if you can feel it, it glides smoothly.
Right.
You do the same with this one.
You got to push down, and it's pretty firm from side to side.
Right. So this one is going to bind up more. This is going to interact with the surface a lot more, because as it gets hot and warm, it starts to drag the face of the pad, where this one is more or less going to hydroplane. So it does really make the finishing process a lot easier, and gel coat is way more harder of a surface.
It's a thicker, harder surface. Explain this interface that's on these pads, what the benefit of this is.
The benefit of those is to keep the action of the polisher, the brunt of the action of the polisher here and not on the face of the pad. So basically it's an interface to absorb some of the heat and just keep the pad from breaking down.
Right, because this pad, this outer blue pad here, is a lot softer than this interface green pad. So when you have a machine that's moving it side to side, this allows it to stay consistent from edge to edge all the way across the pad when you're working it. So that's a really big point.
Yep, and these pads are tapered, so it makes them a little safer to work with, right? Tapered edge is always nice for just diving in, getting close to anything. We don't have to worry about them.
And the center hole is also a cooling mechanism as well.
Definitely.
Because the one thing you deal with when you're dealing with machines is heat, and that's the one thing you want to avoid because it allows you to work more efficiently when you don't have heat to deal with. So,
yeah, I want to know how many guys out there are polishing boats, and you know, who out there won't get into boats because of the process. You know, I think a lot of people just go, man, I don't know anything about boats. It's a big job. I don't even want to get into it. Because in my opinion, if you have a good process, it's no harder than doing a car. It might be a bigger surface, but it's not as daunting. And
it can be intimidating. And I think, you know, it depends on where you're at. You're in Florida.
Yep.
I'm on the West Coast. So people in the Midwest where it's a smaller boat, it's not as big or as daunting of a process. So, you know, this type of a pad system is something that they would be willing to take on because, okay, these are pads specifically for the type of surface I'm going to work on.
Right, definitely, yeah. Because if you go to buy pads, I mean, you could use any of these pads on those substrates, but at the same time, it's not designed where you don't know exactly what you're supposed to be using it for.
So now that we've kind of talked about the pads, let's talk about maintaining the pads because that's just as important as the pad itself. If you don't maintain it right, if you don't use it correctly, if you don't clean it frequently, those are all things that will break down the life of the pad, and that's as important as pretty much anything in these pads.
What is this, Tom?
This is our Pad Washer 4000 with the Snappy Clean booster pack on top.
Cool. So I want to go over the Snappy Clean. There's a couple different ways we can use this stuff. You can put it into the bucket and use it like that, or because I'm super particular, I believe that everything leaves a residue. What I like to do is I dilute this down into a couple gallons of water, and I pour it off in a pump sprayer. And then what I'll do is I'll spray the pad and then use this with just fresh, clean water in it.
Okay.
And you know, that's just my brain working. You know, like cleaning anything, I'm always like, how do I get the residue out of there? Any fabric, I'm like, there's got to be something left behind.
Right.
And if there's something left behind, there's a better chance for it to soil a little quicker.
So that's a great idea. Explain why using either our particular product or a product that's specifically designed for cleaning pads or towels is important versus a degreaser or something you get off the shelf at the hardware store.
Well, yeah, it's because it's not made for it. I mean, that's really the simple part of it, right? You need something that's made to clean fabrics and foams, not just a straight degreaser, because they can be too aggressive. It can leach down, get to the adhesive, and start to break down the adhesive.
Break down the adhesive, breaks down the foam structure in the pads. So, you know, the one thing about people that detail their cars or boats or whatever is that they want to get the best results. And to get the best results, you have to use good quality products, you have to use the right products, and you have to keep your products clean because the last thing you want is dirty products and damage, and this is what will help. This pad washer is a really great tool. It's like a typical pad washer on steroids is what it is.
Yeah, definitely. So, I think this is one of the best on the market.
Kind of explain how the process works, how you get it to.
All right,
it's a dual chamber pad washer, so there's a clean water chamber and a dirty water chamber.
Yep, so what we do is we put our clean water in here.
I'll be the demonstrator.
Right? Usually about what's a gallon and a half, right? And then what happens is it sucks it up and then deposits it back into this bucket after it runs through the top. So all you have to do, we should have probably filled it up, probably been a little bit better of a demonstration, huh? Is just give it a couple pumps and then run the machine directly on there.
Yeah, water comes back up through the top here. There's a kind of a beveled center point here that you run the pad across, and that cleans the pad for you. And then basically you just lift the pad off the cleaner, run it to kind of spin off the water, and your pad is clean.
Yeah, and I highly suggest using a rotary polisher for this. You can use a DA, but just when it comes to spinning it dry, if you're using this while you're working, you got to get that pad dry. Otherwise, you put some compound on there, it all comes out, and now you've just created a mess. So a rotary polisher is going to do a lot better, in my opinion, with this than an orbital polisher.
And the pad washer is something that I think is really beneficial when you're doing large projects like a boat, because the last thing you want to be doing is walking back and forth cleaning pads and wasting time doing things like this. Pad washer keeps you on task, on the surface the entire time, and it allows you to work more efficiently. So, and when you're doing a big project, you don't want to waste a lot of time. So,
yeah, another thing you can do with the Snappy Clean is you could put that into a separate bucket. Throughout the day, you throw the pads into that bucket with some water and some Snappy Clean, and they're sitting there dwelling, letting it, breaking down all the gunk that's on there. At the end of the day, come through and just sit down for 10-15 minutes and clean out all your pads. Leave them to dry the rest of the way, overnight.
Yeah. It's before I forget, while we're still talking on the pad washer, we need to talk about the back of these pads as well. What's the nice features of them? But as we're going through all this stuff, if you guys have any questions, if you want to comment or whatever, feel free to send them in. We'll answer them at the end of our presentation. And then if you want questions about anything that we're not talking about, because we make a lot of products that we're not going to talk about here today, so feel free to chime in, and we'd be happy to answer any of your questions for you. So pad washer, 4,000, great product. You can get these packets. They come in little packets this size. I think there's a pack of 12 of them, which is really advisable. It's great to get a pad washer, but if you don't get the right packets to wash with it, it's like buying a nice dishwasher, but using dish soap to wash with it. So, you know, take the extra steps to get the right products to work with it. So
about these, about the backing?
Yeah, the curved edge, the Velcro system, the way it's lined up so that you can just, the backing plate fits in here nice and squarely so it's not off center.
Oh yeah, that's very nice. So being with this, we have the matching backing plates, so there's not, you know, centering, especially a wool pad, can be pretty difficult, right? These are cupped very nice. They pop right in there, and you're not worried about getting wobbly on you. I don't know if you ever had a wobbly rotary pad, but they are not friendly.
I have. I have. It's the name of my next band too. So
wobbly pad.
Yep.
All right.
Okay, so we've covered most aggressive pad right here. This one is also aggressive.
This is comparable, right? This is a comparable pad to this one. This can be run on rotary or dual action. You can also use this on a forced rotation for, like, say, a medium oxidation. You just want to do a single step polish on. Of course, it's going to leave a little bit of micro marring, but at least it's not going to leave a ton of big swirl marks.
Now, explain to people, because this is a question I hear a lot, is when you're removing oxidation from a gel coat, which is different than a clear coat, and you're using a rotary versus, let's say, a forced rotation, what's the benefits, drawbacks to doing one versus the other?
So rotary is always going to leave a brighter surface, right?
Okay.
But it's also going to leave a swirl mark. So that's, like, I would say that's the biggest difference.
Okay.
A forced rotation is really nice because you can get in there and get some heavy work done and just do a single step. You know, some people aren't paying for a two-step process on their boat. I mean, I think anyone who's ever dealt with marine has run into those customers who say, I just want it shiny, and they're not willing to pay. So having yourself a nice one step, even for something that looks pretty hammered and you think you have to use a rotary, this is a really nice option.
So can you use force rotation around the outer edge and the tight areas and then use the rotary for the big large panels on a boat?
You could do that. You could do that. You could, I mean, essentially you could put this on a forced rotation if you wanted to. Now you're going to run into some issues where the backing doesn't fit as well. It might wear down the pad a little bit more. But a nice thing about that, if you're just doing a single step polish, is you're able to get around the stanchions and the cleats and stuff, and you're not worried about it grabbing. One big thing with running a rotary around delicate stuff like that, or, you know, any kind of obstacle, is if it grabs that and it jerks it right out of your hand.
It can be a little scary.
I think you've been there.
And I think that's why people are more hesitant to use a rotary. But now that we have specific pads for a rotary for a type of surface, I think maybe people will be more inclined to use one, because they're a great way to do. First of all, it's the only way to mow down that oxidation on a gel coat, I think.
Yeah, it makes life a lot easier.
Yeah, it's a big surface, and it just mows down that gel coat really efficiently, the oxidation on it, and I think it's the only way to go. So again, these will be ready in the fall of this year. Keep your eyes on our website, and they'll be available near you as soon as you know it. So we're excited about that. And they come in really good sizes. So as you know, on a boat, there's a lot of tight areas around the instrument panels, along the railings, along the cleating and things like that. So the smaller pads are really great to have to do those tight areas.
Yeah, even on small center console boats, there's a lot of just little curves and nooks and crannies that you're going to need it to get in there. And what's nice about a curved pad, like I said, is you can use all of this, right? You can saturate
sit
this
on
with
an
products.
edge and
get in there, dial it in.
Yep.
You definitely need those. I mean, for me, I carry all types of pads because you never know what you're going to get into. And if you're really trying to be the best at your craft, you have to have a wide variety.
Well, and it's kind of like a repair guy at a shop. Why does he have 15 different Allen wrenches? Well, because there's going to be an Allen wrench for every different type of situation. So you want to have one for everything. So That's a good point. Do you want to do a demo on the foam pads?
Yeah, we can do that.
Okay, let's do that. Let's kind of show how they work. So this again is the firmer pad. This is the more aggressive pad. And this is kind of the finished pad right here.
Yep.
And the way to tell is if you take a pad and you kind of squeeze it, the firmer, more denser the foam is, that's the more aggressive pad. That's always going to be the case with those.
Hey, pull my B-roll camera in here one more time. Like I was talking about earlier, this is a denser pad, but it's actually, if you're using it right, it doesn't interact with the surface. As you can see, I can spin this super duper easy. I'm putting the same pressure on this one, and I can hardly spin it. It's because that pad is binding and is squishing down and it's starting to create drag. So that's one thing I bring up. A lot of times on soft paints, I'll end up using a firmer pad to finish, like GM black and stuff like that.
Right.
I'll tend to go with the firmer pad just for that simple thing, that simple fact that this, and as it warms up, it's only going to get worse, and you have extra product in there, right? So for me, the firm pad is nice to have. All right, so what you want to do?
So this would be a pad you would finish out for waxing.
For waxing.
Putting waxing, the final step on a gel
If your boat hasn't been oxidized.
Right, brand new boat.
Brand new boat.
Just bought it.
Yep, I would choose this pad over this pad, right? It'd probably be a little easier to work with. This one, it's firm, but it has that little backing in there.
Right,
you know, because we know this foam from a couple of our, this is the same foam that's in our HDO line. It's just a different color, right? But we also have these that are just straight through all this foam. And those can be a little bit of a bear to work with because of how stiff they are. These ones have a little more give, so we can get around and get into stuff versus the standard.
Okay.
Oh, we need a machine. Oh.
So again, this is a car paint versus a gel coat. So, but this just kind of gives you an idea. Prime the pad first.
Yep. So generally, you know, there's all different schools of thought on priming pads. Really, I say do what's comfortable and see what works for you.
But don't use a wet pad. Don't apply it directly on the surface. Get it on the pad first. And more is not necessarily better in this day and age than it used to be. I think that used to be the case, but now more is not better.
So how I think about it is the more defects, the more product I use. I've just noticed that if I'm trying to pull out sand scratches and I just go, because generally after this I'm just going to use 2 drops, right? And start going.
Right.
But if I'm trying to do sanding marks, I tend to load it up a little bit more, clean the pad more frequently.
Okay.
Let's go on that side because this one's got a little more.
Yeah, it's got a lot of stuff going on over here.
I mean, you can see that this one's been pretty well mangled. And this is just a free spinning machine, right? Yep.
Yep.
Now what I want you to see is that this pad is spinning really, really well, right? I mean, it's not, so I can let it just go and really spin. But once we throw this other pad on our finishing pad, you're gonna see that it's not going to spin as well because of what we just talked about. It's binding and twisting and squishing all over the surface. All right, do the honors.
Wow, nice difference.
Let's grab our light too. This looks like a single stage paint.
Yeah, you got some color back. Let's try this one also.
Can we grab the light? Definitely micro marring, right?
Yep, a little bit. Tell them what micro marring is for anybody that doesn't know.
So micro marring is just a fine haze that your pad's gonna leave behind, right?
And the solution for that is?
Different polish, different pad setup.
Something less aggressive.
Yep. So where you want to go? Oh, no, let's go with this one first. So I want to show the difference in pad rotation.
Same product, just a
different pad.
More of a finished pad.
Yep. Let's go right over here. We want to get the work. You can get some of that micro marring out with this pad. Same product, but because it's a diminishing abrasive, it should be broken down a little bit.
And you really don't have to work it that long to get rid of the micro marring. A couple passes should take care of that.
Generally, I like to believe that, you know, it should take around a quarter amount of time than it did to cut. You're wiping kind of aggressive. You might be instilling that. Don't ruin my work, Tom. So it came out pretty good. Let me see that towel one more time.
A little bit right there.
Definitely did a better job, and this is a cutting compound. Did pretty good. Still a little bit there, but you can tell that the pad really didn't get any of this stuff out over here.
Yep. Yeah. But again, it's paint versus gel coat, so.
Now, say you're in a pinch. You could use these on a painted substrate, right? You always gotta understand there's crossover everywhere, and you see guys using big standard wool pads on cars all the time. Now, like I said, the only big drawback to that is just the amount of swirl marks and haze a big wool pad will leave behind. It'll leave really big, inconsistent hooks, right? Because as you work through a wool pad, it's going to break down, and some of these fibers are going to be longer than others, right?
Right. It becomes more manageable.
Yep. They become untwisted, and then you have some that are just big strays that go crazy. And that's another reason why you should be using the pad washer, is because if you're spurring these pads, it's really gonna knock down the
it beats them up pretty good.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think this will get us all the way where we need to be. Hand me that blue pad. I'm gonna.
What's that?
Hand me that blue pad one more time. We're going to. So one thing I see people, where people miss out, and don't do this a lot, is just using your broken down polish, especially in the marine side. It's such a hard surface that you can go through with your cutting compound, and you can leave your residue there and just come through with your finishing pad and use that broken down polish to do your finish.
Exactly.
Save a lot of time, right?
Yeah, exactly.
You come to work with me next week and you can wipe off for me.
It'll be the Vanna White.
See, that's far better, isn't it, Tommy?
Yeah, that looks good. Much better. I don't see any of that marring at all. So if you have a black gel coat or a dark colored gel coat, the finish step with that pad works really nice. It'll really make it finish out nice. And with the way boats are now, I mean, to get a new boat that's under, what are they, $150,000 for a good fishing boat now?
Yeah, they're absolutely ridiculous.
People are willing to spend the time and the money to get products and do things right to keep the value of that boat up.
Yeah, definitely.
So it's money well spent to do things right. So, and that's what these pads will do. And we'll have information on our website. We'll have training videos, how to use them, all that kind of stuff that helps, tools to help you be more efficient at using the products that we make.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, so we've covered those. This light we've been using, Andy, what?
That's our LC inspection light. You didn't know about this one?
I did. I thought, I know. But tell them what it's all about. What's the purpose of it? Why it's a benefit, and why everybody should have one.
Well, I think like we were talking about earlier, is just inspecting your work, going through and making sure that each section is getting done properly is crucial. It sucks to do a whole hood, come back and look at it and go, man, I didn't get that well.
Right.
You know, and I see that a lot. I see guys doing really big sections or doing an entire hood, not wiping off their product, and then coming back and wiping it off and going, oh, I got to go back over that again.
Well, and here in the Rad Company facility, the lighting is amazing, so we don't really have that problem. But when you're in a shop, or if you're a mobile guy that's got to go out and your lighting's different every place you go, and from side to side, lighting is really important, because what you see on one side, you may not see it all on the other side.
Right, and the type of lighting. I mean, even with this light, this paint looks perfect, right? Like from here, with this type of lighting. But you put a single diode light on there, and it's a totally different ball game. We have to try to replicate the sun, because that's where you see everything.
Right.
So that's a one source of light that shows you all those fine swirl marks and the really fine scratches. Cool part about this one, it's magnetic. It also has a kickstand on it. I like to use it when I'm polishing cars. Just set it on the ground next to the car, and then I can.
Did such a good job, it slides right off.
This is aluminum.
The only aluminum hood we got, and it slides off. So it really does stick, I promise.
Yep, and it's got the hook, so you can hook it on stuff on your work cart.
And it lasts a long time. It's got a long time. You can plug it in.
Like 8 hours, 6 hours.
I have one that it has yet to wear out, so it's pretty efficient. So these are a great tool. They're really nice when we change time and it gets darker earlier. You'll find that all of a sudden, you know, you think, wow, I'm doing a really great job, and then you put the light on everything. It's like, oh my God, I'm doing a really bad job, because you're missing everything because you're not lighting it up and taking a look at it. So
100%.
Great tool. I've been in the business for a long time. When I first started detailing, you had the option of wool pads and wool pads.
Yeah.
And now you have all these options, and these kind of things didn't exist. So the fact that you have a tool like this that you can put in your pocket or stick on a section of the car and work a panel is a really great feature for improving the quality of your work and making yourself more efficient at whatever you're doing.
Yeah, the way we used to have to do it was do the car, pull it out into the sun, and inspect it.
Yeah, yeah.
Right?
And then move the car so the light's right, and then look at it down the angles, and you know, do all these things that you're wasting time.
Yeah, I can't say that I ever did a really great job back in those days. We did good for the times, right?
Right.
Not great.
Well, we have all these great things available to us now that we can use to make us even better. So.
Well, I was lucky enough to have foam pads.
Schleps like us can actually make cars look good. So,
right.
You know.
It's always the tools, right?
Yeah.
It's never about your ability.
Handheld light, great tool. Really important to maintain quality. Just simple little things like this that help make your life more efficient, help you do better work, and have a happy customer, which is kind of important. So. Let's go, oops, sorry about that.
With our HDOs?
Yeah, let's go with the HDOs now.
Get them all.
Now, tell people what HDO means, because people may think it's just a fancy set of letters, but it actually has significance.
HDO is heavy duty orbital. And by heavy duty orbital, we mean anything with over an 8mm throw. So that's gonna be your 12s, 15s, 21s.
More so for the 15 to 21. It'll work in all three, but the benefit of it is because the long swing tools, it's a pretty aggressive swing from side to side. So you want a pad that will stay flat and flush from edge to edge as you're working it, and it's going back and forth like that. And the benefits of this pad are, it has this interface here which helps to keep the softer outside pad running more efficiently across the surface as it's going side to side.
It's taking the brunt of the action.
It is. It's absorbing of the brunt of that. You have the center hole, which adds keep it cool.
Yep.
And you have the kind of the beveled edge, which makes it kind of run and get into tight areas really nice and efficiently.
So we have it in two forms, right? We have it in our CCS and our standard flat face.
And I just kind of show, well, here we go right here.
Yep. So we get a lot of questions about what's the difference? Why would I use this one versus this one? I look at this one from a business owner's point of view, is this one's more for volume, right? If I'm trying to do a volume job, we're just knocking them out, you know, slinging some all-in-ones, single-step polishes. These are a great option because they're not going to fill up with compound and polishes as fast. Right, so I can run down the whole side of a car before I have to clean it. Yep. Whereas this one, you're going to need to clean it more regularly, but you're going to create a better finish because of the closed cell structure right there.
The product stays in here.
Right, but it's also not as soft. So if you're in there polishing heavy, this can create more. This pad will mar more than a flat face of the same exact pad. Right. Now, loading these things up is really cool. What I like to do is, what do we do with that polish? You ate it? There you go. So put the polish directly in your holes, right? And then as you're going around, you start polishing. You can press down on it to release more product. Because we're not talking about, like, I wouldn't use this pad to do a correction. I'll use this for like an enhancement, a single step polish, something along those lines, right? Yeah, using it for correction. I mean, you can get corrective value out of it, but like I said, it's not going to do as good of a job as a flat face.
Okay.
Go ahead, you
that's
run
good
it.
to know.
Let's see
No,
how you
go
do
ahead.
this.
You're the expert
No, you've
here.
done it before, haven't you?
Of course.
You said
I
you
have.
started back in 1800.
Covered wagon.
Yeah. Now you can stretch these sections out because you have that product there.
Right.
So when you get out over here, just jam down on it a little bit more, get a little more product out there.
You can kind of see the pattern looks different on the paint with the CCS than it does on a flat pad.
So I try not to saturate the flat portion of this pad. I try to keep it, every time I load it, I just load it back into another one of the CCS little dots.
Right.
You know, but the CCS also adds a little bit of air into there. Creates like little air pockets, allows the pad to run a little bit smoother. So
Now, if you wanted to, if you can see the product still in there, so if you want to continue, you just push down. And again, you got kind of
That's a pretty cool feature, right? There's a lot of pads out there that have a design in them, but these are actually a functional design.
And you can kind of push down. You can kind of see I'm pushing down, and that's kind of putting more product on the surface as well.
And that's fresh product. It's not broken down. It hasn't had any of the abrasion to break down the abrasives in it.
Right. If you come across an area where there's some scratches, you want to hit them harder. Kind of push down, get fresh product in there.
Yep.
The abrasives haven't been broken down, so.
Show us the bottom one more time. Let's see, we still got some in there?
Yep, a little bit.
Yep. See, so it still keeps the product. So if you want to do an all-in-one, you can stretch this product out over the full hood, whereas it's going to saturate down into the pad with a standard flat face.
So it'll give you a little longer play time on the surface.
Yeah, so really the big difference is if you're trying to create a flawless finish, you're going to want to stick with a flat face pad. If you're looking to do volume, you're doing all-in-ones, you're slinging some wax, the CCS will be good for you. But then we also have our SDOs, right?
And SDO stands for what?
Standard Duty Orbital.
Excellent answer.
Right? Is it reticulated foam? Do they explode that in a volcano with, what's it called? No? All right.
That's a whole other story.
So there's no difference in the foam on these pads, correct?
Right. Orange is orange.
Yep.
HDO versus SDO. There's an interface on the HDO. These are designed for the 8-12 millimeter swing tools, the ones that aren't as aggressive of a swing. The interface isn't needed, so they work better. These come in sizes all the way down to 1 inch. So you're working in a tight area, you're working in A-pillar, you're working in the engine of a car or whatever, motorcycle, things like that. These come in really small sizes, so you can pretty much get them into anywhere.
One thing I want to bring up with me doing this day in and day out is that some days this pad is more friendly than this pad. Right? Sometimes
kind of like you.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They're bipolar, right? So some days I pull out the HDO blue, and it's just not. It's the foam interface is a little too stiff. It could be the panel on the car is aluminum. It's soft and it's wonky. I pull out this. It's a different thing. That's why I say having a bunch of different stuff, and then also being willing to switch things up and not just go with what the standard is. That's part of our job is to think outside the box and go, hey, well, maybe I can use this pad and it might get me a better finish, even though I'm using a 15 millimeter or a 21. Now what you're going to see is that this one's going to break down faster, right? So that's something you have to keep in mind. Where I could probably run around the whole car using this one pad, cleaning it as I go. I might have to have 2 or 3 of these because they're going to get the heat in them. They're going to get softer. They're not going to perform as well. But sometimes they're just more user friendly. So we got to keep that kind of stuff in mind because nothing is ever just standard across the board.
No.
You know, with detailing, it's always something different going on.
Well, and a good example that someone explained to me was that you have a car manufacturer where they paint cars. On Tuesday they paint a car and it's 32 degrees outside. On Wednesday they paint a car, it's 68 degrees outside. Same color car, same exact car. Those two paints will act totally different 3 months down the road because of the fact that the temperature was different at the time they painted it.
Well, we were just talking with Levi right before it started here, and he sanded or he polished out this beautiful car.
Yeah.
It goes out into the weather where it's 30 below or whatever, and when the car got back to the guy's shop, it looked like wrinkled paper. You know, it's weird. Yeah. If you guys have any questions, we're open for them.
Yeah, we got questions here.
Questions, comments, whatever.
Yeah, we can't hear you.
Oh, okay, no worries. I'll put it on the screen. There we go. That's David Boyce. Yes. So go ahead and read. Well, actually, you can't hear me in that case. But why is it a distinction between pads made for rotary and pads made for dual action? Or is this false? Give us the truth, Lake Country.
You want this one, or you want me to take it?
Go ahead. Let me get your side, and I'll chime in afterwards because you're hands-on more now.
So really, when it comes to foam and wool, I don't believe there's a difference in most cases, right? It's just going to be all user preference. Like, would you want to use an HDO? Is this interface going to make it feel different? Is it going to perform better for you? Or are you going to want to use an SDO? The only pad that I would suggest that I really believe that you should not use on a rotary would be a microfiber pad. Because microfiber is a plastic, it's going to heat up a lot faster. I know some guys do it. I just don't believe in it. And most of the guys in our organization are under the same impression that it just heats up too much, and when you could just pull out a wool pad.
Yeah, exactly. And some wool pads are specifically designed for rotaries. They have the contoured edge here, the curved edge, so you can get into tight corners, things like that. And the nice thing about this one, it's for both rotary and DA because it doesn't have the rounded edges, and it actually does a really good job of you maintain better control with this pad because it's nice and perfectly fitted to the backing plate. So the technology now is constantly changing where pads are developed that work really great on DAs, forced rotation, but they also work really well on rotaries. So there's no easy answer for that one, but there are specific pads for rotaries, the twisted wool pads, things like that, which work best on rotaries. Foam pads, like you said, foam is foam, whether it be for rotary or GA, and it's more a matter of tweaking your skill set so that you can work it on both tools versus one versus the other.
And like I said, I've been guilty of taking my forced rotation and throwing a full-size wool pad on it for single-step polishes on gel coat. So
this one's for you because you like this pad, so purple foam wool.
Yeah, they want to know about the composition.
So basically what we've done there is we take a wool pad and we encapsulate it with foam. What that does is it gives you that cut of wool, but also it finishes down a lot nicer. It makes it a lot one of those. Makes it, for me, it runs.
Here it is right here.
It runs a little hotter than a wool, standard wool, but it cuts like crazy and finishes down really good. I think because of how it's made, it's definitely a finer finish than.
And it comes in different lengths of wool. It comes all the way down to, I believe, a quarter of an inch, so real small, and it goes up to an inch. And when I first started at Lake Country, I haven't been here that long, but I had never heard of these pads.
No?
And as I was going out in the field talking with customers, they kept saying,
asking.
purple foam wool. And I began to realize how popular these pads are and how much people love them. To give you an example, there's a guy that I was doing a training class in Sacramento, and this guy does a lot of these lowrider cars, and these cars are beautiful. Kind of similar to the car that Levi showed us a picture of. And he had only been using rotary wool, twisted wool pads, these big gnarly pads that have been around forever. And I gave him one of these to try, and this guy is a true believer in these pads. He says it makes my life easier.
And he's using that on a rotary?
Yep.
So,
use it on a rotary, use it on a DA.
Yeah, so some guys are using it on a DA. The one downfall you can get with a DA is that it mats down and it gets kind of wonky where it's too
So you
thin
need more pads. Keep your pads, keep rotating your pads as you're going through them.
But I know there's a lot of guys out there that love them on a DA also.
Yes, yeah. This is a great pad. It cuts really efficiently, but the thing that people keep coming back and saying is it finishes out really, really well. So
Lake Country, is there any advancement in glass polishing, or is rayon still the standard? Rayon's still the standard.
Yep. Yep.
There's been some advancements, I would say, in the abrasives. There's a lot of companies out there that are making different compounds for glass. But
what's the typical? What's in the compounds that's really popular right now that they?
Oh God, I get to ask that one.
Yeah, I know. It'll come to me as soon as we shut off the camera. But yeah, glass is a tricky animal.
Cerium oxide.
Cerium oxide.
Yes.
Glass is a tricky animal because to polish out scratches and defects in glass takes a lot of time and a lot of patience.
Really messy. Yep.
Yeah. So
and controlling the heat, keeping it wet.
Yeah. It's somebody that's got a lot of patience, and I admire you guys to do that. I just say call glass company and have them fix it, have them replace it. So
that's fair. Well, thank you so much, guys, for your presentation. Really appreciate it. Anything you'd like to say? Anything you'd like to throw out there? Availability, products, etc. Before we go on.
Yeah, products are available at your local distributors. Go to our website, find them, find where you can get them there.
The
Rag Company has a great selection. Thank you, Rag Company. And if you have any questions, send them into us directly or send them into Rag Company and they can forward them to us. We appreciate you guys watching.
Yeah, and if they want to go out and check out our website to see if there's something on there that they might want the Rag Company to carry, feel free to look at because we have tons of pads. This is not even.
Yeah, this is a small piece of the big Lake Country pie.
Yes,
so.
Sir.
Now, please share your website real quick for those who are looking for it. Just what the URL is.
LakeCountryManufacturing.com.
Yep.
Done. All right. Thanks so much, guys. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Good job.
Thank you.
All right. So now that we've dealt with Lake Country, it is time to move along through this afternoon into Optimum. Let's see what they're about.
Hey, David, welcome to the show. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. David Gadusi from Optimum Polymer Technologies. And David, you couldn't be with us in the studio, but you're with us here virtually. So tell us, what is new with OPT?
Sure. Hi, Levi. It's great to be with you here. And unfortunately, I couldn't be there in person this year, but just being here virtually, it's great, to be part of the program, as always. And as you know, we have several new products to showcase. Last year, we talked about the new no-rinse and several other new products that we came out with that we showcased at TRCMA. This year, there are 3 new products that I would like to present to your customers, which are available at the Rag Company already, and people can order them online or over the phone at the Rag Company. And the first one is the new Hyper Compound, which comes with a blue and white sprayer. And this compound is by far the best compound in the marketplace. You can put it against any compound in terms of cutting. It cuts 1,000 grit sanding marks in 2 or 3 passes, and it finishes like a polish. And as usual, there's 0 dusting, very long or infinite working time. The guys at Lake Country did. With most compounds, you put a few dots on the pad, so your pad only works in a few areas of the pad, not the whole pad. Whereas with the spray compound, you spray it on and you cover 95% of the pad with 2 sprays, and the whole pad is doing the cutting, not just a few parts of the pad.
Yeah, that's really the biggest thing about it, and that's one of the neatest things about the Optimum lineup when it comes to compounds and polishes is that sprayable technology, which is huge in the amount of, for folks that have never tried it. You know, we did see the boys from Lake Country put a couple drops of product on the pad, and we saw the boys from Rupes a couple days ago and saw Jason load up a pad with product. But there is a lot of priming that you have to do to make sure that pad actually gets coated properly. And most people don't think about that, or they use too much product. And when they use too much product, they run into issues where they're not getting the correction that they want, or they're just using so much product they're making a mess, or it's making it hard to wipe off, or there's tons of other things that can go wrong where they're just not getting the proper correction they need. And this is this is an industry standard that is now just that much better. And for those of you that are just learning how to do corrections and just starting to actually work, there's no better way than to start by using what we refer to as the Hyper Twins, Hyper Compound and Hyper Polish, because of the fact that it's just 1 spray or 2 sprays on the pad, depending on once you get your pattern set properly. But you get the proper amount of coverage. And then one of the great things about these two, like I said, the Hyper Compound and Hyper Polish, is, David, one of your unique technologies where you can go right over the top with Hyper Polish, leaving the product on the surface and getting that much more manipulation and correction into the paint.
That's a great point you made, several great points, Levi. And first thing, as you said, with a paste compound, it's very easy to overload the pad, and it doesn't work as well. It causes gumming up of the pad. Whereas with the spray compound, you use minimal product to cover the whole pad. 2 sprays per panel is all you need. Very easy to measure. You don't need a measuring tape. You just put 2 sprays per panel. And as you said, you can follow it up with Hyper Polish without wiping off the residue, and finish to a perfect jeweled finish with the Hyper Polish afterwards. And the other benefit is, since there's no dusting, the cleanup is very easy. You just wipe off the residue, and that's all you need to do. And you can go to putting any kind of coating or any kind of wax or sealant on.
Yeah, and that's really the speed and usage of this product, and where it really shines is that, especially like we said, for those of you that are either seasoned professionals and you've never tried a sprayable compound or polish, that's where this comes in. Is it cuts your work time in half. It makes it much easier to get through, and zero dusting. And for those of you just starting out, this will spoil you. This is where this is like after, for me getting into the Hyper Twins, I had used compounds for years that just was messy and dusty. And I mean, it's to the point that I look back to those days 20, 30 years ago and go, man, I should have worn a respirator, and because of all the dust and compound and everything I was breathing. And that's one of the neat things I like about the OPT line, is the fact that everything's a lot safer, a lot easier. There's not a lot of mess anymore. And like I said, you can spray it on, a couple sprays, so it means you're going to use less product. So when you have a shop full of employees, you're going to be able to use less product, get more work done, get better results, and really simplify your system, which is really nice.
And that's a great point you brought up, Levi. Back in January, I did a presentation for the IDA about safety and chemical safety in general. And one of the points in the discussion that I had was the dust that you breathe in from wax or compound or polish, it contains all the chemicals that's in that product. It's not just the aluminum oxide or just the powder, but it contains all the hydrocarbons, all the waxes, sealants, and any other chemical that's in that mixture. So from a safety standpoint, dust is something that you want to be aware of, and definitely wear respirator or a mask when you're working with a dusty product. So that's another major factor to consider.
Yeah, there we go. And then what is the next product that you have for us?
Next in the new product lineup is waterless wash, which let me
I got right
which
here.
comes with a there we go, which comes with a foamer sprayer, and of course there are a lot of waterless wash products in the marketplace, and we tested a lot of them also, and we came up with a product that works better than any other product that we've tested in the marketplace, including the leading brand products in the market. And with the waterless wash, you can even use it on a very dirty car. And of course, if it's heavily soiled, or you still want to remove the soil. But if it's very dirty, even in wintertime with the road salt and all, you can spray this on, and it has the encapsulation technology. It bonds and takes away the grit, and then you can wipe it off safely. And the other benefit of this waterless wash is that you can use it for all the exterior and interior surfaces, including your instrument panel and dash. And so you only need one product for interior and exterior. And last but not least, it's got the UV protection, which is a patented technology that we have in several of our products. So you have all that combined in one product, and it's ready to use. You can get it in 17 ounce or in gallons.
Yeah. This, Anthony and I have been a big fan, and you guys have heard us for years talk about how much we love the Optimum waterless wash and utilizing it as a pre-soak in the wintertime. We've told folks that's another great feature is we go use it as a pre-soak and then do an O&R wash in your garage, but pre-soak everything because you get a lot of grit and grime and things like that. And the encapsulation is much higher, and the emulsification is much higher than traditional O&R. But you supercharged this and made it even better. And then adding that foaming sprayer you're just getting more product at a better angle, so to speak, on the surface. So it's able to start that encapsulation process and start breaking down and emulsifying those contaminants, which is really cool. Plus, it smells amazing. I cleaned the doors in our studio before TRCMA started last week with this because it was doing such a great job just cleaning and wiping down all of our doors here and handles and all that stuff. So it smells great. We've been using it in the studio for a lot of stuff, not just a car, but it's been a great product, and everybody's loved the scent, and it's been amazing. So this is a super cool product, and the fact that you can use it on the interior as well is another great option. And then, like you said, that UV technology that you have that is patented, talk about that. It is adding UV protection back into your clear coat and onto your interior panels and dashes and plastics and stuff like that to help protect them and make them last longer, correct?
Absolutely. When I was working in manufacturing clear coat for DuPont and then later for PPG, I basically worked with UV absorbers that we put in clear coat that, when they put a clear coat on top of the base coat, your color coat, it keeps it from aging. But also the drawback was that the UV protection only had a half-life of 5 years. So after 5 years, half of the UV protection was broken down, and after 10 years, it was down to 25%. So you lost a lot of UV protection over the years.
Yeah.
And I was able to incorporate the same UV system that's in factory clear coat in our products, which can put it back into the clear coat or into other car surfaces or any surface for that matter. And it will continuously add and replenish that UV that's lost over time. So by using this product or the Optimum Car Wax, these products that we manufacture with the UV system, they continuously replenish the UV that's lost in the surface.
Yeah, that's a huge thing, and you are pretty much the only company in the detail industry that does that. And it is patented technology.
Right. It's not. It's a very complicated process for us to incorporate it, which we were able to patent, as you mentioned, and we're using it in more than. Initially, we had it in the Optimum Car Wax, and now we are using it in other products to make them, equally beneficial in terms of UV protection. And I'm glad also you mentioned, that's great to hear that you're using the waterless wash for other uses in the studio and in other areas than automotive use. Many of our products, including Norris or Power Clean or even Hyper Seal, people use it at home and they use it on their countertops, on their stainless steel appliances, and even on hardwood floors, they can use our Norris or even the waterless wash to spray and or wash with a mop.
Yeah.
So it's not just used for automotive applications, but used all around the house and at your studios too. That's great to hear.
Yep. Yeah, and that's one of the cool things. That's one of the, when I first started utilizing your products almost over a decade ago, that was one of the big reasons. I'd been a detailer for a very long time. At that time, we'll say 17 years. I'd been just using whatever I had or was given, or, my guy on a truck would sell to me. And when I opened my own business, my wife said, why don't you start looking into some friendlier products that are going to make you live a little longer and be a little healthier? And that's when I got involved in the Optimum line and started utilizing it. Not only did it help save me money, but it made it a lot easier, and it was something that I could start utilizing with my kids with no rinse and being able to wash the car together and do stuff like that. That a lot of things you don't realize, especially if you've been in this industry for a very long time, the chemicals that you can come in contact with. And I love everything that you've done to try and make it a lot easier and safer for all of us in the industry. So thank you.
Thanks for sharing that. And that is one of our main goals, is the safety of a consumer and also of the environment. I think we have probably saved about 1 billion gallons of water with no rinse since 2006.
Yeah.
So that's one of the areas that we are very proud of helping save the environment. But anyways, last but not least on the new products is the there we go.
Yep.
Is the new Optimum Power Wheel and Tire Cleaner, which comes with a regular sprayer, and this product. Once you use this product for cleaning wheels and tires, you're not going to use anything else. You're going to put away whatever else product that you've used. And in most cases, you don't even need a brush. You just spray it on, let it dwell, and then just rinse it off. And of course, with a brush on a heavily soiled, it makes it clean faster and even more in depth. Also, what we've seen is for floor mats or other vinyl or plastic surfaces, this product does an amazing job of making it look brand new again. So that's basically a self-explanatory product, but it's the best wheel cleaner that you'll find in the marketplace.
And I can either just turn it around.
Yeah, that's great. I've got some folks talking up over here out loud like it's their set, but it's not. No, but no, that's one of the things. So you noticed in that video, Dr. G does have a foaming sprayer on this as well. What we're talking about right now is we are utilizing just the standard sprayer on our on these here at Rag Company. But Anthony Ice testing, either way with that foaming sprayer or with the standard sprayer, this stuff is a powerhouse, David, when it comes to being a total wheel and tire cleaner. Like you said, safe on all types of wheels, and then the amount of browning that you can get out of your tires and get them clean. You pair it with that brush to get deep into the tire itself and scrub it. This is amazing. This was a true treat for Anthony and I to play with and utilize, and we're excited to finally have this available for you guys to be able to use at home. So if you've been looking for a true tire and wheel cleaner in that Optimum line, we now have that with that new Optimum Power Wheel and Tire, which is a really great. And as you saw in the video, just some agitation really kicks it up a notch and helps get those wheels, I mean, squeaky clean, which is exactly what you want. We also noticed that for those of you that are looking for a wheel and tire cleaner that you don't have to touch, like a no touch, because we've got some folks that just don't want to get in there with a brush. This is pretty much all you need also. So you soak the wheel and tire, you let it dwell, come back with just the pressure washer, and you can get almost a full no-touch clean to the surface of that wheel and tire, which is really, really awesome, and what this stuff can break down and break loose. So.
And all these products come in gallons also, these three products. And I don't have the hyper
they just put it out here.
Yeah, I'm out of town today, traveling, actually. That's why I couldn't be at TRCMA in Idaho. But the new Hyper Seal also, it has much greater gloss and slickness and great durability still as before, or longer even. But you're going to enjoy the ease of use as always, and greater gloss and slickness also very visibly. Yeah. Have you had a chance to work with it?
Yeah, I kind of in love with this. So it's been one of my new favorites to play with. It's just as easy and simple as it always has been, but you've just made it better, stronger, and last longer, which is everything everybody wants. So, and more gloss, which, I mean, who doesn't like that?
That sounds great. And I want to go back and mention one other thing about the Hyper Compound.
Yeah.
The Hyper Twins work great with any pad, whether you're using wool pad or any kind of foam pad. And it's, we recommend Lake Country pads, especially their waffle design. And we carry the waffle design. We have an exclusive on the design of the waffles that we have from Lake Country. And that combination of waffle and Hyper Twins is by far the best system to remove any scratches or any defects, and even, as I mentioned, 1,000 grit or finer store marks or sandy marks. So anyways, that's also something to look at, is the combination of the these Hyper Twins and the Lake Country waffle pads that is exclusive to Optimum.
Yeah, there you go. Dane, what kind of questions do we got going on? What kind of comments do people have for Dr. Gaddusi?
We have several, so let me go ahead and pull those up now. And actually, Mario here had some relating back to the Hyper Twin, so very useful there. You may have already answered it, but he was looking for the differentiating factor that sets Optimum Hyper from other sprayable products.
Well, besides being the first.
Well, I'm not sure. I know there are a couple of sprayable polishes. I don't think there's any compound that cuts close to. Is there any other compound?
No, there's sprayable polishes, but not a sprayable compound. Like what you have.
This compound, the compound, even the hyper polish finishes better, cuts more, and finishes better than any other polish. But there's no match for hyper compound in terms of being able to spray a compound is a very challenging thing to do, and the performance, cut, and finish is by far better than any paste polish or paste compound.
Yeah, and we definitely have experienced that with the the historic versions, the Hyper Twins, and moving forward here. Mario is saying, is it trim safe? That was one of the very notable features about Hyper back in the day, for sure, and it should
still a notable feature.
Yes, because you run into a lot of these days that still aren't. Let me move up. Oh, sorry, if you wanted to add something.
Do you want me to answer that question?
Yeah,
about
go
trim?
for it. Yeah, more specific.
One great thing about hyper polish is not only it doesn't stain trim, but you can actually polish the trim and make it look new again. So before dressing and instead of just putting a dressing on the trim or taping it off, you can actually polish it with hyper polish and make it look new. And if you use hyper compound, it shouldn't leave residue, but if you spend too much time on the trim, it can leave a slight residue which comes off with the hyper polish very easily.
Yeah,
nice to hear.
Yeah, it's a good way to restore, especially some of the bigger panels and stuff, or mirrors or things like that. You can technically do a restoration on them by buffing them with hyper polish and hyper compound, and then, like David said, go right over with your favorite restoration.
Yeah. Now, Gleam Car Details is wondering, do you have any intentions to make a light coating like Can Coat? Now, I would think gloss coat, personally.
Well, gloss coat is a great light coating. This is also a great light coating.
There you go.
Hyper Seal is right around that same line, and same with gloss coat. And gloss coat, you re-upped last year and made much stronger and added some extra stuff and goodies into it to make gloss coat a pretty dang viable.
Yeah, tell us about that.
It keeps up with a lot of the 3-year coatings now.
Right. As you said, the gloss coat has increased ceramic component in it that makes it last longer, and it does a great job of course, beading and protecting, and last 3 years or longer. Yeah. And if they use Hyper Seal on top of it, it will last for, all they need is once a year reapplication of Hyper Seal on top of gloss coat to make it last for as long as they want.
Yeah. And Jonathan Blazer here, kind of dovetailing on that, what is the durability of Hyper Seal? I imagine he means standalone, though, rather than tied to a coating.
Right. Hyper Seal should give you about a year of protection or longer. And the best way to maintain it, of course, is with Optimum No-Rinse. And it makes washing a lot easier. Of course, Hyper Seal is so easy to apply. Some people apply it every time they wash their car, but it's not necessary. It just makes the process of drying much easier, especially when they're using the Gauntlet or other rag company drying towels.
Okay, and I'm told I can ask one more question, so I'm actually going to broaden it to, there were several people kind of asking this. I'll just throw it out there. Will it be available in concentrate? I just want to know about large volume versions of any of the products shown today. People want to know about larger volumes of anything they're seeing here today.
So there are gallons available, and anything larger than that, they might have to get in touch with David himself and call OPT. Who knows? Maybe they want a 55-gallon drum of this stuff. They might. I mean, we're not going to sell, but we'll definitely direct you. The number's on the back of the bottle.
They mostly meant gallons, from what I was getting in the comments there. They were all talking about wanting to get gallons.
Right, gallon would be much more readily available, and also a good refill size.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we don't offer it in larger sizes at this time, unless, as Levi mentioned, if you want
demand
a truckload of 55 gallons, we can definitely make that also.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Dr. G. Really appreciate you taking the time to spend with us today. It's been wonderful, and love the new products, of course. Levi, anything to add here?
No, just David, thank you for joining us. Thank you for being here, and thank you for answering all your questions. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much. It was great seeing you all, and great to be on the program, as always. And hopefully I'll be there next year.
Sounds good.
Hopefully so. All right.
All right. Thanks.
Okay, so now we've got Optimum down. We got Lake Country down. This is the afternoon cruising along. Next up, Road FS. What have Rod and Jody got for us this time?
Yo, baby.
Jody,
sorry, I'm going to stay right here because this PNS rehab that they launched on Monday, dude, I could just sit here and spend the rest of the afternoon enjoying this product. I can't wait to get it on my son's nasty old truck that we need to rehab that baby. So, man, it has been amazing 4 days.
Yeah, this is, those of you that have been watching this live every day, you guys are probably tired. You need to take a little break. It's late in the afternoon, but we're going to try to bring the energy up a little bit here.
That's right, man.
Get that lunch worked off. So
you need a lot more than that.
I need a lot of stuff to burn that lunch off. So let's talk about some of the highlights. My gosh, you guys had brand new releases. You got PNS that did a couple of new products.
Couple new products.
Rupes, Ego, Solution Finish, IDA was here.
Buff
you got
and
Buff and Shine. A couple of new faces that you guys know, but you might not have seen at TRCMA. You got
Stinger Chemicals, who I met at Mobile Tech Expo for the first time.
Right.
And it was super fun to see him come into Boise. He didn't come by our office, so what's up with that? But I get it. TRC is much cooler than
ours.
But yeah, so phenomenal. We had the other gentleman that I didn't know.
Fellers, yeah.
And I think
Tom from Buff Bright was live and in person.
I'm like, dude,
he's a
crazy.
Real person. He's not just a sticker.
So we want to do, before we get jumping into Road FS, we want to do a couple shout outs. So first of all, we want to give a shout out to Flex, Chris Metcalf, and the Stack Pack. This is our portable mobile podcast booth. So check this out. So we have customized the Flex Stack Pack to work for the Road FS podcast. At SEMA, we did 34 episodes of the Road FS podcast at SEMA. So we have our mics, and I'm going to actually show you this. Check this out. We have our soundboard, our internet capability. So I'm going to move this over here. We have our Ego battery that is powering every bit of this. Our laptop, the soundboard, the internet router, and we also have these really nice storage facilities. No, hey, stop. I got to show, we got some more new products, and then you have
to keep in line with the trivia that we've been doing at TRCMA this year, I am going to give you some questions, and we're going to be giving away a brand new Frostbite. So you guys have all heard of 2 truths and a lie. We're going to do 3 lies and a truth. And Dane, I want you to keep track of this. Don't show the answers. I only know the answer. Whoever can answer the truth first is going to get this shipped to you. We'll ask for your information. You get a brand new bottle of this. So here are the 3 lies and a truth. Number 1, Sydney Bray Gwen from iWash Detailing, when she was married, her and her husband drove away in a 1969 Dodge Charger. True or false? Number 2, Dane Hennon is named after Carolyn and Jeff's dog a Great Dane named Trixie. Question number 3.
Is that true?
I can't tell you or I'd win the bottle.
Well, okay.
Question number 3. Lars from Colourlock was actually the lead guitarist for Metallica. Look it up. And number 4, I have owned over 54 cars in my lifetime. So you can answer those questions throughout. Dane, please keep track of that. First person to answer it correctly gets that.
And I did not know that Lars was guitarist.
Metallica,
did you know
baby.
that it's International Guitar Month?
Yeah.
That's right. So very perfect. So my guess is it's him. Because he looks like a rock star.
You don't get it. You're ineligible. You're ineligible.
All right.
So let's talk about this.
Wait. One more thing. So we want to give a shout out to
that's true.
Buff and Bright. So Buff and Bright actually, Buff and Bright, they hooked us up with some cool branding for the RotaFest podcast. So yes.
he doesn't just do polishers. You can do your stack pack. He can do all kinds of things. So
yeah.
Tom's an amazing guy.
So we are super excited. So we have some amazing things that we want to talk to you guys about. And before we jump into actually the demo of RotaFest, because we can go a lot of places. I think a lot of times when you're in business, you fine-tune your skills as a detailer. You go to all kinds of training on polishers, pads, marine training, aviation training, motorcycle training, all of the cool things that you love about detailing, but sometimes we neglect the most important aspect of your business, and that's actually how do you run your business? How do you manage it? So we want to talk about some of the things that RotaFest software helps you in your business. So number one, one of the big things is creating a customer experience that is bar none exceptional for your customers. So I think one of the things that is often overlooked, we're really good about shaking a hand, greeting them, welcoming them into our shop, but we're not so good at how do we create touch points for the customer so that they can stay connected and interacting with you and become your biggest fan.
Right. So the other thing we want to do with software, and the reason you would use technology, is to streamline your operations. You know, everybody's got that pile of really important stuff that you need to get to, but you're never going to. It's kind of the someday pile. That stuff can be taken care of by technology, and technology works for you 24/7, and you don't have to pay it. So it's a free employee, and you just get to take advantage of that.
So one of the other things that I think gets neglected by you small business owners is what is in your shop, right? What kind of inventory? Do you have pads? Do you have rags? Do you have compounds? Are you tracking how you're using those? Are you able to sell them to your customer as a DIY offering? So they come in, they're amazed by this amazing car, and then you give them some tips and tricks to take care of that detail as they're leaving, and you can either sell them some product or maybe give them a little bit to take off and take care of that.
The other thing that's really important is if you are not decrementing your inventory and tracking your products on your invoices, so that every time you use this soap or this polish, you're including that in your invoice, you're really cutting your margin heavily. So you've got to make sure that when you're doing this and you're selling to your customers, that you're including this either as a package or a separate line item, so that you're getting paid to do this. This is not a freebie. It cuts away from your margin. So
yeah, and one of the things too, in fact, I just had this discussion last week with one of our customers. He's like, "Look, Jody, I'm thinking about hiring 2 new guys. It's the first time that I've brought team members onto my company, and what do you suggest?" I'm like, well, let's ask some questions. So one of the nice things that RotaFest can help you with is tracking the work they do, how long it's taking them on a project, and how you're paying them. You may pay them commission, you may pay them spiffs, so you can do percentage or fixed dollar amount. So you can do some really cool things in tracking how you treat and care for and pay your customer or your employees.
The other thing that's really important for you in that customer satisfaction and that interaction with your clients is the history of this vehicle. So this is a brand new car, beautiful Toyota. They gave it to me, I'm taking it home today. But you want to track from birth to death, if you will. So the first time you touch this car, you're going to want to paint thickness and if there's any scratches or anything like that. And it doesn't matter how often you see this car, but when it comes back to you, you have that historical data. Oh, hey, Mr. Jones, Mrs. Smith, the last time you were here, we had to do some special stuff back here because there was a little scratch and we had to touch it up. Remembering about your clients' cars shows that you care about it, and the software helps you so you don't have to actually remember it. It's in here.
So, and one of the really cool things is I think a lot of times as you're growing your business, sometimes you really don't know where you are. You don't know the pulse, the trajectory, the health of your business. And so one of the things that software can help you do is really understand how your business is thriving or struggling, so that you can make the micro adjustments to help elevate your business to the next level. So one of the things that I thought would be really fun is if we could actually maybe see RoadFS in action.
Well, that's going to be super boring on my phone. I mean, zoom in here, guys. But hey, I got an idea. Why don't we use a little magic of the rag company and take a trip to an actual shop and see how it works?
Let's go.
We're at the detail doctors. Let's get in there.
About time. Let's go. We got this car to finish.
What are we working on today?
We got this Jeep Cherokee
here. Okay, perfect. All right, let's go in here. Let's find a work order. Got it. Got it right here. Scan the VIN of that Jeep. We're going to save that. We're going to do interior and an exterior detail, full interior detail, and car wash premium. Then let's go walk around and see if there's any damage. Oh, here's a dent right here. Let's take a picture of that. Okay. I want to make sure we get that in there. There we go. And then let's assign somebody to this. We'll assign Crystal to it. There we go. Awesome. So let's see if there's any other damage. Man, this is dirty.
Dude, we gotta go!
Oh crap, we're live. We gotta get back to the rag company.
Let's go!
Oh, man.
We're here.
That
we're
was
back.
crazy.
So
We
super
flew
quick.
around.
Man, we got so much to talk
It's
about.
raining outside too. I'm all wet.
So let's take a look at this. So RoadFS offers you a complete CRM package from beginning to the end of managing your business. You can look at orders, customers, scheduling, reporting, settings. You can even do a time clock. So what I think we ought to do, Rod, is because we are over there with Steve, let's actually jump into RoadFS and actually take a look at that work order. So there we go. Let's take a look. So we're going to open up that work order. So anything that happened on the mobile device instantly gets put over. So that photo that we took, we can actually load it up, take a look at it. We can email that to the customer. we can print it, we can download it, and that becomes a permanent record associated with that vehicle. The nice thing is you can add multiple photos. Then you can, back in the office, you can have somebody review it and go, whoa, this price is off. You can change the pricing on the fly. You can add products. So if you're carrying a line of products from the rag company, you can actually go in and you can sell a DIY product to the customer. You can add the number of quantities of the bottles that you're going to sell them. And the nice thing is I can now mark that as completed. Now, when I mark that as completed, I can do some really cool things. I can actually set up email and text notifications that can send a text message at that moment when that work order is completed to that customer. So I can set up all the rules. I can make it an email or text. I can say, hey, your car is ready to be picked up at 5 p.m. today. Go out to this payment gateway, make your payment. We also can do some really cool things where, like if you're doing a paint correction, you can actually set an automated reply to be sent out 6, 8, 12 weeks to the customer, reminding them of their maintenance wash. You can change the notification, the subject on the fly, and you can set that as a time-based notification. We also have a really cool feature where you can actually send out on-demand email and text notifications. So let's say you're having an April Fool's Day special or Mother's Day special. You can actually tailor a message with a percentage discount or whatever incentive, and you can send that to every one of your customers with a click of a button. You can also, with our online scheduling, which we'll talk about a little bit later, you can actually send a text message to yourself letting you know that a customer has gone to your website, submitted an online request for service, and that has gone into RoadFS. So really nice, cool features. The other thing that you can do is you can also set up reminders for before your appointment. So you can do completed, after the event, on demand. You can do things to notify you of information coming in and remind customers of the appointments that they have.
Yeah, so let's take another feature, which is inventory. You can actually take a picture of your products, if you will. If you have 3 locations or 1 location, we track the actual cost of those products for insurance reasons. If you look at this just visually, the 3 red buttons show that it's time to order something. You can actually click the order button. It will go in, and once you've associated those products with a vendor, you click on them, you go down to the bottom, obviously you choose the rag company, and then you're going to order these products. It produces a purchase order that then has your label on it. The company knows who it is. You can email that right to them. And if you would like, after you've added some products on here, we'll do some motor bomb or something like that, some bead maker or something. You save that or you submit that to them. We can help you if you would like to do that, is connect directly to the rag company's website through your login, and we could go right in and you could order that bead maker from them direct. So this is a new thing that we've talked to them about, but we could actually pull your login from the rag company's website. You'd go in there and it would actually place those order for those 2 bead makers right in your shopping cart at the rag company. Once that order is placed and it comes back to your place of business, your home, your shop, grandma's house, wherever you want to send the bead maker. Getting a little bit ahead of myself there. So
well, you're excited. I mean,
I'm excited about RoadFS. I could talk about it all day.
Well, the nice thing is when that goes, it can actually send a notification back into our system that lets you know
that it came in. So then once it comes in, then you would actually just go to that order and you receive it. So inventory management, you check that in. I just received those 2 items, and now it's back in your inventory and you can sell it. And the value of that goes back in your inventory and shows that where it's at.
And we track all of that real time. So as you're decrementing, it gets pulled out. And the nice thing too is we can manage all of your customer things, your customer relationships. So brand new this year is we have the ability to actually track payments received by your customers. So I can go in, I can review all of the items that are outstanding. I can have my check that's for $3,000. I can scroll down, I can see the work order that $3,000 is associated with. I can even split it between work orders if I need to. And so it gives you a way to to truly manage every aspect of your business. And we have a statement report that you can go in and you can select a date range and say, all right, for this date range, I want to see what is still outstanding for this customer. And what it does is it pulls you up a report and you can see real time anything that is outstanding. So in this case, this customer has $4,000 outstanding that you can have your office manager follow up.
Yep. One new thing is if you're doing dealership work, we have a portal where your dealers can log in. They can actually request work from you. You select what they see as far as services and times, but they actually would input the vehicle for you. And in a sense, they're doing your job. They're telling you, hey, come and clean this car. I want a full detail. That's going to show up in your schedule. But right now they're selecting a couple of things here. They want both bumpers repaired and looks like a full detail. They select a date and a time. All this is configurable in the back, and I'm going to show you how to do that in just a second. But they choose that. They choose who did it, so you know which one of your people at that dealership is doing that. And then they can actually see their inventory, if you will. They're going to see things at the bottom, like all the work orders that they've just entered in. There's another area where they go and look at approved work, and they can see, oh my gosh, there's all these cars, they're in there. They can select a date range and go backwards or forwards in time. And in this case, the bottom one's been there 49 days. Dealerships don't like that, for those of you that know that. And so they would do something with that car. Maybe you can try to upsell them, and maybe you're going to do a paint correction to try to get it off the lot. But these requests go into your system. And when they go in there, they're going to show up back in the
schedule area.
Yep, the schedule area.
So one of the nice things about RotoFest is it is completely configurable for your business. Right now, we're showing you everything that is turned on. Ordering, customer management, inventory, vendors. We even have a time clock. We have a system area where you can go in and you can configure the settings to match your business, whether you're a small operation or a large operation. So one of the things that you can do when it comes in, we tailor it to match your business. We can add all of your users, your technicians. Each one of those technicians has a role which controls what they can see, what they can do, and it allows you the power to give your team the power to serve your customer. So you can assign them inventory locations. If they're driving a mobile van, you can assign them to locations that are regions where they can work. You can even set up commissions. So you can create things like fixed dollar amount incentives or percentage rates. You can even, if you are subcontracting work to a temp professional, you can go in and set a commission rate just on that tent service, and that allows you to run a report that on just tent services. It will show you the gross dollar value and what you got to pay those guys. We also have a very robust system where you can track all of your services. By default, it defaults to the main price that gets pushed down to all of your customers, but you may have some special contracted pricing for different customers, and so you can go in and set the contracted pricing for them, and it's very easy to see which ones are contracted. They have a linked or unlinked button. You can also indicate which items are available to schedule on your website, and you can even mark things taxable or not taxable.
Right. So what he just marked on settings there, the products are the same way, but we're going to show you one of the features that people have really been asking for, and that is online scheduling. So in scheduling, when you come to those things in the back, there's a bunch of different areas where you can configure stuff. If you work on boats, you can turn on boats or vehicles, motorcycles, fixed equipment, those kind of things.
Aviation, and we have something really cool coming for that.
We'll say for that. You can check which statuses your workers have. If you want them to go straight to invoice, we can do that. Full VIN database for everything. And this is where you really configure it for your business. So whether or not you're a large organization, a small organization, you can actually configure it to your needs, and it works with you. It grows with you. So the other thing we have is the ability to customize your printouts or your emails to show what goes on there, what doesn't go on there. Great big watermarks. And then we have customized text at the bottom, where if you make your customer sign off, you can print that out, and or you can have your T's and C's on there. The online scheduling features that come in.
Boy, you really want to talk about online scheduling.
So
we still got to get into all the
customer stuff. We can track what your marketing is. How did you hear about us? There's reports on that. So here's your online scheduling. I've been chomping at the bit to talk about this. You can choose the hours that you want people to request work. And that is the big difference with ours, is they're requesting work. On the right-hand side, we call this the widget, and this is what goes on your website. We put your website in here, we put whatever words or verbiage you want on the button. We create the button, and then we work with whoever's your web company. If you're using Detailer's Roadmap that you saw earlier, Christy Giovanni, they have it in the back end of theirs. They can plug it right in. And then on your website, it looks like this. They would click on Request a Service.
And obviously, you're not going to have that big of
no, we chose that
button.
obviously because we're obnoxious and big. So then they are required to put in certain things. First and last name. They got to have a phone number. You can see the big required there. If you get their email address, if they have one. And then they would choose from what we selected earlier in the settings. And then we had boats and vehicles. So we've got vehicles. We're going to choose that. They need to put in a year, make, and model. You need to know what you're working on. So they've got to put that in there. And then
I don't know how many customers are going to know their VIN, but it is there if they did.
So then it goes in, and then here's the services that we selected that said can be scheduled. So here we're going to do an exterior detail, and they're going to choose it. And then we make people choose 2 separate times. And the reason for that is you're more likely to be able to have an opening if they choose 2. You're literally 50% more likely. So then they choose next. It gives them a little message, please review your services. As soon as they've selected complete, it's going to give them a message that you typed in the back, and then it's going to go into your order section, and this big obnoxious red button over here is going to show up. When you click on that, it's going to show you the request for service, and it can also send you a text message that there's services being requested.
And that text message goes to you at that point.
So we're going to go in here, we're going to look at that time. There's these 2 times. It defaults to the first one. You're going to select one, you're going to look at what they've got, and you're going to give them a consultation, and then you're going to actually book that, if you will. You're going to schedule it. So now we're scheduling it. We change this to scheduled, and now it's scheduled. And now they will get a, the customers pop up if you've used them before. It says, hey, do you want to use this Tom Jones, or do you want to create a new one? Is this a new Tom Jones? We're going to use this customer because we know who it is. So we're going to use this customer.
And the nice thing is, as soon as they hit schedule, that will send a text message off to the customer confirming that appointment.
Yep. And then if you've got the setup in the back, it'll actually say, hey, 3 days before their thing, it'll say you've got a text message. You've got a work order. So the other thing we've got is
that actually puts it right on the
calendar.
Schedule,
so there it is on the 29th. And then it sends them that. We have this massive amount of reports that we have in the back. You can ask us to customize them or change them. You can customize the verbiage. You can change it to Spanish, French, Dutch. If you're in Oklahoma, you can change it to y'all or whatever you want to put in there. Products instead of this, productos.
Productos.
We also connect to your back-end accounting system. QuickBooks, QuickBooks Online, QuickBooks Desktop, Intact, there's a whole bunch of them, but you use this system in the back to connect to your QuickBooks. And there's probably 535 million other things we could talk about.
Oh, there's so much.
We're not going to do that. So what we want to do now is we want to give you guys some real-world examples before we answer some questions.
So let's talk about that, because I think a lot of times when you get a new software, you're like, all right, how is it really going to help me? Or you're considering adopting it, right? And admittedly, it's a new expense to you, and it's also something that you need to configure and learn and implement into your business. Earlier this fall, this February, this year, if I could even get my words right. So in mid-February, I had one of our customers call us up and said, hey, Jody, I have had a crappy winter. I'm really struggling. Is there anything that we can do in RoadFS to help me get some more business? And I said, absolutely. Let's go in, back into the settings, into the email and text notifications, and let's create a text notification to all of your customers. I said, what would you like to feature? And he said, well, you know what? I'd like to say, look, I have openings in my schedule. If you can schedule within the next 24 hours, I'll give you 10% off. Well, here's the beauty of it. The next day, he called me in the evening on a Tuesday. On the Wednesday morning, he called me up. He said, Jody, I've booked $3,100 already. Yep. I said, oh man, that's super awesome.
Right. And then
2 days later, two days later, he calls me back up and he said, Jody, I've booked out my entire month, right? And that goes back to creating that customer experience using software, right? So he was able to, at the click of a button, be able to interact with his customers, and it made the customers feel like, hey, this guy, my preferred detailer, is reaching out to me. There's an opportunity for me to get my car in, and he's giving me a little bit of discount. Let me sign up, right? So he was able to generate real income immediately because he had the tool to communicate and touch base with his customer.
So the other things we want to talk about is we want to talk about the size of operations. We get that question a lot. RoadFS is designed to work for the single person shop. It's also designed to work for the mega shop. Jody and I have had the opportunity to work with some really large organizations and set up some of their shops and their workflow and make sure it works very efficiently. So we've had a lot of experience doing this. We've been doing this since 2009. We are the OG, the original detailing software in the entire world. There was nobody when we were doing this. And we don't care what size your shop is. We can help you out either way. It is designed to move and grow with you, and there's a lot of difference between a small operation and a large operation, obviously. But having something that can move and grow with you is a real advantage. Some of the things that you guys probably don't know, the inventory module that's in here, we actually worked with the rag company to help set that up. So we wanted to understand inventory from the very ground up, from a larger organization that had a lot of inventory, and we worked with them for a couple of years.
Them
to try
and
PNS.
To get that PNS had a lot of
and so
input.
they really helped us get that set up so that it would work the best in an environment that you guys are in.
One of the other things that I was thinking about too, I think a lot of times when you're deciding to implement software in your business, you think that it's like downloading Angry Birds and it just works, right? And just like any tool that you would buy and purchase for your business, you need to take the time to set it up and configure it for your operation. So we always tell our customers, like, look, the very first week, we're going to be very on hands with you. We're going to help you configure it up. In fact, we can get you set up and configured in an afternoon. I mean, literally in an afternoon.
Yep.
Then the challenge and the opportunity becomes, how do we work RoadFS? How do we configure it to match your business? So over the next 14, 21, 30 days, we're going to be your best friend, helping you turn on and off those configuration settings to fit your business. The nice thing about it is when you get the RoadFS, by default, you're going to have the inventory and the vendor and the time clock turned off, right? But as you grow, as your business grows and your needs extend, you can, on a click of a button, add those features and turn them on and work with our team to help you implement those properly.
Yeah. So one of the things people always ask us, because obviously we did some magic there and we zipped across town and scanned some cars, is you know, how does it really work? Is it that fast? So I'm actually going to do this live.
And so before you do that, don't click any buttons. Keep it right there. So that section, when we went to the detail doctor, all of that time when you walked out to the car and you opened the work order, you scanned them in, that was real time.
Yeah.
Right? So the only thing sped up was Rod going like this,
That's
squeaking
right,
his
my squeaky shoes. So the questions that people have is, do we actually have the database or what? And yes, we purchased the VIN database. As we were building this, we did not want to rely on leasing it. A lot of people do that. but we purchased the database. So every single VIN from every single manufacturer since 1981 comes to us and goes in a database. If we scan a brand new car, this is a brand new car. Sometimes 2024s in January and February don't show up. We call the manufacturers and they send us the VIN. So I'm going to go ahead and scan this brand new car. There's a VIN on the side right here.
Oh, you got the one on the side?
Yep.
All right.
And there we go. 2024 Toyota GR86.
Walk up there and show them.
So that is real time. We've scanned this. They're not going to be able to focus.
That's okay. It's not a big deal.
Some more magic there. There you go. That's pretty. So we can scan that real time. We are actually the only ones that I know of that now have the commercial database. So your
that's brand new
Ford
for 2024.
Flex vans, your transit vans, we actually had that. I purchased that at the beginning of the year. So now we have that available to us. And then we have been for years collecting boats and airplanes,
RVs.
and motorcycles and RVs, and we have our own database for that.
Yeah.
So there's a big, robust database behind this whole thing. It works with iOS, it works with Android, you can use a tablet. This is a MacBook, you can use a PC for the 2 sections. There's a ton of things in here, and the one thing that splits us aside, damn, you guys got everything. Sarah,
we love you, yo!
I love Sarah. So there's a couple of things that split us aside, and everybody else go, what makes you different? One thing is that if you ask us to build something, we'll do it. So if you say, hey, we need this to do X, Y, Z, we look at it, we do a little feasibility, and then we build it. The other thing is that we also have a podcast called the Road FS Podcast. It's on YouTube. We would love it if you would go out and subscribe and like that, because it allows us to go around the country and be idiots and show you all detailing, go to trainings and do all this kind of stuff. It's about you guys, so go out and watch it.
So one of the really cool things that we're not quite ready to highlight, but I want to tell you what's coming up. You guys may have heard of the Aviation Detailing Association. We've been working very closely with Josh Hernandez to set up some standard operating procedures as far as it goes in regards to detailing planes, because there's high risk and there's a lot to understand. So we're actually doing some unique things that will be rolled out later this spring.
We will be the only ones that have the approved ADA SOPs in the software, so you can go into an aircraft hangar and they will know that you are doing what you're supposed to be doing. It also covers your backside, because working on an airplane is extremely risky. You take all of that risk on. So, not that you don't with cars, and this is probably a pretty expensive car. We were detailing a GTR the other day, and it was, that's a lot of money, 13 miles on a brand new GTR. So photos, that's a great thing. We showed you that at Steve's, but we're gonna do it over here. You just, you can take a photo, you can pull it off your phone as well. And the thing that I like about what we did with our photos is, if I take that photo that I just did, it goes into the database, into the computer. It doesn't stay on your phone. You can choose to put it on your phone and then pull it off and put it in, but we're not taking up the phone's data storage, because you take 13 pictures of every car that comes through your shop, pretty soon your phone's dead. So we allow you to offload that off, and we take it. 86s are wallet friendly, but
that's lovely.
Love it, man. So the other big question everybody always asks,
what is the big question?
What does it cost? How much does it cost? Well, here's the thing. We do role-based pricing, and for a small shop, for a large shop, for a mega multi-billion-dollar shop, it doesn't matter. It's $65 a month for the first user that has access to everything. That includes your unlimited
email and text notifications.
Yep, email. Mario saying, I was unable to find pricing matrix or trial information on your site. Well, there's 2 reasons for that. One, the pricing is simple. It starts at $65 a month. The second thing is on a trial, what we have found in the softwaring industry is
trials don't usually work.
People usually don't get to them. So if you'd like to try it out,
busy.
Get a hold of us. We will walk you through a demo, and then we will give you access to that system, and you can use it.
Yeah, and so what we do,
we just like to give you a little bit of a demo before we just set you free.
Yeah, because I think a lot of times when you download a trial, you're not quite sure where to go, where to start. So what we do is we invite you to reach out to us. One of us or one of our representatives will reach out to you. They will walk you through the software, expose you and talk to you about everything in the software, but also talk about your business, because as we understand your business, we can highlight the features that are going to be appropriate to you. And the nice thing is we also don't do long-term agreements. So to offset the trial, we do everything month to month, right? So it enables you to get into the software for low cost of entry. It puts some skin in the game on your side of things because you need to be invested in learning the software. And we have found that that works far better than offering you a 14-day trial, a 30-day trial. Because
and having half the features
and having half the features
If you've ever
turned
done a trial, the stuff that's all grayed out always really pisses you off, because that's what you really want to use. So you get our system, you can use everything. If you don't like it after a month, you just say, hey, it's not working, and you're done.
Send us a little note, say.
Yeah, and even if you use it for 13 years and you didn't want to use it, you get all that data. The data is yours. We don't sell it. We don't give it away. We don't talk about it. So that's all yours, because we understand how important that is to your business. You know, your customers, your services, your pricing. For years and years and years, people wanted to know Justin Labato's pricing schedule because it was really good. He actually allowed us to show people at a certain point in time, so that's with his blessing. We can help you set that up. If you have questions about how somebody else is doing it, we can give you the high level of how they do it, if they do it by the size of the car or whatever. And we work with hundreds and hundreds of customers, so we've got access to tons of information.
Yeah,
so.
we are very invested in you as a business owner. Rod and I, if you visited our shop, you would be amazed at the amount of automotive detail and certifications that we have, right? And part of the reason why we go to so many classes, where we co-host classes with other people, we offer our podcasts. The more we talk to you, the more we understand what you need in the software. In fact, our developers hate it. I mean, literally hate it when Rod and I go to an event, because inevitably we come back and they're like, what new feature do we have to build? So it's a dual-edged sword, but it allows us to continually move the software forward to better fit your business, and it is evolving every month.
So the other big question we usually get, which I'm sorry if I'm stepping on somebody's question toes, but is what do you two software nerds know about detailing? Why should I listen to you guys? Well, like Jody said, we're certified in a lot of things. I started out in the automotive industry in the 80s. I know I don't look like I'm 92 years old, but that's because I use a lot of products from the rag company from my skin. But I'm certified. Levi Gates did my skills validation, and he was not easy on me. He was not easy on me, man. He would not give me any answers. Nobody asked that one. So, thank you very much. So we live and breathe this stuff. We go to the events. We do the things that you do, and we understand what it is that you need.
So one last thing that I want to highlight. So one of the things that definitely makes us unique is, and we kind of touched on it, back in the system setting when you're configuring the system, there was a little section where it had services, products, materials, all that. You can label those anything you want, and that can be in Spanish, French, any language you want. So if you're in Puerto Rico or Mexico or El Salvador, which I'm going to this weekend, you can actually put all of the customer-facing information in your language of the country that you're in. So, I mean, yes, the software is all in English, but what your customer receives can be all in Spanish. So really fun. So I know we're about to wrap up on time. Dane, you have any other questions for us?
I actually do have several. When you started talking about pricing, because everybody always wants to know, and it's kind of like they feel like, oh, you're burying the lead. It must be crazy expensive. Actually, for what you guys are doing, it makes a lot of sense, and it's accessible enough for somebody who's running a shop. So I totally get it. But let me see here. I've got several kind of more technical questions kind of mixed in, so I know you guys are good for it. But first, let's start with Mario, who was asking the earlier questions. Want to know, can you do a pre-inspection form and capture pictures, etc., send to the customer prior to service?
That is one of the things that we are rolling out that I've literally rolled it out to the very first customer. You can do a pre or a post inspection. You can take up to a dozen photos on each inspection, I think. But that stays as a permanent record with the vehicle. So when it comes back, if you do another inspection, you can follow that car throughout its history, and you have the access to those inspections. You can email them off or whatever you need to do.
Of course. And then I've got, of course, Hans Klosen, our wonderful friend from the Netherlands here. Would Road FS be good for a company that details and has a storefront web shop?
Goodness, we owe you money, Hans.
Thanks for asking that question. So yes, Road FS, because of the inventory system, allows you to not only sell products, so we actually have customers that use our system as a point of sale. So they have a van, they go around and do delivery, and they drop it off. You can transfer products from a warehouse into a van. You can create a work ticket and invoice that has services and products. You can email that to the customer. And we also have something else that's coming later this year that I was hoping to have ready for TRCMA, but so I'm going to bite my tongue because I want to say it, but I'm waiting. So
yes, you can. What kind of online payment system does RoadFS support?
That's kind of in line with what we're talking about.
So
okay, boy, it's like
we'll just go ahead and let that cat I never wanted to hook up with a credit card company or something that charged you interest on top of interest, and that's what seems to be the norm in the industry. Somebody like me, we sign up with a credit card company and you get 2.9 plus the 3.1 from Jody and Rod. Now you're 5 point whatever. So we finally found a company that would do a pass-through, so you do not have to increase the percentage that you get. And we are beginning stages of doing that. We are going to have it done before the end of the summer, or someone is going to lose a finger.
So right now we integrate with Square, but soon, later this summer, we're going to have RoadFS payments.
And it'll be RoadFS payments, but you're using this other company, and you know that you have a contract with them, but we will be a complete pass-through on that.
Okay, so they're protected and everything, which is always, a consideration. That's important.
I don't need to deal with the security of that. I'm going to trust that to somebody that does it better.
Somebody who deals with that all the time to handle that.
You don't
Stefan
want me
here,
taking your credit cards.
Always bringing up
good
good
questions.
questions.
What kind of database do you use for this SaaS, and what are their data backups and disaster recovery? I am glad you asked a nerd question.
That is another great nerd question.
So
I see him down there. He's always asking
also in another
that
lifetime, I developed software for 7.5 years, and so I'm glad somebody asked a nerd question. We use a SQL database. It is on a Linux server, and we store your data at one of 3 locations in the United States. If you're outside of the United States, we use a data location there. You have a backup every single day, and if you really want it, I can do a redundant server at another location and back that up. So that does not cost you any extra for anything except for the redundant server. You'd be paying for 2 of those. But the redundant server is true redundancy. It's got failover. In the 15 years we have been doing this, we have had 2 incidences. One of them, a data center actually burned to the ground, and it took us 4 hours to get the system back up. And the other one happened just last year. And how long did it take us to get that?
30 minutes.
30
it was
minutes
super
or something like that. So
yeah.
if you have and that's without the full data recovery 2.0 So if you have that, it's instantaneous. You have server 1, server 2, and it goes in there.
So our larger customers, obviously, they're running more data. We will set up redundant servers for them and be able to send that information in 2 locations. So but most of our customers don't need the redundant servers.
So if your shop is in a poor area with cell coverage, how does the mobile data device app perform? You can use if you have poor cell service, I'm assuming you have the internet. You do have to have the internet. If your shop has Wi-Fi, it works great. There's a lot of our customers that won't buy a cellular plan. They'll just buy a Wi-Fi enabled device. But you got to have some kind of connectivity because that VIN database is in the cloud and everything you save goes up to the cloud. It's got very limited functionality if you're disconnected.
No, that makes perfect sense. And once again, I would expect most of the people interested in a service like this probably having accessibility, at least to Wi-Fi, if not cell service.
Yes.
Let's see here. Also from Stefan. Stefan had a lot of good questions. How do you export customers' data?
Okay,
when the customer
that's
wants to
exactly
leave
how we
into
do
a
it,
CSV
Steven.
file?
So I can export it CSV. I can actually import it that way too. So just the other side of your question, and when you're coming on board, I can import it, other customers' data. We work with other companies to import stuff over. If you had like a MailChimp or if you're using Square or something like that, we can bring your clients and your services in. If you decided to leave, and we would just bundle up your data in a CSV and send it to you.
Yeah, we like to make it really easy to do business with us. And if you're not happy, leave with a smile on your face.
FYI, your site is down.
What?
Oh, no. They're telling me, actually, he and another check, they're trying to get it. So that's something we got to look at.
On the website now, and they keep saying site can't.
What? You better call our tech team. Run. Go call the tech team because
we'll just do it live.
That's crazy.
You have not 24/7. You have a support team that you can.
He's actually texting our support team right now. Say, hey, look at the website. What's up with that? So
yeah, he'll get on that. I got Hans here. Could Road FS be used in the Netherlands?
Yes.
So a non-U.S. based.
Yeah, we actually have customers in Costa Rica, Mexico, Canada. We're actually rolling out to a customer in Quebec that's going to be using French as the customer-facing side of things. So absolutely.
All right. And this one's kind of more of a philosophical question, maybe. Stefan, I don't get the obsession with VIN. As if any 2 vehicles could carry the same registration plate.
Oh, that's a good question. So where we see that more is in the dealership space. So dealerships are running high volume, and one of the things that they want to make sure is that they're not being double billed for a vehicle. Right. So when you scan the VIN, it actually pops up a notification and lets you know that you've done work on that car in the past and what services you've done, because some services they will allow to be done again. And so it just creates a safety measure for you to make sure that you're not double billing the customer.
Yeah, and that's also why we like to have the VIN. The other reason for that is the next time that car comes into your shop, it's the unique identifier for it. So when you scan it, it actually tells you all the services you've done on that car before. And that's how you can kind of keep that history. It's like you have 15,000 cars come through here and you're like, oh my gosh, it's another white Toyota. You scan the VIN, it tells you what you've done on it.
No, that makes sense. Now, you guys want to help me out with something. You asked us questions at the very beginning with the lies and truth deal. I got a bunch of answers here. You're going to have to tell me which is which so I can get it right, because I don't even remember which ones you had there. So if you tell me which were the lies, which were the truth, I can find it in the comments.
So which were the lies and which was the truth, so that we can give away the.
We're considering it cut off now. Nobody else can answer.
I did it, man. The question of Dane's name, I have no idea they named Dane. They did not have a great name named Trixie. I made that one up. I actually made it up on the spot today at lunch.
I was almost named Stone, so there's that.
Number 2, Sidney Bragwen did get married, and they did drive away in 1969, but it was a Camaro, not a Charger.
Not a Charger.
And it was white.
I knew that.
It was white. Lars was not the guitar player for Metallica, although Lars Ulrich is the guitar player for Metallica. Lars from Colourlock is not. So the truth is I have owned over 54 cars in my lifetime.
All right.
I currently have 7, so I'm kind of a car nut. And so Dane, whoever answered that, I'm not as bad as Dane. I don't change them every year, but...
Yeah, well, you know, I had a run there for sure. 2020 on, it got a little crazy for a minute. But what I was going to do here is a lot of people just said true or false. They didn't actually specify the number, but a handful did. So I'm going to make sure I have that right. So with the cars one, that was your last question, right? The last one, number 4, was the truth?
I don't even remember. Oh, he wanted to know, was the car question the last question you asked?
Yes, it was. It was the last one.
So number 4.
Yes.
Okay. So when I look through here, the first person to say 4 is true is Hans.
Congratulations, Hans. We will
Hans gets it. So we're going to send you a bottle of this. Frostbite, snow. Does it have a good smell too? Should we?
I don't know.
Of course, it has to go the furthest.
I'm just going to go back to this one.
I'm going to huff that. You get this.
This one smells great. So I'm going to go off to the corner.
That's right.
No, it's good.
So thanks, Hans. We will. Where do you live? Where does Hans live?
In the Netherlands. So enjoy that.
For that. We just.
You know what?
Awesome. That's great. We'll send it to you.
The second person to get it right was DS. He was this close, but Hans did beat him by a few seconds. So at least in the order of the comments here, that's the way it showed up.
Well, congratulations, Hans, and thanks for tapping in. Dude, we are so honored to be part of this. I mean, we have so much fun. Rod and I came over mid-morning and have been hanging out with the team. A shout-out. I mean, I got to give a mad shout-out to the TRCMA camera crew, audio crew. They're nothing but professional. I mean, dude, they have it dialed in. And I know that Gabe is ready for his 4-day weekend because he's like, I'm exhausted.
You know, he's done. We've done our part. We've interrupted another presentation by Levi. And,
sorry,
you know, it's always always really an honor to be here and a great place to be. These guys have a beautiful facility. It doesn't hurt that we're only like 4 miles away. So we like to really thank all of the people that came in here. We're not last. There's one more coming. They're going to hitch up some Konig wheels. But we are honored to be here, and we really appreciate you asking us good questions. And the website will be back up before the end of this thing. So
yeah.
You know what? I apologize, Hans. Someone may have actually beaten you to the punch. I'm looking back here, and X6M Ghost is saying, how did Hans win? And I'm looking back through there. They all popped up so fast, it was like clusters. I feel really bad about this. I think he may have actually beat Hans. So I'm sorry, Hans. You can't win everything.
Maybe we should have an arm wrestling match.
Credit to X6M here. I want to make sure we respect who got there first. I'm going through the comments. It just wasn't one of the ones because they change and there's a delay, so it didn't pop up in my queue when I was populating my queue. My bad, X6. But we recognized it, and I'm glad you said something because I look back
and the website's back up. Just so you know.
Website's live.
We got
there's our
At the end of the day, it's one bottle.
There you go.
But you know what? It matters. So we got you. All right. There we go. That's our guy. So find him. Get in touch with these guys. How does it get in touch with you?
No, actually, yes.
No.
We will work with you to connect with him. So
yeah,
X6M Ghost. So
actually, that post is an interesting one because he said true on the first 2, and then false on 3, but true on 4.
Yeah,
so
that doesn't count. You can't say. Yeah, that doesn't count. So it still goes to Hans.
Because Hans specifically only said 1 was true.
There was only one.
Yeah, you can't juke the system like that. That is not cool, man. So it's going back to Hans. So congrats, Hans.
So they're all false. Only one truth, and that was number 4. So, man, sorry, that was a roller coaster. My goodness. All right, I'm done.
Well, thank you, Dane. And the website is live.
It is live.
All right. Sure. Boy, oh boy. Okay, thank you so much, guys. Really appreciate it. Fun segment as always. You guys bring the fun. So, anyway, boy, exciting stuff. Giveaways are just a treat, aren't they? Anyways, we've got Konig coming up next. Let's see what's going on there with Scott.
What's going on, TRCMA? thanks for having us. We really appreciate it. I'm Scott from Konig, and we have been invited by the Rag Company to participate, and we're super thankful for that. We love the Rag Company, and we appreciate all that they do, and allowing us to kind of participate in your space means a lot to us. So thank you for that, and thank you to the Rag Company. So we have a few things to show you, including some new wheels, and we're gonna kind of get into it right now. So when it comes down to wheels, obviously we have introduced new Flowform wheels almost every single year for a long time. So we have a lot of Flowform wheels. If you don't know what Flowforming is, we have a video on our YouTube channel, which is actually pretty interesting, Konig Wheels USA, no harm in a little plug. But you can go there, you can kind of find out what the advantages of Flowforming is and why we've been so successful at it for well over a decade. Now, when it comes down to some of the stuff that we're introducing for this year, it's actually pretty interesting. So let's talk about our first Flowform wheel that's going to be majorly available for most popular passenger vehicles. So while we are known for making some really lightweight, capable, and strong motorsport wheels, we also wanted to take a stab at some of the styling elements. So while this isn't going to be the lightest Flowform wheel we have, our new introduction of the Mark I is actually going to be a retro-inspired Flowform wheel that brings a lot of the motorsportness in to the space of having a little bit more style elements. So this wheel is actually pretty cool. It has a spin-off aluminum cap. There will be an optional red anodized cap that's available. In addition to that, I will have a covered lug area. We are doing single drilled. So this isn't an attempt to hide two sets of lug holes. This is just an attempt to make sure that we're kind of keeping everything as clean as it possibly can be. Now this mesh design is really intricate in the sense that it's going to allow to have some optional accessories. And later on, after we introduce the wheel, we will have an optional aero cover that you will be able to purchase, and that will be pretty cool because not only will it be functional, but it will also be something that really can help you accentuate the look and style of your vehicle. Now the wheel out of the box will have a gloss black spin-on cap. Now these are all aluminum billet accessories, and the cool thing about this is that you're getting a lot of quality. Now that was really important to us. We didn't just want to have a bunch of plastic on a really cool wheel. This retro style will allow you to really have that feeling of what was yesteryear with modern upgrades. So we're super excited to bring the Mark I. Now the other thing about the Mark I that we're really proud of is a new color called Hyper Carbon. This is as close as you probably can get to having a smoked chrome type of look without actually using any chroming. Chroming is bad for the environment. In addition to that, it's also something that's hard for wheels to have longevity with. The finishes just don't hold up more than a few years, and they end up often leading to pitting and different things where the sheets of chrome come off. You know, you guys are out there cleaning it. So we have tried to make as reflective of a paint as we could, but still, again, keep it paint with a heavy clear coat. So that's what we've done here. This is an extremely hyper paint, and it does require us to put the paint on in multiple steps and multiple different applications, but we've come up with a finish that's extremely good looking, has a lot of reflective properties, but also is going to be paint based, and it's not going to have any of the issues that you might have with trying to deal with chrome. So this hyper paint has a lot of depth to it, and that is the advantage to doing something like this. But just like multiple stage paints, you know that the depth comes at a cost of being able to put on the paint in multiple applications. That's what we've done here. The finish is going to be just as good as holding up to any painted finish that you'd have on a wheel. But again, the one thing we've done here is we've tried to make this as deep and reflective as we can without having to use any chrome. Our goal with the Mark I was to be able to pay some homage to the yesteryear and bring that modern touches of all the technology we have available today. And that's kind of why we kind of paid some of the tribute to doing a mesh style that's always timeless and putting in kind of that DTM type feel from some of the older racing stuff back in the day. We hope that we accomplish this. We feel really good about it, and we're excited to bring it to market. For us as a company, I think that one of the most important things that we do is we really have a good hold on taking feedback and trying to understand what people out there in our audience and fan base is basically saying to us. What are they asking for? And we've done that by actually entering into a segment that we've been to with our other off-road line, the Mamba off-road wheels, but we haven't been there with Konig because primarily we were known for being a tuner type company or a sport compact company or a performance oriented company, and now we're trying to evolve all that into something different. And what we've done is we've introduced a new line of wheels called the Hyper Trail series These are focused on trucks, Jeeps, and SUVs. Now, our goal with the Hypertrail series was to make a wheel that not only was capable of going on and off-road, but also to be able to have a lot of the technology that we are known for and bring it into a truck wheel. So what we've done here is we've made sure that every single one of the Hypertrail series is 2,500 pounds load rated for the 5 and 6 lug applications. Additionally, we went as far to make sure that we have other features like knurled bead seats to make sure that it's harder for the tire to maybe dismount or wiggle off the bead seat when you're aired down. In addition to that, we also have made sure that we've introduced some interesting and key things to make this wheel more distinguishable than maybe some of the other truck wheels that are out there. And the other thing about the Hypertrail series, which is so important, is we have made every single one of those wheels flow formed. So we're bringing that flow form technology into the truck land, and while we're doing that, we're making sure that the barrel is as strong as that barrel can be, and we're doing that by using flow forming technology. So this is a way of getting a lot more strength in that forged type of grain structure that you'll see in the barrel into something that doesn't have the cost of a forged wheel. So these are going to be priced affordably and really be able to take a lot of the different things you'll throw at it. Now let's talk about a couple key design features that we've tried to do with every single one of these Hypertrail wheels. We've tried to make them easy to clean because that's a big thing, right? You come back from mudding, off-roading, or just plain dealing with the environment of driving around, and to go through all the little tiny holes and crevices that you have with the wheel, I'm sure you guys experience this a lot, it's just kind of a pain in the butt. So what we've done is we've tried to make these designs consciously to make them easier to clean and be able to access different parts of the wheel. In addition to that, we knew that some of these people that are going to be going off-road may want to do one key thing, which is take out their center caps. The plastic pop-in center cap that's flat, it's a good looking cap, but you may not want to run that off-road. In addition to that, if you're going to be doing anything where you feel like there's going to be a lot of scrapes and scruffs and grinding against rocks, this is a good area where you can pop those things out. But we wanted to make sure that the wheel without the cap didn't look empty. And I think that that's a lot of, when we're out there and we're looking at different wheels and people have the center caps off, the wheel just looks like it's missing something. So what we did was we made sure that there's an integrated cap perch, which actually has a styled edge so that when the cap is missing, it doesn't look like the wheel is missing something. It just looks like it's intentionally not there. So that was our plan. We feel like we've done it. Let's get into talking about these model wheels. So the first one is a pretty original name. We call it the HT1, and that is going to be a 6 split spoke or a 12 spoke, however you like to refer to it. This is a really clean wheel. It allows you a lot of access. It gives you that good spoke design. Again, we're bringing some of that sport compactness. Also, we're bringing some of that, really performance-oriented stuff into the truck world. Now, the one thing about the HT1 is that this has a lot of Konig DNA in it, and that is something that's apparent from looking at the face of the wheel. Again, we're going to offer this in 3 different colors. You're going to be able to get it in satin bronze. You're going to be able to get it in a gloss anthracite, and you're also going to be getting into matte black. So you have a range of different finishes that will be available there. With the HT1, initially we're going to be releasing this wheel in 2 diameters. That's 17 and 18 inch. It will be 17.8 and a half, 17.9 depending on the bolt pattern, and then it's going to be 18.9 once you get up into that 18-inch diameter. Now, we're going to only release it in 2 bolt patterns initially, and that's going to be 5-on-127 and 6-on-139. So you have a lot of Jeep application. You also have a lot of passenger truck applications, whether it be the new Tundra or the Bronco, or if you're going to be running something in the Chevy range like a new Silverado or whatever it may be. These are all 6-on-139 now, so that was why we made sure that that pattern was well covered, and we have a few different options as far as offset there as well. So the HT2, just like the HT1, brings in that performance element that you've come to know and expect from Konig. And we've done that with the HT2. We've also included finishes that are 3, meaning that there's satin bronze. This time it's going to be a matte gray, and it's also going to be matte black. So you have your options depending on how exactly you want to accessorize your vehicle or how exactly you want to portray your vehicle's look, and we take care of the stance part. Both the HT1 and the HT2 are going to have a knurled bead seat, and we've done this to make sure that it's tougher for the tire to kind of move around on that bead seat, especially if you're going to air down. So if you're going to do that, this wheel is going to try to help you keep that bead seat kind of mounted so you don't have any issues. Now, if it's the HT1 or the HT2, don't worry, all the specs are available on our website. Just head over to KonigWheels.com and look at the Hypertrail series. They're all there. You can get all the information. So rounding out some of the new products that we're offering for 2024 is something that we've been speaking about for a while, and that's our Forge line. Now, look, you only get to make one first impression, and our goal is to make sure that this first impression is one that you don't forget. And the way we're going to do that is by bringing a wheel that is absolutely second to none. These forged wheels and the stuff that we have done to engineer these forged wheels over the past few years has been some of the most rewarding but difficult work that we've ever done, because we're looking for every little ounce and every little speck of strength and every little radius that can possibly do something to a wheel to make it better than the next. And we have done that, and the first two wheels that we will be introducing are the F1M and the F3S. Now, I'm not going to bore you with all the details on specs and finishes because all of that information is available on our website. I will say this though, we are going to introduce both wheel models in 17-inch all the way up to 19-inch, so 17, 18, 19. We have some widths that go up to 12.5 inches, and I believe that there's going to be fitments here that you have never seen from us before. Porsche fitments, Corvette fitments, and a lot of big dollar BMW fitments. And that's going to really allow another realm of people to start to get into the Konig family and enjoy some of the Konig products. And when I see these wheels on track, I know that it's going to be something that everybody's really excited about. Now, when it comes to the F1M and the F3S, I'm not going to bore you with all the sizing and details. All this information is available on our website, KonigWheels.com or KonigForge.com. You can go there and find everything that you need to find to see what we build. But I will tell you this, we have widths that go up to 12.5 inch wide. We have fitments that you've never seen from us before. Corvette, Porsche, and big dollar BMW stuff. This is something that we're really excited about, and I think you're going to be really excited when you see how much work we've put into even the packaging on these wheels. This is a big undertaking for us, not because of being able to build the wheels, but to be able to put together a product line that we knew that when you opened up, it would be an experience that was second to none all the way through. So when it comes down to the F1M, we're going to make this wheel available in two finishes to start with. The first is going to be a matte black. This is not an ordinary matte black. It's not like a chalkboard type finish. This is has a little bit of a sheen to it. It's more like a piano black. And the ash silver has a little bit of coarseness to it, and it's not super light. So this wheel is going to be a great look, especially on a lot of those Porsches, BMWs, some of the Euro cars. It's a great looking wheel and a really good finish that we have never done before. So I'm excited that you'll be able to see it soon on the F1M. And the F3S, we're introducing it in one finish to start, and that is going to be a satin charcoal. This finish is almost like a matte gray, but it has a different sheen to it. It also has a different level of darkness to it. Really rich looking and has a lot of depth, has a little bit of metallic-iness if you really get into it. This is a good looking finish, and we hope you like it. So when it comes down to the F1M and the F3S, both are going to have a lot of detail. That is one of the most intricate parts that we've spent time on when we're building these forged wheels. So you're going to see a lot of pockets, a lot of radiuses, a lot of cutouts where we're able to take weight out and still keep a lot of strength in. Now, all these wheels have the same motorsport stuff that you expect to find in any one of our wheels. They'll have knurled bead seats, they have extra tensile strength, and they have all the goodies that would come along with them. All this information is available on our website, KonigWheels.com or KonigForge.com. Now, we've been speaking about the Forge line for a while, and I apologize personally for maybe any delay, but these wheels will be available in June of this year, and we are ready to put them out. It's here, it's happening. Stay tuned, June, it's going down. So now let's talk about a product that we introduced that's actually in your neck of the woods, and that's our CCD Max kit. This is a wheel ceramic coating kit. We wanted to make sure that we put one kit together that you can buy that has everything you need to do if you buy a new set of wheels and you want to put ceramic coat on it. So the kit actually comes with a nice bottle here of panel wipe to prep the wheels. It has a bottle of C5, because we did this in conjunction with G-Technic. It's a 30 milliliter bottle, so you should be able to get, one or two sets of wheels out of it. It has this nice soft velvety, ooh, so soft, applicator pad. And under this, it has two microfiber cloths so that you can be able to put the finish on and wipe it off. So that's all we're kind of talking about here today. As always, you can always find us on our social media, Konig Wheels USA. You can find us on our YouTube channel. You can always ask us questions when it comes down to wheels. We're super approachable. You can just message us and we'll be happy to help you out. And in addition to that, all the information that we've talked about today is on our website, KonigWheels.com. Again, I'm really sorry I couldn't be there in person. It's a one show a year that seems to fall around a tough time for me to get out to Boise, but man, do I know I'm missing a party. And I guess now it's time to throw it over to the guys in the studio, and they're going to show you exactly how to use this kit.
I miss Scott.
I miss Scott too. I love that guy.
Oh man,
Scott too. Oh,
okay,
Dane misses him too.
He misses him as well. So the biggest thing that you know, and we love Scott, but he's literally in between trips.
He is, yeah.
Opposite ends of the world, and he was home, and he's like, guys, I can't.
He had to mow his lawn.
I got to mow my lawn, and I got to fly out in the morning.
Yeah, no,
and
we totally
so
get
it was one of those where it was like, all right, dude, we'll take care of you, we'll help you out. So as you guys saw there, tons of new stuff coming out for Konig Wheels. Some really, really beautiful, beautiful finishes.
Yeah.
And one of the reasons we love working with Konig Wheels so much is Scott is a bit of a detail enthusiast, and he really cares about the finishes of the wheels that they carry and sell.
100%.
And one of the fun things is us being able to have that access and talk back and forth. And there aren't many wheel manufacturers that actually care about us detailers and what it's like to clean and care for wheels. And that's why we work so well together.
No, Scott, he's very transparent, right? When we talk to him about detailing and trying to understand what goes into a wheel finish, what goes into powder coating, what goes into paint, what's the difference between certain matte clears and certain high gloss clears, and what kind of chemicals can be used on them safely. It's super helpful. Like, as a company that obviously creates high quality microfiber and other accessories, and we come up with some pretty cool ideas for wheel cleaning, right? It's nice to know what basically paint finishes can survive particular chemicals, pH ranges, and things like that. And so Konig is always very transparent with it. Now, they also do an amazing job, obviously, designing all their wheels. So we have the Ultragram here on the table. I just picked up actually a set of the Heliograms just recently. I threw some Nitto NT01s on there that I am excited to coat as well. But what we wanted to do is actually highlight their wheel coating from Konig and coat a wheel live here, just to kind of show you what goes into that. So opening up their kit, showing this off, we've got their CCD wheel coating, again, created in conjunction with G-Technic, which is super cool. So we're gonna have our up to basically about 2 years is what I'm typically seeing out of this particular coating. And then we have our applicator here, ultra soft applicator. We have our panel wipe product, and then underneath here, we do have some microfiber towels from G-Technic. So awesome kit, right?
Yeah,
you invest in a
really
set of
great
wheels.
kit.
People often don't know, you know, should I coat them immediately? Should I coat them before or after getting tires mounted? In today's case, we are coating them with no tires, right? But typically, if you're coating the barrels, you do want to leave those uncoated for when you do get a tire mounted, they can put your wheel weights on and they stick. Otherwise, if you coat the barrels and take them to get your tires mounted, then the wheel weights just fling off and the whole balance
or it takes a while. They end up having to strip them and use some sort of heavy
solvent
or something to try and remove it, and it is just much better. So when you get a new set of wheels, you do want to do a test fit before you mount the tires to make sure everything works. Then take them down, get them mounted, and then bring them back and coat them.
Yeah, so these right here, I believe, are an 18 by 9.5.
I think so, yeah.
18 by 9.5. Things are mean, right? I absolutely love the concavity that these have. The finish is absolutely beautiful. It is a gloss finish. But what's cool about most of the time I've coated Konig wheels, even their matte finishes, right? I'll coat them and they don't turn shiny. They just turn like that deeper,
very vibrant,
deeper matte,
it's richer.
Kind of richer. It's a nice look. So we're going to use this wheel as an example today to show you how we coat a wheel here on camera. We're going to be utilizing their coating, as well as, do we have an ultra applicator kit anywhere?
Well, we do. It's right here. But also, I was going to say, this is a perfect excuse for the rip and rag.
Oh, yeah.
Utilizing it with the panel wipe to get the wheel prepped and cleaned.
Perfect. So you can use the towels that come in the kit, right? But if we can get a shot down here from the Jimmy Cam, thanks to our friend over at Viper Industrial, we now have a cart where we've mounted our rip and rag, go like this, and bam, I have pulled off my towel. And you know what's funny? This moment we put this wheel on this cart, I went, this is a wheel coating cart.
That's what this is.
This is literally designed for wheel coating. People, they ask all the time, where do you guys coat your wheels? Do you have like a particular like holder or anything like that?
We have a lift that we put
do you use a lift? What do you use?
Yeah, a table.
No, you just
Dane did his kitchen table.
Buy the Viper industrial cart, and you're there. You are ready for some wheel coating. So Levi's going through with some panel wipe, cleaning everything up here, and talking about the coating really quick. So coating is going to offer some more UV protection to your wheels. It's going to allow them to be chemically resistant. It's also going to reduce the accumulation of brake dust. It's going to make things easier to clean in the long run. I mean, typically once you have a coated wheel, pressure washing is going to do most of the cleaning, and then really a little bit of APC or your favorite wheel cleaner, a little bit of agitation, and you're ready to rock and roll. If you've never coated your wheel, you're missing out. Coated wheels are it's a game changer when it comes to maintenance and washing, and I highly recommend it. So
I was just going to say,
oh my!
How amazing is it that G-Technic is the coating they're putting on that you can get with Konig wheels? How many wheel brands are selling proper ceramic coatings?
They're not. They're not.
Right, nobody.
I don't know of another actual wheel company, a manufacturer is actually doing this, which I think this is really cool, let alone using one of the best coating brands in the industry, which is also awesome.
And one of the best wheel coatings.
Okay, so you're going to use their applicator?
I'm going to use their applicator just to show it
for
off.
The intricate spokes,
right? So that people can see, but we just applied some coating on there.
Okay.
And I'm just going to go around. I put the center cap in just for fun so people can see.
I know you're trying to do this right within 5 minutes or less because I know you're a rock star.
Yeah.
What's your process as you're coating a wheel?
I'm just going around. I'm trying to make sure that I'm hitting all the main spokes first as I go around here. And then I'll come back and I'll top the faces.
So when I start something, I use like a eye point. So I say maybe I'll start at the flow form spoke and work my way around.
I don't do that. I'm starting right here.
Okay, all right.
But yeah, having a good reference point. So sometimes people use the valve stem. Sometimes people will use the lettering, or they'll have some sort of point of contact to work out of. Now, I could load that up and get really into these letters, but I'm not going to for this. But we're going to go around the ring.
I don't know if you know this, but Nate wants to steal this wheel from us. Nate Strum of the Rag Company.
Yeah, he did say that. He goes, this is going to be my spare for my truck.
He asked if he could get the tire mounted today, and he said, we only have one,
yeah,
right?
He said he doesn't,
goes, that's
matter.
fine.
It's going to go under the bed.
He goes, it's going to get the full effect, down the road. But no, C5 is incredible. You may have remembered if anybody watched the video with me and Matt Mormon of watching the Evo, he talks, he goes, C5, whatever, it's okay. C5 is literally one of the best wheel coatings on the market.
Yeah, that and diamond wheels.
Diamond wheels,
two top ones right there. You can't beat them.
C5 for the price, the versatility, and the durability, the water behavior, it's killer, dude.
Yeah.
So I'm just stoked that Konig teamed up with them.
Yeah. Now, for this, I am just going to use the G-Technic towel that comes in the kit just to show you how simple and easy it is. Everything just works. Now, you could use our Ultra Rip and Rag. You could use a 365. You could use the kit.
Yeah.
You could use one of these kits and grab one of the towels out of that, or Gray Pearls, but you don't have to. So I'm going to start with the first few spokes that I did.
Perfect. That's awesome.
I'm going to do the exact same process where I'm kind of just going around wiping the insides of the spokes.
And are you noticing immediate slickness as you're wiping?
Very slick, very slick.
So typically, once you're finished with coating a wheel, we recommend, if you can avoid driving on them for an hour or two, that's ideal. And you want to avoid getting them wet for probably at least 48 hours. But once you can avoid getting them wet and letting the coating fully cure and harden, these things are ready to rock and roll. You can put them through hell and back. Again, I have coated wheels that are going on over 2 years. And that's just with general maintenance washes and topping up with a spray sealant every once in a while.
I have almost 5 years.
Do you?
With my Mambas, which are a Konig variant.
Yeah.
And the finish has been so good, and it's a satin, but it's held up really, really well to the point that when I was doing my brakes, I thought, you know what? I bet if I clean these, I could recoat these, and they'd take it just fine. So their finishes last for a very long time. So good quality wheel with a good quality finish.
Well, I regret.
And of course, we love Konig, just themselves. The whole team there is great.
So you got to meet them. If you ever go to SEMA, you have to have a chance to meet them. But no, the finishes are awesome. To Levi's point, the Mamba wheels are great. The new Hyper Trails are just insane looking.
Excited! I wish they came in 8 lugs.
So sick. They're so cool. I think they'll probably fit like some of those. I think it would look on a new Tacoma. You know, like the new 2024, 2025 Tacomas. Look mean on that.
They're great.
Okay, so you've knocked out the face, Levi. We're probably not going to coat the barrel here on video, but just to give you guys a quick reference here, pretty straightforward. You can typically start with the coating of the barrel first. So you prep the barrel, prep the outside, coat the barrel, then set the wheel up, coat the faces, and then literally set the whole wheel aside, and you're done, right? You don't have to worry about overspray on the faces or anything like that. And so you're going to be kind of working back to front. But you can also do it vice versa, whatever works best for you. But coated barrels are huge. Highly recommend coating the barrels, coating the faces of the wheels, coat everything. Get in the lug nut holes, do all of that. And then, but obviously do it after your tires are mounted. So
yeah, it's a big thing.
Again. So anyways, guys, I want to say, huge shout out to Konig for being able to send out this little prop, sending out the coating, and obviously chiming in to give us all that juicy wheel knowledge. Also, shout out to Viper Industrial for our new wheel coating cart. It doesn't get better than this. This is amazing. So I think at this point, Dane, any questions?
There actually have been some questions. Okay. So I'll throw those out there. Let me turn down my pack so I don't hear myself for a second. Okay, let's look in the queue. There were some questions. Oh, you know what? What would you recommend for a Toyota 4Runner? Thanks.
Probably maybe the new Hyper Trails.
Those new Hyper Trails. If they have, you guys got to check out their website. Yeah. As you heard, they're coming out with a couple different bolt patterns.
Yep.
Obviously, as the time goes by, there's going to be more, but this is an introductory into those new truck wheels. So you could pick those up, but those look great. Both designs are beautiful.
I think they look awesome. Be different, right?
Yeah.
Don't do the TRD Pro wheels. Everybody has them. I have them, and I hate them.
Get rid of those wheels.
You need to get a set of those wheels.
I hate you, so I can throw those TRD Pro wheels in the trash where they belong, because that coating, the finish on those suck.
Yeah, the people that think those wheels are great,
Yeah. Anyways.
Now, David here wanted to know about an actual bead lock for the Hyper Trails.
I don't
it's pretty early
know if
on
they have
still.
any plan for an actual bead lock. It's a great question. I wouldn't put it past Konig to already be thinking about something or planning something. So I won't say never, but that's.
But reach out to them.
Yeah, reach
Let
out
them know
to them.
that's something you'd be thinking about.
Dude, yeah, they're so nice, and they get back to everybody. Like the patience that they have with answering everybody's questions about wheels is remarkable, because everybody has essentially the same questions, right?
Yeah.
What do you have for this? What do you have for this? And they are so awesome. They answer.
The whole
everybody.
team's amazing.
Yeah.
Now, G. Davis always asking important questions. Let's see what he had to say. Is it recommended to wash rip-and rags before use? Since we say every other towel needs to be washed before use,
no,
it must stand.
you can if you want to. Just stick the whole roll in the water. No, I'm just kidding. You don't need to wash the rip-and rags.
Yeah, you can go straight into them, especially for wheel coating. I mean, this is what it's kind of ideal for. You can also use the Ultra Rip and Rags as well. But I mean, wash them after, wash them before, whatever you feel comfortable doing. But just know that we've tested them a lot without washing them first, and they're fine.
Good answer. All right, now of course Hans wanted to know, is that Jamie's new wheel? I like how we're just going to give him one wheel as a price.
Yeah, one wheel.
Jamie is actually getting a set of Konig wheels, so shout out to Konig for being able to sponsor a set of wheels to our Grandmaster Showdown winner. Jamie will be getting a set for, I believe, his Telluride.
His choice.
His choice. Whatever he wants to get a set of wheels for. The world is his oyster, but he will be getting a set of wheels as a prize for the Grandmaster Showdown.
All right. Now, Levi, I feel like this is for you. Pedro asking, what wheel would you recommend for a 2019 Hyundai Elantra?
Well, Pedro, I mean, this Ultragram looks pretty sweet.
Pretty sick, actually.
Especially with the, Jimmy, if you can get that concavity of it, that was, man, that's a nice.
I think those Elantras can fit quite a bit
They can too.
Fit some meat in there,
it's
surprisingly. So, no, killer looking wheel. I think that this would be a pretty good option. I think that the Hypergrams are one of my favorites as well. Go on the website, and honestly,
there's
Konig,
a lot of beautiful wheels.
It's a super popular brand. I mean, mainly because you're getting such, not only an affordable wheel, but you're getting a high strength wheel, flow formed, something that can really stand up to more abuse than you're ever going to put it through. The wheel finishes are great. So go onto Google. You could search some pictures.
Well, and even some of that new wheel with the new caps and the fact that you could get the new dust covers, the Aero.
So you have to pretend that you're still on the live stream.
15 more minutes.
Yeah.
Aaron Bauer says it's this is day 5.
Hey. Okay.
Call Nick. Come back.
Live.
We're back.
Here,
okay.
I got it.
Yeah, keep it on.
So, sorry about that. We had a power outage, and we don't even know what camera we're talking to because nothing's lit up. But
matter.
Jimmy is getting waved and flagged. So, ladies and gentlemen, we just want to thank you guys for tuning in, being a part of this. I think there's a storm of brewing, and we got to find some shelter. So, I want to thank everybody that has tuned in for the last 4 days. I want to thank all of our brand partners for popping in. And then we also want to thank all our ambassadors for being here, as well as all of our gang for joining us and being here and being able to put this show on that we do for you guys every single year. So,
how do you say we gather?
Yeah, let's
get everybody. I want to get everybody to the wall.
I called you to use my
Come on, Jimmy. Let's go. All right, sweet.
Earbuds to talk to you. What am I doing? Just this?
Hopefully, we have exceeded your expectations for what TRCMA 2024 is all about. And if we can bring in the...
Nick, can I set down the Ronin on a table or something?
What this means to all of us. So, again,
Okay.
thank you guys. Anybody else?
Keep talking.
Yeah, anybody else want to walk in front? Get in here, guys.
Come on.
One big happy family.
So,
Customer service, everybody.
Thank you guys. We appreciate it. As always, make sure you take advantage of the sale. It ends tomorrow, and you can get 25% off all Rag Company products, almost everything, and almost 20% off almost everything again in the store of all our other brands.
There you go.
Yeah. I thought Dane was going to talk.
Oh, no, I wasn't sure. Okay, it's also 7.
Yeah.
Guys, if you haven't hit like at this point, what are you doing? We're at the tail end. Give us a big
I want
fat
everybody
thumbs up.
that's watching,
Everybody
please
in this
give us a
crowd, please
thumbs
give a
up.
thumbs up. Encourage them all at home.
Hey,
just,
it's their 25th
just do it.
birthday. Give us
Thank
a
you so
laugh.
much. So that is awesome. Anyway, thank you so much to everybody who participated. Thank you to all of you who watched. It's not possible without you. When it's all done, when it's all said and done, we're so appreciative. So thank you so much. Have a wonderful day, a wonderful year, and we'll see you in the next one. Adios.